闇夜を駆け抜けてどこへ向かう月明かりだけがただ一つの道しるべ。痛みも悲しみも拭いきれずされどこの胸の炎は消させない。たがために僕たちはこの想いを貫いて闇を裂き火の下で光さす日を解き放たれた心に宿した火を舞い上げまとえ今夜明けの向こう側へ君がいるこの世界もう一度愛せるまで我が命果てようともつなげてゆくよ絆が紡いで生まれた奇跡を喜怒哀楽夢揺らめいてる写しを互いの席をまた繰り返し振りかざす。たがためにつなぎのち交わりもつれる定め蛇の道あまたの罪すべてなき払え解き放て今僕らが起こした火を舞い上げ走れば明日が変わるはず。君といるこの世界二度と離さずに君と共に行くまぶたを閉じても思い出すあの日を打ちのめされても焦がれた未来をいつの日か君に捧げてみせよう。解き放たれた心に宿した火を舞い上げまとえ今夜明けの向こうへ解き放て今僕らが起こした火を舞い上げ走れば明日が変わるはず。君がいたこの世界もう一度愛せるまで我が命果てようともつなげてゆくよ絆が紡いで生まれた奇跡を
当たり前が照らす眩しさにまぶたを閉じた君のこと誰の目にも触れない影に一粒の光をそこに迷い戸惑い今の瞬きに流れ星が頬を去っても拭い去ってくれるくらいの人なりの音色を君に変えられない過去に色を塗ってくきっと未来の七色片手にパレット笑ってみせてよたった一つだけ願ったのだいつだって最低な夜を抜けて短い勘違い間違いじゃなくて心から笑えるようにたった一度だけ一瞬の刻んでだけそんな柔らいノリじゃない短時間に信じたい乗り越えてもう一回狭んでく君の視界よ僕らの世界を広
I made angry videos in the community crowd and said, "Would you like to use Richard right now?"
荒ぶる波風越えて突き進まなきゃダメさ一番乗りしたいんだ心配とか後回しどうせ勝負一か八か相手がでかく見えたら心が縮んでる証拠逃げるなんて女子はない一歩そばへ近づくんだ生意気って褒め言葉一人解くほど笑うとか新しい明日探しに行きたいのならとびきりの自信の磨いて旅をした足跡がそんすに変わるまで新しいライズほら進んできた分眩しさと難易度が上昇夢を続で起こせハリケーンさあちゃんとかき乱せ One dream One wish 夢は逃げない全部のが Over the top 永遠の意味知らぬ君に答えを示す時だ無限に続く螺旋の先へ言い訳ねに聞こえた理由は儚い未来手放つ弱さそれを強さと履き違えている憎い醜い月を隠すほどの黒くよどむ心君さえいなければ揺らいでる揺らいでる花のように石をつなぐ奪っていく奪っていく嵐のように心を咲く永遠の意味知らぬ君に答えを示す時だ無限に続く螺旋の先に待つのは誰生まれ落ちた定めを飲んだ背負った数の名前を覚えたただれるほど心燃やす感情憎い醜い月を隠すほどの怒り燃やす君さえいなければ揺らいでる揺らいでる花
Yeah, nah, so what's up?
Because I want this as pure as possible.
Yeah, okay. Bumped up. Yeah, let's bump that up to
Yeah, I got some fun emotes. Got the female emotions back. I had lost it, but I finally found it again. The One Piece, that's fun. Arthur, always.
But see, that's the thing. You don't. That's see, like I said. Also, keep in mind. Also.
Yep. All right, that's all bumped up. Yeah, we bumped up the voice alert because we're gonna be what we're doing.
Says, Triggered is working on his Avatar: The Last Airbender video next.
Good for him.
Yep, good for him. If it's gonna be as good as this one, we're gonna not do anything about that.
Yeah, I think the only thing we care about is the One Piece one, and after that, I don't think there's anything left for Triggered.
Yeah. But there's always the possibility.
I mean, unless there's something that comes out that we really like and he really hates, or we really hate and he really likes, that we both consume. As far as the things we know right now, there's really nothing.
I don't like the reminder that Triggered is a perfectionist. that makes it sound like there might be something in this video that doesn't necessarily lead to that opinion of him being a perfectionist.
Get ready for the next copyright strike from Triggered. Hey, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I
like the thumbnail.
Oh yeah.
that is funny.
We've waited so long.
Let me unmute the Triggered discussion.
Oh, now that you can. Here we go. Here we go again. Demon time. Peak awakes. Here before this gets taken down. One Piece is gonna look so pretty in 5 days. How long have you guys been waiting for Trigger to release his Demon Slayer video?
Quite some time, because this is structured. This is him, instead of just going and just rambling and insulting, he can talk about it, proofread, go back, look at his points, make sure everything is good.
If anything, how long we've been waiting for it
Jay says,
is since
I don't give a F, it's a cartoon, has lost all meaning.
We've been waiting since he came to our Discord and asked what our problems with Demon Slayer were, and we laid it out. And then he made that community post with the Thanos, like, oh, I got all the stones and the knowledge, and I'm about to drop the video. And then he dropped the video like 2.5 years later. So like 2.5 years, maybe?
And this would have been a lot shorter, because he goes over the Captain Max stuff. So it would have been like 20 minutes if not for that.
Thank you for re-up to the Bums Blaze. I watched the whole video and I still stand by what I said. Then it's not terrible, not good, but not terrible. All right, we'll see. I was here. Hi. Where's the scam emote? Yo.
I forgot the scam emote. It's jam packed.
Which Gorosei member do you like design wise? I like Nozjuro because he reminds me of Gandhi. I'm like 3 chapters behind in One Piece, so don't ask me anything.
Yeah, nah, so what's up?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I like the name Jupiter the most. That's all I got to say about them moms. Jupiter is so good.
It's finally out. We're here, y'all. I think I like Gandhi's design the best. The promised land of Triggered, in contrast greatly with the other elders who are just in black suits. I'm scamming. The DSP and low tier god of the anime community.
Worse.
Thank you for the super chat, Gabo. I feel like if more people knew about Triggered Senpai, he would be absolutely an anime lol cow. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Oh, Triggered actually released that Demon Slayer video.
Yeah, boy.
One Piece counter. Oh no!
0 so far.
Oh no!
Yeah,
There's need for a counter?
Of course there's gonna be a need for a counter.
I wish I would have.
I know nothing about this video, and even I'm just like, yeah, I'm adding this.
Got that stuffed crust pepperoni, and I'm ready for demon time.
Dang, that sounds
Yes, it
good.
came out 3 days ago. I forgot how much he brings up One Piece. Oh no,
delicious.
Hello everyone. give the people their 20,000 scam bucks, BG, the ones who believed in Trigger. When was that in writing?
Never agreed to.
How funny is it as a bad? Take a shot every time Trigger says One Piece. I guarantee you won't make it to the end of this one. He will surely mention One Piece at least 10 times. If people hadn't watched this video already, I would make it a bet.
But then again, you can just go to the transcripts and Control F. But people have been fairly honest about these things. I've seen.
They absolutely have. Anyone criticizing Demon Slayer triggered, but One Piece though. If I had a nickel every time he does it, I'd be a millionaire.
Can you hover over the emotes to see what they're called? No, you can't. Well, the One Piece one is called One Piece though.
My point is going to build up good. Trigger ate the whataboutism fruit. Didn't watch the video yet, but also keep in mind, also you like Fairy Tail and One Piece. Trigger better not use Wikipedia for this video.
He used Otaku mode last time, wasn't even the wiki.
Hopefully this will last us. Once the One Piece video comes out, we will forever be released from the hell that is Triggered Senpai. For the most part, yes. The day has arrived. Also, he better not switch up and act like he's still not a fan. That's exactly what it is. Did you read the description of the last? Just stop. Dang, there's so many. Who wants to transform Trigger? Who wants to transform? Trigger brings up One Piece in a drinking game. Who wants to transform? Trigger brings up into
Nami
a
the Goat
drinking
says,
game.
Can we get some T23?
What?
This Trigger Day.
One
and this is a 46-minute video.
One Piece counter at the ready. Counter at 0 right now. I'm eating good. Counter on lock. Scamming. A bunch of emotes. Law, you suck. Scamming. Yep. Just a bunch of stuff. This is where we caught up. Yeah. Let me just make sure there's no people that came in that I missed. Yep, there are. Oh my God. What are we doing? Okay.
It's Trigger Day.
It is
Hooray.
indeed. It is indeed Trigger Day. Posse.
Everybody's been waiting on this.
Everybody's been waiting on us waiting on this. Get it right.
Everybody's been waiting on this.
They just want us to get mad about it.
Or to completely agree with everything he says because he's objectively correct.
There are probably going to be things in this that we agree with.
Absolutely. I think that he knows that we're going to watch this.
Yes.
So he's going to give us as little as possible. So he will make these concessions where there is no other options. But for the most part, we will be getting the trash.
Might get copyright struck again. Oh, I already assume we are. Even though technically we did not use his thumbnail, and technically we didn't use his title because it's like two titles smashed together.
Yeah. Aries Queen says,
he's got a
adjective injustice.
Adjective injustice. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. I think we're caught up now. Nope. Z-Man. Royalty. Balance.
So what's up?
So what's up? All right. Now I think we're all caught up. If you're not caught up, sorry. We got to get started. Or all hell no, I guess. What's up, Gabo, Jay, Sable 13, Cameron, Hope, Dutch, Blaze, Love One Piece, Jay is Gay, Carlo, Fatalis, Priscilla, Michael, Aries, Fighting Gimmick, T Morris, Racketeer, Jay, You're Wholesome Bro, Hi, Devil Elf, Unknown, Anko, Joe, Adrian, Posse, Neo, Nami the Goat, Joshua, Gamer, Victory Greymon, Raven Feather, Det, Leo, Z-Man, Royalty, I like that name, Balance, and Jinx. Yeah, so we are on Trigger Day. Everyone knows the vibes. Triggered Senpai, blah, blah, blah. Let's read the description. Is Demon Slayer as bad as people say it is? Is it a poorly written story? In this video, I will give my honest opinion on the series and address at Captain Mac. It's so crazy that he was like, y'all are fishing for responses and engagement. And then he just tags Captain Mac.
Dude, the hypocrisy. Are you surprised?
Flawed Demon Slayer video. Algorithm stuff. Demon Slayer suck, Demon Slayer is trash, Demon Slayer is mid, Demon Slayer is incompetent, Demon Slayer is overrated, why we love Demon Slayer, why is Demon Slayer so good, Demon Slayer movie, Demon Slayer ending, Demon Slayer final season, Demon Slayer Hanakami Chronicles 2. Hinokami. This is against terms of service. What he's doing in this description.
It may not be, because he could talk about every single one of those things, in which case it's fine to put in the description.
I can't imagine he talks about the Hinokami Chronicles 2.
He could mention it once and just go, it's coming out, so, and then bam, so.
Jay says,
no, we don't need to, but we will.
Boost.
Yeah, it's truly just, he says right there, it's algorithm stuff. He is literally just trying to game the algorithm. And again, this is against terms of service. You're not supposed to put your tags in the description. They will get you for that. Yeah, so let's wrap this up just a smidge on the playback speed and get into it.
What's the problem?
Did we affect him?
What do you mean?
He's not reading this. He used to read it.
I mean, I haven't seen all of his videos, so I don't know if he does or doesn't in all of them, so.
Okay, that is the most fair, so let us see.
I
just want to see.
It don't matter. Let's go to the video.
Okay,
see,
he changed it recently.
No, okay, there it is. Look at that.
Okay.
Demon Slayer is a popular anime series that set the world on fire with its stunning animation quality. Like I said, also keep in mind
I hope you recognized in that sentence the reason that Demon Slayer is popular and people think it's good.
This does not need to be stated.
No.
What's
the overhated part? What's the sucks part? Why do we need this part?
It's just, we know what Demon Slayer is. Nobody that's clicking on this video doesn't know what Demon Slayer is.
Says, S is pretty, that's why it's sold.
Yeah, it's a pretty thing. He stopped doing that stuff in the Don to Don video. So maybe we did affect him.
Specifically, episode 19 of the anime adaptation is called
29 seconds? Is that a record? Is that a record? I need to go back, but I'm pretty sure nothing opens up with 19. Okay, moving on. Oh man, that was 29 seconds. Oh, out the gate. Bless you, Triggs. God bless you.
There's no way we're 29 seconds in and we got the episode 19 hype.
Fire with its stunning animation quality. Specifically, episode 19 of the anime adaptation is what caused people to care more for the series, because before episode 19, no one really gave a fuck about the series. But from episode 19 and on, Demon Slayer would proceed to sell an outrageous amount of manga, would sell a shit ton of merchandise, would impact an entire industry, forcing studios to focus more on the quality of animation, and also have the best-selling movie of all time in Japan, which in of itself made more anime want to turn canon story arcs into movies instead of weekly episodes. These historic achievements not only solidified Demon Slayer as one of the most successful and impactful series in anime history, but it also solidified Demon Slayer as a modern classic. But does...
Ooh. You're conflating popularity to quality, to enjoyment to quality.
A modern classic.
It's a modern classic because a lot of people bought it. I guess Rihanna is one of the greatest artists of all time.
Because in none of that...
Says, is this dude using 2 songs at once?
But in none of that, he mentioned quality.
No.
It was all the influence.
Except the animation quality.
But none of it was the quality of the characters or any of that.
Astro Royale is a modern classic.
The quality of Demon Slayer's story live up to its historic success? In my opinion, no, but that doesn't mean I don't think the series is good. Despite me thinking Demon Slayer is an extremely overrated series, I do think it's pretty good. Demon Slayer is an extremely cliche story that blends action and emotional storytelling elements really well. It's not a series that will blow your mind on how amazing the plot is, because the plot is basically a glorified boss rush. But despite the plot being structured like a boss rush video game, the series does the little...
This is something that he complained about both. Just Stop for sure.
Yeah.
Saying that it was cliche. Mm-hmm. And he goes, what did you want this to be like all the other shonen series? But now he's into, no, but it is just this.
Because he's such an emotional, reactionary dude to a thing that he did like and or believe was good. So, hey, you're calling it cliche? No, it's not. Shut up. And then once he gets the time to read it and dissect it and think for a second, he goes, oh, no, it is cliche. And that's okay.
And I think that's, again, I don't know how much of this is what he actually believes. Mm-hmm. Because whenever he talks about Demon Slayer and his comments and stuff, people call it Semen Slayer or he's riding Demon Slayer. And he might just be tired of that and just going, look, I'm not saying it is amazing.
So this is a shield in and of itself.
Yes.
Things right that make it a more impactful story. What are those little
Aldonic
things?
says, God, you can see his soul dying when he reads.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that he really believes, because nothing up until now with all of our, because like I said, we are the most qualified people to talk about his reactions to Demon Slayer. Mm-hmm. None of this has ever led to this point where he's just like, look, it is what it is.
It's always a defense of it.
Yes.
Of like, who cares what it is or what it isn't? Talk about what it is or whatever.
Yeah, and there's also no enthusiasm. But this could just be his actual, like, reading YouTuber voice.
But then he talks about having a passion, and he talked about Just Stop the way he delivered things.
Video game, the series does the little things right that make it a more impactful story. What are those little things? Let's go over them.
Little thing number one, developing and fleshing out the majority of the cast while also making them impactful in the story. I don't think there's any shonen in history that hasn't developed and or fleshed out the majority of the cast. The only issue is how much is the fleshing out and what is its meaning within the story itself. Anybody can be impactful to a series. You can, Vegeta was impactful in the Cell fight, in the Perfect Cell fight, because he threw a Kamehameha, Big Bang or a Final Flash at him that knocked him for a second and allowed...
It was just a normal blast.
Whatever, normal blast, which allowed Gohan to do the final big blast. So that's an impact in that. But Vegeta, in essence, did nothing but hinder Gohan, really.
Whereas Nezuko's fleshing out, I guess near the end,
Yeah, everything in terms of fleshing out is retroactive. So... we've already known who this character is for X amount of time. All right, here's the backstory, and they're basically done. The backstory is important in the thing that they're in now. What else?
About Snake Dude.
Dude, I was just about to talk about Snake Dude. Because for this, I read the Swordsmith Village arc and then the final arc, and I had some time, so I looped back and got up to Rui.
Okay.
So... And that was nothing. I'll say there was one moment that Aoi and Inosuke had where I was just like, I thought they only had one moment at the end, but I guess they had this moment here where Tanjiro just woke up after the Swordsman Village arc, and they were all there, but they spoke for like 2 or 3 panels. So I'm like, I guess that's more than what I thought it was before.
Because I don't give a fuck, it's cartoons.
It is cartoons. Okay, I had to read the Akaza backstory because of whoever said that in the Discord. So, you. Number one, I read because I still like that fight. It went down a little bit because it's a lot of bush of the red sword and a couple other things that I'm sure he'll get into. Maybe he won't. But I can if we need to. Yeah. But it has gone down. But I still think that it's the best fight in the series. Yeah, Akaza was the only one that I skipped. The pot didn't really have a backstory. The little 5 demons didn't really have a backstory. It was like 1 page. So those are
big splash page.
It was Akaza and then it wasn't Akaza. So I'm pissed. I didn't get to Rui's backstory.
And it's
Oh no, that picture! Did we? Somebody had that picture.
we'll get
has
to
more
the picture.
personality than Nezuko.
I would say so. It's just a little thing.
Yeah, I think this is quite a big thing.
Yeah, no, I think this
characters and making them impact. I think that's quite a big thing.
Yeah, I don't think this is a little thing. I wonder what he classifies as the big things then, if this is just some of the little things.
Story would be a big thing because he goes, the story doesn't really matter because they do a lot of good little things. So story's big. Animation's big.
It can't be.
When it comes to the characters and
Honestly,
This picture is so bad.
where does this picture come from? Because this is the second creator we've done that has used this image.
So bad.
Again, his father's head is cut off, and he's in a 3 times different shade than everybody else. It's so egregious.
All these main important people, and then here's Drum Demon, who was just there for in six chapters.
Like, what is...
Oh, this is so iconic.
Tanjiro is like the only person with an outline. He's got the white outline around him.
Man.
This is a horrible image.
I
and
love
again,
this picture
the
so much.
second
The people-
person, where does it come
It's
from?
just like you would think the main people would be at the bottom, but there's Zenitsu near the Rock Hashira.
Is that a Moon One the only manga cut out?
Oh man.
Is he the only manga cutout? I think
Yes, he is. That is a big old yes.
Look, you can see 10 like they're so different shades.
You got Sabuto, but you don't have Makimo. This is so bad.
This is such a bad image. Where does it come from?
in Demon Slayer, the majority of them are well developed and are impactful in the story. From Tanjiro and the rookie Slayers to the
Hold on. What does he classify as well developed? Because is any development well developed? I do not believe Snake Hashira is well
at all.
developed. I do not believe Mist Hashira is well developed. He has development.
Yeah, that's a big difference. Love Hashira is dead. Go back to the list. The little thing.
Yeah.
The majority of his cast. Okay. Why is Drum Demon there? Who knows?
I wouldn't even say Muzan is well developed.
Yeah. Because legit, we don't know why he's like a little kid. We don't know why he has a wife and kid, or at least a partner in the kid.
I read a book about writing fiction, and it tells me it's important to get to know the characters, and Triggered complains about it. Well developed to him equals they have development and he likes them. Look at Tanjiro's dad. The Tanjiro's dad is the absolute worst one.
The head cut off.
It's not
so
even
funny.
close. Like, he is literally 5 shades lighter than everybody else.
Fighting gimmicks.
It always kills me.
Come on, Tanny, get in the picture frame. We have to make sure that this is poorly edited.
Look at him just looking down at us proudly.
Does Mitsuri have siblings? If not, how did she get reincarnated?
She does, because she mentioned he's about the same age as my little brother.
There you go.
She mentioned that.
Develop and are impactful in the story. From Tanjiro and the rookie Slayers to the Hashiras and even some of the demons, you know their backgrounds and how they came to be in the
Pause.
story.
Okay, so
that's come on. You can say that for almost
I was about to say, I'm gonna look at this in terms of One Piece. He may say that the story is trash, but the characters do have impacts on the series.
But at the same time, with Demon Slayer, he said the story isn't very good. He said no. So in terms of that, like, what's the difference?
In terms of what Triggered believes, he thinks that the story of One Piece is bad. But the characters do have impacts and they're fleshed out. So now we're equalized with One Piece in terms of what he values, what makes a series that has a bad story good. So now we're equalized in that.
Yes.
players to the Hashiras and even some of the demons. You know their backgrounds and how they came to be in the story. You know their personal beliefs, values, and motivations, and you know their strengths and weaknesses.
This is so many series.
This is basic development.
100% basic.
And he's attributing it to like the little things of
that
Demon
makes
Slayer
something
makes
good.
it better than most other shonen. Fairy Tail has this. My Hero has this. Black Clover, all these series that he slags off. Even ReZero has this. My Dress Up Darling has this. Even of all things, Rent-A-Girlfriend has this.
It's not enough to just do it. It's doing it well. Basic characterization.
Basic.
Why does development matter to this dude? Because it makes him sound smart. Because it makes him sound more cultured to be like, I like this character because they're developed, as opposed to, I like this character because they do the big punch.
You won't leave the series thinking more than half the characters are underdeveloped or non-inclusive.
What series have you left like that?
I guess One Piece, because they've got thousands of characters.
But even there, you got Baby Five, you got Sailor Pink. Like, of course you're gonna get people like, even people like Diamante, like...
No, yeah.
The story tells you what you need to know about the characters and keep it pushing.
That's not enough to know enough about the characters, because the snake dude, take out his backstory, which I did not read,
So you
and
did
nothing
take it out.
changes. I don't think that it would be improved if I did know something, because it was 10 chapters and that muff is in the dirt. So don't say that.
Says, what is Snake Guy's motivation?
Couldn't tell you.
Mitsuri, he likes her, and we saw a couple panels of them together, so there you go.
Yes, Naruto has the core cast is weak in development. There's a lot of people that don't really get development, don't really get backstories, really don't get big motivation. Kiba just rocks up one day like, you think you're the only one that wants to be Hokage? Mums, is this what you wanted?
Ito had her fight with Sakura, and it was just kind of there.
That's something you could say.
You could say it about Shaman King, which is very good.
Don't overstay their welcome or oversaturate you with information that will make reading a story feel like a chore.
They don't overstay their welcome. What do you mean? What overstays its welcome? What thing keeps pushing backstory and development on character? Bakugo. But that is about it that I can think of. This isn't a praise to be like, they don't do this thing.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. Solo Leveling feels very much like Dragon Ball turned up to the umpteenth degree. We don't care about the characters, we're only caring about the main dude. It's everybody waiting for Goku, and Goku is just the most strongest awesome.
I do think there are some characters that should have been expanded on a little bit more.
Then they didn't give you enough.
The main villain?
Solo Leveling because reasons would be cool.
Maybe one day.
But the main villain, you think should? I think that's a pretty big problem.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Tengen, one of the only Hashira that gets a full arc, basically centered around what he wants and needs in the series. You think Tengen needs more development? Don't you think that's a problem? So we got the main villain and one of the biggest arcs in the series, and the two people that are centered there should have more development.
And we're gonna keep going with this. Kaigaku, that was Zenitsu's final opponent. The reason why he wanted to improve was because of him. Don't you think that we should have gotten more development for that character instead of just he is Zenitsu's wall? That's a problem. Those two, that's the pot demon and that's the little 5 demon.
Yeah.
That they were the main villain of the second to last arc.
Third to last.
If you want to count
training, yeah, I would count it as a separate.
But yes, they should have. These are villains. If you want to let them just be walls, let them just be walls. But if you're just like, yeah, they should have gotten more development, and this is a problem. And the bling bling girl, she was just kind of there. I'm not.
I like her design and powers, but beyond
Master
that,
Jinx says, these are some of the most shallow shonen characters I have ever experienced. What is he talking about?
But the main villain, being one of the people you're like, they should have gotten more development, is the biggest problem.
Honestly, Inosuke should have got more development before that final arc.
Yeah,
where it's just like, here's what you want, I guess.
I killed your mama. And then as the dude is crumbling away, Inosuke flashes back to Tanjiro going, your mother sure did love you because you're here and you were protected. And then he starts to cry. It's just like, you've never mentioned your parents. This is not a motivation for you. But you needed something for this final arc. But I will say, I did like, because there was one moment in the final fight where it was just Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Tanjiro fighting Muzan. I was just like, I like that. Because it's just those three.
There you go. What do you think of Shaman King Flowers?
I never read it, and I want to.
This whole series is crying and begging for a rewrite in third draft.
It's crazy because we're whole arcs where the villain and the hero, the main Hashira, is just like, yeah, they're underdeveloped, and like that's a problem.
Specifically, Kaigaku, Tengen, Muzan, and the Upper Moon 4 and 5 ranked demons. Their characters needed to be fleshed out more for the sake of the plot. Here's why. Kaigaku needed to be fleshed out more simply because we knew little to jack shit about him. Yet the readers is supposed to care when he turns into a demon. And the fight between him and Zenitsu.
But that's so much of what the demons themselves, their care is, of just like, hey, I feel sorry for you because of your past. You should feel sorry for Zenitsu because of, hey, you saw his grandfather taking care of him and stuff, and now his other pupil has essentially killed him. So Zenitsu's motivation and blah, and you should feel for Zenitsu, who is, let us never forget, the most popular character in Demon Slayer, according to a popularity poll. The
simultaneously the worst character as well.
There you go.
Zenitsu was so underwhelming. The fight lacked emotion and was basically a wham bam thank you ma'am type of fight because Zenitsu just ends up one-shotting the dude. It was a great moment for Zenitsu, especially when
says, and this applies to most characters. Hello, Snake Guy.
Snake Guy is the worst. Hashtag old man ghost. I guess this is also an hallucination. Unless he's gonna run that back in this video. But I wrote this down. I was just like, this is just a ghost. I wrote down all the instances of ghosts in this in series that I saw. And please believe this is one of them. Because I forgot.
I did too. I remember this.
Oh my god. That is so cap.
Thank you very much.
Talked to his grandfather one last time, but the fight was horrible, mainly because we barely knew anything.
Yes, but that is a problem of the series where they fake emotions. You are supposed to care about this, so I'm going to do the bare minimum to make you care about this.
I'm just going to punch you hard in the nose until your eyes well up.
That's all this is. You know Zenitsu's master. Well, he's dead because of this guy. So that's all I need to do. And he's a demon. And now you care. Oh no, he's the number 6. So that means that he's also super strong. This is one of two breathers ever to be turned into a demon. And they just farted out in 2 chapters and it's done.
This is one of 2 people we've seen develop a technique past the base form of what we know. And it's Zenitsu.
And this is Zenitsu's second solo fight. Third. I forgot about the bunch of spiders. So yes, this is indicative of everything that's wrong within Demon Slayer. This is not in a bubble. Point to any arc and I can point you to something like this where it's just like, I'm just gonna fart something out and you're supposed to care about it and we're moving on.
Collaborators says, it's funny how MHA and DS both have terribly written characters as their number 1 in their respective popularity poll.
It's weird how that works. But
they're terribly written for different reasons.
I'm surprised. Why isn't Love Hashira here? Why isn't Snake Hashira here? You know why? Because he said the Hashira, and then if he put up 8 of the 9 Hashira, he'd be like, oh crap, I guess they aren't very well developed.
About Kaigaku, the author should have gave Kaigaku and
Arthur boy, swish.
Zenitsu their own arc to flesh out their relationship more.
No, we haven't watched Hell of a Boss.
Wait a second.
In Pro, Ralph loves it.
He says
the
that
Arthur emote. No,
of course that's there. But he says that they should have gotten an arc to develop their. But then he complained about Just Stop wanting an extra chapter chapter for Tanjiro's parents.
But then he also praised it for, getting to the point or whatever.
Yes!
But now he wants things to slow down and get fleshed out more.
This isn't overstaying its welcome. We're getting everything that you need. This is what you praise. We got the reason why Zenitsu locked in. We got the reason why he turned into a demon. We got the reason why the grandfather killed himself. We got all of that.
Yes, we got all the most basic information that we need.
Which is what you praised. So it's not a matter. It's not a matter of simply doing it and you recognize it, because this is giving us reasons to care. It's giving us reasons to care and it's good. That's the distinction that we need to make here. And you're not making that distinction because this is doing the thing to make you care, but it's not doing it well to make you care enough.
Kaigaku. The author should have gave Kaigaku and Zenitsu their own arc to flesh out their relationship more, or just include Kaigaku in one of the story arcs. Just put him in a situation where his character can get fleshed out more. That way his fight with Zenitsu and him turning into a demon.
Kaigaku betraying Gomei and the orphanage is a cool Easter egg that makes Kaigaku relevant in the story despite his lack of screen time, but the connection still doesn't add much to his character other than he's a bit.
Situation where his character can get fleshed out more.
Yeah, you wanted a whole additional arc.
That way his fight with Zenitsu and him turning into a demon would be more impactful. With Tengen, the author just needs to spend more time on the days where Tengen and his siblings were being trained to death so that Tengen's father could keep his shinobi clan relevant. Doing this with
again, you said we got what we needed with this. Why do we need to see that?
Yeah. So we can connect more to a character and their stories? But isn't that what you're against when you're talking about, it's quick, it's to the point, all this stuff? But now we also need it fleshed out. So it needs to be refined, compact.
Not overstay its welcome.
And fleshed out to a degree that's satisfactory to you.
That's the problem with not properly explaining what you want. Because it gets to the point and it doesn't. This is what we need.
Give a fuck, it's cartoon.
Why do we need...
that's fair.
Yeah, that's also that. According to your metrics, why do we need more than this?
Can't read. Don't trust him.
Of course he can't, but he's trying.
Would kill two birds with one stone by putting more emphasis on Tengen's ruthless family while also adding...
But we never see any of them.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that be wasted time if it's just like keeping the clan alive? I don't know if the clan is surviving right now.
Yeah.
So unless we get more...
Yeah, once Tengen retired, what happened? Quote unquote retired. Yeah. What happened to the clan?
So unless we get more of that later, then this would be wasted time.
Another drop thing in Demon Slayer.
A complete disjustice, am I right?
More lore to Demon Slayer by expanding on the Shinobi clan. Easy fix. With Muzan...
Okay, he better not talk about world building. Because that is 100% world building right there.
Just make him more present in the story. Expand on his background more. Use him as a device to expand more on the...
Expand your main villain? You have to understand this is crazy. You have to understand what you're describing is a series that is on its best day of 6.
Because this is the dude that we're going to be fighting against for the last arc. He goes, expand on his backstory more. Doesn't explain how, because we got what we needed for his backstory. He was turned into a demon by this doctor, and he got pissy because he just like, I want to be in the sun. And then he went around trying to make a bunch of demons to conquer the sun so he can absorb them. He doesn't explain what to do more, so I don't know what his problem is in this case.
Demons, or show moments of him trying to fit in with a family with his shape-shifting powers. Just make him more present.
What do you mean of trying to fit into his family? He hasn't shown any kind of odd behavior.
What's the development arc from why would you want another chapter to this needed an additional arc?
Yeah, it's... Because this, again, I've listened to a bit of it. I couldn't get through all of it just because it's long.
Of course.
But he was complaining about, and Just Stop didn't even say an extra chapter. He just said more. But Triggered extrapolated that into make it an extra chapter. And he was complaining about that. And that was 2 years ago. But now we need, because this is the entire motivation of Tanjiro.
Yeah.
So the entire motivation of Tanjiro, that shouldn't have an extra chapter. But the entire motivation of Zenitsu in the last third of the series needs an entire arc. That's crazy. 20 to 8 chapters. Oh, that's a deep cut.
I'm on your ass, bitch. I'm on your ass! Story is too big for him to be absent so much. And for Gyoko, Nakami, and Hatengu, just take their backstories from the fan books and put it in the actual story.
I don't think that just giving them backstories is enough. Are those backstories good?
Yes. Could, like, if I were to present you with a character and say, they got a backstory, you know their motivation, and it's consistent, would you in your mind go, that's a good character? Instantly based on just what I said. You can't. It's impossible. So just going, hey, give them a backstory.
And if you're going,
that's not good enough.
If you're going flesh them out, a fleshed out character isn't necessarily a good character. They can be fleshed out and still be a trash character. You can make them fleshed out and good. If that's what you're asking for, let's ask for that. But you're just going, show their backstories. Are the backstories good?
Toga has a backstory and she's still terrible. Their backstories are in the fan books. Couldn't
It's
tell.
crazy.
Couldn't
Why
tell.
Muffin put them in the manga?
Simple. The reason why the Swordsmith Village arc was so lackluster was because Gyoko and Hatengu wasn't fleshed out properly.
No, that's not the reason. So you mean to tell me that
Racketeer says, all I remember from Muzan is him having PTSD from getting bullied by a popular kid.
so you mean to tell me that what's the one before Swordsmith Village? Entertainment District. Would Entertainment District be worse if you didn't get that little bit of backstory of them?
As they're disintegrating.
Yes, that smidge of backstory.
Because then it's they get the backstory and then it's 2 chapters and they're out of Entertainment District. Does that make it better because we just know about them as they're disintegrating?
Isn't it enough that it's a parallel dynamic to in Tanjiro and Nezuko and the brother-sister relationship and the way they're treating each other versus the way Tanjiro and Nezuko are treating each other? Isn't that enough of whatever they can give us through this story without needing to see them be a brother and sister back in the day?
And I don't think that this would have made it better just by simply... I don't think that this is purely lackluster because of that. Because we've got 2 Hashira that just rock up and we just have to be like, okay, well, now we just have to figure out their powers and stuff. And they just float around doing kitty bombs and stuff. This is the introduction of marks because both of them just pop their marks just randomly out of nowhere. You got the sword that dude just goes, I'm going to do the
big sword.
But it's that moment.
It's still the
so
best
good
moment in all of Demon Slayer.
But they just go, this sword is so imperfect, but they don't really explain why or if it makes Tanjiro good or better or anything. So it's just, he's working all this time on this sword when it's just like, yeah, it's a pretty good sword.
And that's a lot of Demon Slayer. They're just telling us how good someone or something is. Giyu is just better than Tanjiro at water breathing. He just is. What does that mean? What does that entail? He's better.
And let's not forget, in the middle of the fight, Love Girl just goes, I sure do want love, and that's it. And so that's another thing that's wrong with this. Miss Dude gets poisoned 8 times over.
Aries Queen says, did someone said Mark?
No.
I think somebody did.
Yeah, all these people.
But the bubble thing, that's a problem.
Awful.
Fish Dude was not a threat to Miss Dude. Legit.
And he's one of the upper moons or whatever. Like,
and this is them going century these months have been around. And this dude who is we can't escape from this mother. We can't. Where does he come from? What Mark? But in the fight with the number 1, the number 1 said that Wind Dude and Rock Dude were the 2 strongest. So at the very most, he could be the number 3 strongest. Mm-hmm. But these months were allowed to run roughshod for centuries.
When we just got mobs that can take them out right here, right now.
Around 20 Hashira were killed by the number 6, Daki and Gyutaro. This is a problem. I'm strong, bullet-piercing breath.
I'm so strong, no one wants to marry me. Cut to, I'm not strong enough to fire breathe.
Okay.
Hatengu did get a flashback, but it was some last-second flash in the pan shit.
As as they're disintegrating, Daki and Gyutaro have theirs. That's as he's disintegrating. Spider Dude.
Oh, Rui?
Rui has his. Hand Dude has his. As he's disintegrating. Akaza has his. It's last second. You say flash in the pan.
The only thing
it's a
that's not
conjunction of the two.
the only thing that's not flash in the pan about theirs is that it takes a chapter to 3 chapters as opposed to a page.
But here, as he said, we get everything it needs, and it doesn't overstay its welcome like 2.5 chapters for Akaza. I'm pissed that I read that.
It was a fine backstory.
It was whatever.
It was a fine backstory.
How do you read this panel?
Slayer says, "Holy shit! How do you read that panel?"
Clockwise. Clockwise? Maybe? Hey, I ain't read it.
It didn't have the same care or touch as Daki or Gyutaro's flashback.
Because it was in a page as opposed to 6 pages. You have to understand that's the only thing you're advocating here. Again, after you praised it not overstaying its welcome. So who's to say, what happens if the next person is like, this is the perfect way?
Because I don't really care
backstory.
about this character.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a strong enough personality. He's just one of 5 villains, and we've seen this dude the least amount because he was cowering in a little tiny ball. This is all that I need for this dude that's about to die in 2 pages.
Or even Rui's flashback. During Daki, Gyutaro, and Rui...
The story does the same with Hantengu, but the execution was lackluster and his character was just whatever. His transformation was cool, though.
Gyutaro's flashback. Or even Rui's flashback.
But who cares, Trigger? You're getting the
info, which is what you wanted.
During Daki, Gyutaro, and Rui's fights, we'll learn their values, tendencies, and beliefs, and their flashbacks will bring everything together. Also, their personality...
Pause. But you know the value, tendencies, and beliefs of the little scared dude.
Iconic Toriyama paneling.
Based upon those, he was killed.
Yeah.
And he values not cowardice, but self-preservation, such that he splits himself into other parts and protects himself while those other ones can die.
You say it informs their personality, but based on what? These characters do not act like they are in their demon form until they're getting disintegrated.
The best that you can say.
By the way, Snake Guy or Tentaco or something, I don't fucking remember his name.
Yes, the snake. We always have to remember that. But the best that you can say about that is brother and sister care, because Gyutaro did care about the girl. And I care about my family.
I want a family.
That's the best that you can say.
But that doesn't inform their personalities or anything. Like, they're not the people they were in their past, in their demon form. They're only, at best, their larger wants bleed through.
Yeah, I was about to say, because it's odd that you lose your memories, but you still keep like what you value most. Because that's what happened with Akaza of just going, I want to be the strongest. He remembered that promise. They remembered the protection of brother and sister. He remembered the family stuff. But it's just that, why is it just that?
Because his brother held his hand and he wanted him, and he transformed into literally a hand demon.
Why do you get those feelings of the thing that you value or want the most, but you don't get your memories? Unless you do, because there are demons that keep their Why are there humanoid demons? And then there's like spider muff.
It's gotta be like, maybe based on the amount of humans you eat, you become more monstrous. But no, because that wouldn't make no.
The hand demon ate 50.
Yeah, and he became a monstrous hand demon. He wasn't humanoid anymore.
Number 2 dude. He has a whole cult where he eats people.
Got nothing for you there. Okay, but what followed suit, Triggered?
Yeah, them disintegrating and never being talked about again.
More entertaining than Gyoko and Hatengu's, if I'm just being honest.
Chris the Chill says, kinda reminds me of Bleach, low key.
Yeah, it's a lot like that.
I do want to talk about Tanjiro and Nezuko more since they are the main characters of the story. When it comes to Tanjiro, he's an overall good man.
Daki forgot her human life, but remember being burned. Her brother remembered everything. What?
Who knows, man?
Of the story.
It's whatever's convenient for what the author needs for that character.
When it comes to Tanjiro, he's an overall good main character for what he does for the story.
No, come on. You can't say for what he does for the story, because you could talk about any main character in that way, even someone that's dogs as a character, period.
Yes. So
at that time, I'm like, shit, I need to put out some content.
So this praise means nothing. Unless you can point to somebody who's bad for the series and explain why. I would need at least 5 of them, because again, like you said, there's almost who isn't good for the series. So it's just like you would need to count down the months that aren't to be like, okay, but this dude is. This is again baseline things that a story does. He's good for the world. Yes. Okay. Whatever.
But you look at it like that, and 95% of the stories, if you were to change the protagonist from one story to another story, it would not be the same story. It could not be the same story. You cannot put Ichigo into Naruto. He's not the person for that. So
he's not I'm going to change this person's mind, which is what needed to happen for that world.
So any character is good for the story and does the thing they need to do for the story. This is not a point of praise.
And this is point number 1 that he brings out.
Oh yeah, this is still little thing number 1.
No, I was talking about in terms of Tanjiro. Who is Tanjiro? Tanjiro's a character. He goes, he's good for the story. That's the number 1 thing that he brings up. So that seems like what he values the most.
Ichigo would slaughter in Naruto.
If you want to get into power scaling.
Oh no.
This is a gray area that keeps the series from being too simplistic or black and white.
What?
He introduces a gray area that keeps the series from being too simplistic or black and white.
No, what? No.
Yeah, he's about to explain what he means.
That gray area being humanization. A lot of readers and even
so he's going something like Giyu, this is just some dumb spider demon. I'm gonna kill him and then I'm gonna teabag him. And he's just like, no, he was a human.
But he still kills him.
Yes.
He still recognizes that demons are bad. Yes. He just feels empathy for those demons.
Yes.
He does not try to essentially help the demons or try to understand a demon that might not be bad. They've already got to showcase they're good or neutral or whatever, like Tamio and Simp Demon.
Otherwise, you're going to get the blade.
Otherwise, you get the blade. I understand this isn't your fault, really, but I still got to take you out.
I don't give a fuck. It's cartoons.
Tanjiro treating demons equally. No, he does not treat them equally. He treats them with respect. There's a difference. And trying to understand them. He does not try to understand them. He smells their sadness and feels sorry for them. This is not the same thing.
He was not in that hand demon fight going, why are you doing this? What's up, home? It is as they're disintegrating, I smell your emotions, which is something that I can do, and I feel sorry for you. Blessed rain after a month in drought.
Why do we need to humanize what is essentially mindless zombies? They either have free will and choose to be evil, or don't have free will and then are forced to be
exactly. And we see cases where they choose to not be evil.
Mm-hmm.
And so these mobs are making choices to be evil and eat people. That's all it is to it.
Rather than simply killing them, adds a layer of depth and complexity to the story. Tanjiro's treatment of demons leaves some viewers and readers in a morally ambiguous space, which is one of the strengths of Demon Slayer. Okay, I'm going to break this down really, a lot. Adds a layer of depth and complexity to the story. That's only because there are only people that are good and there are only people that are bad. There's not a demon that's like, I am just starving and need to eat. I do not want to do this. There is not a Demon Slayer or a Hashira that is like, I understand your plight, demon, and if there's something I can do to help you, I would, but it looks like you're too far gone. I have to take you out.
It is black and white.
These are animals and monsters that we need to slaughter, and these are cows and pigs we feed upon. Those are the only two outside of a handful of characters like Tamio.
Tamio is good.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
There is no.
So Tanjiro going, I'm not gonna be this is just a monster. I'm still gonna kill you, but
I'm
you
gonna
just
feel sorry for.
But I'm gonna feel sorry for your plight. I'm gonna empathize with you.
As opposed to Shinobu going, I'm gonna torture you for days and days and days, and then we can be friends.
Any viewer left in a morally ambiguous space is emotionally stunted or emotionally not mature enough to understand what's going on. The emotional manipulation.
Do you remember about battlefield removal?
No, I do not.
What? That's crazy!
I legitimately. Honestly, when you said that, I thought the video game. I thought they removed it from a store or something.
Short answer: battlefield removal. Let's say Goku, beginning of Dragon Ball Super, the beginning, right when he got the instant transmission, he goes up against Cell. Cell doesn't have instant transmission. Goku takes Cell.
Oh, a Prosper video on DSP. Okay.
He takes him over to Saturn. Cell can't get back to Earth. Goku won by removing him from the battlefield and putting him into a position where he can't return back to Earth. He technically won. That is battlefield removal.
So anybody that's
scam.
It is a scam, I guess.
Yeah, no, it is a cheap way to win. Yes, so it is a scam.
So anybody that's thinking that way is emotionally stunted because they do not understand the emotional manipulation that's going on and the melodrama that's trying to force you to feel for these characters.
Obvious reasons.
Ultra Goku.
This has happened twice.
Goku.
Thank you for the super chat. Hope. Smell that, Tanny? It's sadness. Now feel sadness.
And
I know what the issue is.
And it's to the point where this month has to smell the emotion that they're putting through. You can't. Arthur doesn't even trust us enough to not have him go, I smell this guy is sad. We have to be told that through his amazing sense of smell. We can't be shown that through the actions of the character. We can't have the demon expressing regret. No, we have to just have him smelling this nebulous scent that he can distinguish that is sadness and go, this demon is sad. And that furthers my worldview that this was a human, because this is one of 2 months that can smell the sadness. Yeah. So this furthers my worldview that this was human and this was to be pitied. It's an unfair advantage that he has, that he can just smell their sadness, because otherwise that hand demon is crumbling away and all he does is have his hand up and then
Tanjiro, like, you killed all the person that trained me.
77 says,
so
well, Z-Man is the most popular, so maybe the author had a point.
Zenitsu, yeah. But if it was somebody like Shinobu, she'd just be in Fortnite dancing over the corpse. But Tanjiro can sit there and smell it and just go, ah, yes. So now I am justified.
Regret.
I'm justified in my belief that this was a human and to be pitied. That's not fair. This dude, like you said, it is black and white. Everybody is on one side. Everybody is just like, it's all good. Even Zenitsu and Inosuke are just like, cut, whatever.
Yeah, they're not left of center or right of center. They are on the left.
They are just like, this is a demon. This demon gotta go. So there's not enough people to have that moral ambiguity. So it's not fair to be like, Tanjiro is the center, because he's legitimately forced to be that center because the author isn't good enough to write enough people who have, so that we can have this conversation about this. There is no conversation. It's Tanjiro yelling, these were people, and them just going, yeah, whatever, and moving on.
Thank you, Master Jinx, for re-upping to the bums. So the issue was I have a separate alert so it goes above the video, but for this background, I never disabled alerts. So it's doubling up. So I just removed the alerts there, and we should be good.
Why does Tanjiro have the ability to smell emotions? When did he learn this? Hey, whatever, baby. It don't matter. This is, again, another aspect that makes this series bad, because it's unexplained things like this that greatly affect the plot.
Yes.
Inosuke has his super sense of touch. Okay, man, whatever. Mountain Boy, he learned that he had to sense predators. Fine. But he teaches that to Tanjiro in a single 2-3 pages. He just teaches that
within a chapter.
So now it just turns from something that he has exclusively into something that Tanjiro can just do, and that enables him to go into the invisible world. But that's a problem, because then other people who do not have that lesson from Inosuke and learning about the invisible world and the touch and the flexing and all that, they can just do it.
Arthur Morgan wasn't cooking here. TB was clearly cooking here.
Characters in the story criticize Tanjiro for being compassionate towards demons, which makes a lot of sense because who the fuck wants to be sympathetic towards someone who has harmed or even killed people? But Tanjiro puts in the back of readers.
You can be sympathetic to people who have killed people. You could see a mentally ill person who does not fully understand what they're doing, killing people.
A child that was abused and goes on to abuse others when they grow up.
And they're getting a lethal injection and they're just crying and begging for their mom. Yes, you can feel sympathetic for that.
But you can't separate it from the things they've done. They still did monstrous acts. Gleefully monstrous acts. Let's never forget.
Because these demons are making a choice to do this.
As we've shown other demons, Tamiyo, have a choice not to do this. Inosuke can also move his organs around.
Somehow. Triggered is probably smelling some female emotion.
There's minds that most demons are a victim of circumstances and that they're still human and only kill people because of their nature as demons.
No, that's not true. Yeah. That's absolutely not true, because they can choose at any time not to do that. Mm-hmm. We've never seen a demon starve to death. We do not know what happens if they do not eat people.
Akaza actively makes the choice to not eat women.
So what are we doing here?
The swamp demon makes the choice to only eat up to 16.
And it would have been something if Tanjiro was the center and taught others to have sympathy. But
yes.
Their view of demons has changed only their view of Nezuko.
Only for Nezuko, because he just yells out, "No, it's good though," and they're just like, "Man, whatever," and they keep it pushing.
This is when Nezuko comes into the picture and really helps Tanjiro's point come full circle. Nezuko is a perfect example of a demon who was a victim of circumstances. She's one of the few demons...
It's not fair, because this is somebody that he cares about and has a vested interest in them not being killed.
Yes.
When it comes to chapter 2, where they rock up to that cabin and that demon is eating them, that demon lunges at him and Tanjiro slashed right to the throat instantly. It's not fair, because, hey, this is the second demon that you've come across. Mm-hmm. You have this a 50-50. So you have one demon who is not harming people at all, and you have one demon that might not harm people if they know what they're doing. So you instantly just go slice, no talking, no be better than that, no nothing. It is instantly into slash. This is purely because he cares about her, that he's like, I'm not killing you.
In adolescence, spoilers for adolescence, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the main dude kills a girl, and everyone's like, did he kill her? Did he not kill her? But eventually, he's on the phone with his parents and his sister, and he's just like, it's the final episode. He's just like, I'm just gonna plead guilty. I did this, because he was on camera and everything. It's over. And the family cries. They're all sad. The dad lays down on his bed, picks up his toy like bear from when he was a child, and it's like, oh, this sadness. So you can feel for him, but never. Of course, the family's gonna feel for him because they know who this dude is. So of course, Tanjiro is gonna feel for Nezuko and try to protect her because he knows who she is, as opposed to me seeing some murderer, just like, oh my god, some kid just stabbed a girl. Like, that's all I think of.
There was this court case not too long ago. It was this 16-year-old girl.
Says, this goes back to Mac's point regarding demons not having moral ambiguity, by Nezuko and the Lady Doctor being the only good demons, while the rest are the spawn of Satan.
Yeah, there's no conversation about this because the author is not equipped enough to do that.
Yes.
But there was this short story was there was this guy and this girl. They put out this fake dating ad that was just like, hey, I'm a girl. Dude comes over, they kill the dude and rob him. Girl goes to court, she gets like 30 years. The mom is crying in court.
Yeah.
So she's crying for her daughter losing essentially her life. But not really for the person. It's just like, you recognize what happened here, but you still feel sorry for this person. And this is what's happening here. So it's not really a big thing of, oh, Tanjiro's so good and pure, because it's like, kill all the demons except for mine.
Yeah.
My girl stays alive. Because she's the good one.
Story that does a great job at controlling her demonic urges, letting the readers and characters know that Tanjiro's words have some truth to them. Throughout the entire story...
No, his words have truth for her, not demons. For Nezuko, who is the chosen demon. Let us never forget.
So there is
And she's hypnotized.
Yes.
We get an up-close look of a person trying to maintain their humanity. Nezuko being able to contain herself while showing the ability to coexist with humans without harming them not only shows how strong-willed she is, but even changes the perception of
Mr. Triggs! Mr. Triggs! She's hypnotized!
And secondary, she does not need to feed.
Yes!
She only needs to rest.
Except for the time when she full demoned out and started to want to eat people, which, what does that mean? Why did she do that there? Where was the hypnotism there? Where was the good?
It was too much demon for her.
Whatever that means. Brainwashing.
Shows how strong-willed she is, but even changes the perception.
Also, Tanjiro promised Tamio he would cure all demons. Whoops.
Yeah, it was I'm out of here. But it's not her being strong-willed, because when it came time to, there is a person that's sitting there bleeding, and she would have eaten them
if not
for Tanjiro singing to her.
J_is gay, aka Beak Sleeper, says Tanjiro kills a demon and feels sorry about them. How sad.
How sad.
But there's 2 instances of her wanting to eat people. It is episode 2, where episode chapter 2 with the cabin, that demon.
Yep.
And when she big demons out here. So it's not a big urge to fight. Well, that's all that I remember. There might be smaller moments. I guess with the wind demon as well. So there's not these big fighting urges that she's fighting, especially when you consider.
Like I said,
also keep in mind, especially when you keep in mind also that dude has not just rare blood, but the rarest blood, such that the number 1 demon was getting drunk purely from the smell of it. So this is a demon that is freshly turned. And right in front of this dude that has the biggest blood, that's not really fighting. That's not fair.
Also, episode 1 where she tries to eat Tanjiro before
that as well.
On demons in the series, to a point where a demon and Hashira work together to create a poison that would eventually lead to Muzan's defeat. So while Nezuko doesn't talk much throughout the story, her impact can still be felt with just her actions alone. She's definitely a plot device, but not a bad one by any means. There's multiple moments.
You haven't explained why she's not a bad plot device, or what you would consider a bad plot device. So we have no frame of reference for bad or good plot device for you, because there is no objective plot device that is good or bad.
Especially when you consider she is the reason why Tanjiro is alive in terms of the Rui fight.
Hiroka Ducky.
You'd never forget.
Moments in the series where Nezuko faces...
Dude, can you just re-record?
Perfectionist.
Nezuko's fight with her demon traits adds emotional depth and moral complexity to the story. No, it doesn't.
In what way?
Yeah, I don't think so. Her struggle challenges the audience to reflect on how complex characters... No, she's a monster with urges, and she resists the urges. That's the beginning and end of it. And she's a dog that likes to bite people, trying not to bite people.
The fact that she is hypnotized ruins the ideal that she is
actually... Yes, and that's another part of it with her...
Never forget. She's big hypnotized. And we don't get a demon telling us about the urge. If Tamayo was just like, I fought the urge to eat people, it is overwhelming. It is all consuming. But we don't know.
Yeah, we get little simp demon like biting his cage after he's freshly turned or whatever. But what does that mean?
But and we don't get her perspective because she can't talk.
And sometimes how the lines between villain and hero is not as clear out as it seems. No! There are clear heroes. There are clear demons. Evil. Villains. The people that are eating 50 people in a village are probably the villains.
Probably.
It's just that these people, it's essentially, Kaguya cops trying to find a bunch of serial killers. Once they find the serial killers, they torture them. There's no remorse. Then the cops are acting poorly towards the person they're trying to catch or kill or whatever. As opposed to, hey, we're gonna take you in, do your due process, blah blah blah. These mobs are just like, they're demons. Who gives a how they feel? Cut their heads off. That's their issue.
All demons
all
are bad.
Demons.
All demons.
And all demons are.
And
they're right.
But blessed rain after a drought.
But blessed mother rain after the goddamn drought.
It's the struggles.
Oh yeah. The words.
Oh yeah. I was still doing that.
Rise Aldonix says, am I the only one surprised that no demon is upset that Nezuko doesn't have to eat humans? Because I was upset that this random girl...
Yeah, you would think. You would think.
That would be a great little plot point where some demons just like, you don't have to eat humans. I wish I had that.
Or just chastising her like, you don't eat humans? What the f is wrong? They're delicious.
Have you tried one? And then they just like present an arm. Wiggling in front of her. Come on. The reading. It's a moral exploration that enriches the story and invites deeper engagement with its theme.
Delicious. Oh, you didn't. How sometimes the line between hero and villain is not as clear.
That's what as it seems. That's when I was like, there are clear heroes here and there are clear villains.
Struggles of being a demon, discrimination, temptation.
Discrimination, delicious.
I don't think we never get how Nezuko feels about being discriminated by the Hashiras, because I don't think she even understands what that is.
Yeah.
So it's not inviting those types of thoughts. She's just a person being discriminated against that doesn't even understand. Triggered, you are a person that says the re-word. They don't understand they're being discriminated against. How do you... some of them don't. So how do you not reconcile that with...
Random demon number 75 here, Nezuko. Brains.
So tasty, so juicy. How do you not reconcile that with... I shouldn't be saying this because I am still discriminating against them in a way, despite the fact that they don't get it. So you're like, oh, she invites the thoughts of discrimination and stuff, but you don't get it.
He doesn't understand that he's doing the thing.
Losing control. Nezuko is an actual character.
She's not. She's a dog.
Yeah. She has the emotional complexity of a dog. She has the impact of a dog.
Humans good, demons bad. Attack demons, protect humans.
My master / brother is being hurt. I'm going to attack the person that is hurting them.
She's a great MacGuffin.
Don't pretend. Come on now.
She's more than just a plot device.
She's not. She's really not, sir. I'm telling you, she's not. I promise you. A Nezuko personality debate. I'm not going to read all of that. There's an actual debate about this in the anime community. Clearly, some anime fans don't understand that not all plot devices are bad. Their effectiveness depends on how they are integrated into the story and how they contribute to the character development and narrative progression.
How is Nezuko integrated into the plot?
That has nothing to do with her personality.
Yes.
Which is the catalyst for the
her
debate.
Personality and her being a plot device are
good.
They are
unquote.
separate things that we can talk about. But she just because she has a personality doesn't mean that she's not a plot device or not a bad plot device. Emoji.
Saying someone doesn't have a personality because they don't. Niggas about the fucking lollies. Character. She's more than just a plot device. Saying someone doesn't have a personality because they don't talk is so dumb that it makes me question the intelligence of my own species.
Hey, dogs don't talk. I'm sorry. What's going on? Oh no.
He said this in the Just Stop thing.
Yes, he did. Of course he did.
He literally said this in the Just Stop thing.
He doesn't understand. He's not a smart guy. Again, Airbud
just heard this.
Airbud has a personality. It's a dog. Hedwig has a personality. She's all snippy with Harry for using different owls in like the 5th book. She's a bird.
These are 2 instances of things that you said, or we said, or the chat said before last time.
Oh. It's almost like his arguments are cyclical and they can be debunked with the same
That Heart of
points.
Hope says, "Oh look, Triggered is walking backwards."
Yeah, we're gonna get big feet.
Can we go over to our video and look for the transcript for personality? Just real quick.
Okay.
Because this has to be... Because he's the guy that said this. Hello, that's us. Hey. We're him.
We are him, actually.
You can probably go to most popular or look up Triggered. It was part 2. You can just look up Triggered. It's probably fine.
Yeah, the saga should have it. Boop, 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 boop. Second screen.
Trying to watch.
Hey,
Trying to watch.
that's our voice. God, I hate YouTube.
Just search for She Don't Talk, yeah. Probably could have went to his video because we interrupt, but it's fine.
Personality or She Don't Talk?
Holy shit.
Personality is
These niggas
fine.
Cooking.
20.
Right there. 417.
Talk. Her demon doesn't actually have much of a character. She doesn't. Yeah.
She doesn't have much of a character, was his point, when she doesn't.
And then go back, let's get it clean.
Nezuko does 2 things go into attack mode, or look guys comedy relief, please laugh.
And cute.
To forget that Nezuko just Nezuko. But despite being cute and generally liked by the fans, people seem to forget that Nezuko just doesn't actually have much of a character. She doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't talk. Her demon doesn't talk.
Pause. You can.
He's agreeing that she doesn't have much of a personality?
Because she doesn't talk. I know somebody re-uploaded.
Yeah.
Hey, there it is. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Triggered Senpai.
Thank you very much. Triggered Senpai.
Yeah, that's crazy.
About character death is that the
Nope, not that one. Despite being cute, yep, that's what I needed.
with the most out there personality. Really liked by the fans, people seem to forget that Nezuko just doesn't actually have much of a character. She does. Yeah, she doesn't talk. Her demon doesn't talk. She has a fucking muzzle on. What do you want from a person who has a fucking muzzle on? Like, like, do you put a muzzle on your dog just to bitch at your dog on why he's not barking?
So you need a personality. You need to talk to have a personality.
And
is
that's
what he's
where
saying.
everybody in chat exploded with Wally and Hedwig and all those people. But now Triggered is just like, she does have a personality, and the people who said that she can't talk and has no personality are stupid. Funny how that works, huh?
You can
What
showcase your
changed?
personality through your actions. That's literally how animals communicate with humans.
Us. We said this about Triggered because he was too stupid to understand this like 2 years ago.
Yes. This is... So he was talking on Just Stop, calling him a filthy masturbator who doesn't have friends. But now he's using the exact same thing of just... No, she does. What you talking about? Dude, it's crazy.
What is he doing?
Oh, she does have a personality. And the people that say she doesn't because she can't talk are stupid. So you're stupid from 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Because
he is. Because he'll say, I changed. I'm not the same person I was back then.
The fact that Triggered compares Nezuko to a dog and he still doesn't get the issue is insane.
It's insane. It's Palmer, Coco. But yes,
The rest.
I'm so glad I remembered that. Because it's crazy to run back.
Shouldn't have to say this shit, but hey,
You should no one should have to say this, Trigger, including us to you 2 years ago.
You said this. You shouldn't have to say this to you.
There's no way.
It's crazy. Because there's been no new information about Demon Slayer.
No.
So was he
As
just
far
not,
as we know, fan books and shit.
So was he just reading it? Click, 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 click.
Yeah.
The super speed.
I know what he was doing.
When he just didn't understand it? Because this was what he was talking about. Just stop not understanding it. So Triggered, it is possible to just not understand things, isn't it? Wait a second. Were you being objective back then? And
Or were you in your female
were you in
emotions?
your female emotions? What's going on with what happened back then where you said literally the opposite? You are now going against what you said before. You are pointing to the video you did 2 years ago.
He's still making community posts about us, even though he said he was going to stop talking about us 18 months ago.
That's fine. Let him.
hey, it's the
I like the name Cringe Catchers, by the way.
anime community. Most of them are fucking stupid. These motherfuckers.
Including you!
Hey,
oh
look
my
who it
god!
is. It's
Look
our
what's
boy.
on screen! It couldn't be anything else! It's hilarious.
Just don't think a character has a personality unless they act like a fight-hungry retard or a tsundere.
Did I not just say he uses this? Did I not just say?
Leo Luster says, One Piece. Ding.
He wants an actual video that an actual structured video.
Yeah.
That's what he wants.
We don't do anything on anybody's time but our own. I also see that he tagged us, and he's still too stupid to understand that if you block somebody and you tag them, they cannot see it.
That's very funny. Let's just put it like this. This video is 45 minutes. It is on 200 chapters. One Piece is 6 times that that amount. So we're looking at 4.5 hours, split between 2 people who have 2 different interests and 2 different things that we want to talk about. That's going up to 6 hours. He wants us to drop a 6-hour structured video on One Piece.
No, I don't know if he wants it on One Piece.
He just says drop the video. I guess.
Bro, because I don't give a
Might be
fuck.
One
It's
Piece, might be
cartoon.
whatever.
No Cringe Catchers. He blocked us. We have never blocked Triggered Senpai. The one time he was in chat during our last discussion, we were doing DSP Day, and one of our mods timed him out so we can get through DSP Day. But he is not blocked on this channel. He could come in right now and talk. We do not block people.
And yeah, we just don't want to. So no.
Yeah.
That's that. You're not gonna force us to make a video, and you're by just going to do it. No.
I wonder what, but again, I wonder what video he's talking about, because I had the video I was gonna make with his hallucination point, which he dropped.
No, he wants a structured One Piece
Master
or
Swan Slayer says, Y'all, he doesn't like Rin because Rin is a T-Tsundere and T-Tsuderes are bad according to Triggered.
Sundays. Oh my god, crazy.
yeah, whatever. But he wants a structured video so we can so he can do a revisited on us. That's all he wants. He doesn't want to watch a 4 or 5 hour stream because
Then that means nothing to
it's
me.
quote unquote boring. He wants our
So wait, he doesn't want to watch a 4 or 5 hour stream, but he wants to create one,
What's the problem?
because that's what he did with Just Stop.
What's the problem?
So he doesn't want us to do the thing he did.
Yes.
He just wants us to do the thing he's doing so he can
Yes.
do the thing we do.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I do have some issues with Nezuko's character, specifically her character in the Entertainment District arc. I think it's outrageous how she's able to beat the shit out of an Upper Moon demon, given that Daki has been a demon longer than her and has most likely eaten more people than Nezuko could sleep.
But Nezuko is the chosen one. That's all it takes. And it's stupid. And this series sucks. Nezuko.
Now, granted, Daki is considered to be the weakest out of the Upper Moon demons. And
Yeah, because he's 6. That's how it goes.
This
And
is
she's
the only
half of 6.
in the series where Nezuko completely dominates an upper moon demon. So I'm not going to crash out about it, but I will just say it was a horrible moment. As was Tanjiro randomly going Super Saiyan Kenshin on Daki's head top. But shit, if I'm just being honest, the Entertainment District arc as a whole was a fucking mess.
Racketeer says, the thing that you arc me about the hypnotization is that it has unintended implications. Has Yoroko Daki done this before to another demon? Wouldn't it be useful to potentially
How
recruit
did
demon
he
allies?
do that?
So I'm gonna tell you. Go ahead and pee or whatever. What?
Pee or whatever. What's the other thing that I
Grabbing water that you forgot or something.
It's right there.
I forgot
and my
my.
watch is here too.
He said while she was asleep, he gave her suggestions. So most likely he just kept saying something over and over and over again while she slept for 2 years. Which other demons wouldn't. I don't know how you could contain a demon for 2 years long enough to hypnotize them in that way. It's more of a suggestion that took hold. He even said he didn't know if it would do anything. It just so happened that it did work exactly as they needed. Also, why is Tanjiro cool with his sister getting hypnotized? He's not. He said he wasn't a fan of it, but at least it helps. He's complaining you guys are using his thumbnail. I don't care. I don't care.
He's done that before and he'll do it again.
Yeah, he'll keep complaining about it. He'll keep complaining about the thumbnail. He'll keep complaining about the title. He'll keep complaining.
Yeah, let him. And we're gonna keep doing it.
Outrageous plot armor on top of horrible
That's my request.
He defended the Inosuke thing before.
Yes, he did.
So now all of a sudden it's plot armor. Why? What happened? He defended the poison thing before. Why? What happened?
It's amazing how rereading a series can make you go, "Oh,
Dark Heart of Hope
this
says,
is trash."
no cuss, I don't give a fuck, it's thumbnails.
It's amazing how not being in your feelings over a Just Stop video can make you stop and think about this series. Because he was crashing out in that stream.
Yeah.
So he wasn't thinking about it. He was just going, everything that this month says, I gotta say something against. When he gets stabbed, he's just like, yeah, he lived in the mountains. So of course that makes sense. But now all of a sudden, for some reason,
Tanjiro got this Omega plot armor.
when there's been no new information, he just goes, no, this was plot armor. When you spent some 5-10 minutes before defending it. It's almost like you don't have a proper position. It's made up on a pillar of sand. It's crumbling with the merest thought.
Once you take a step back emotionally, you start looking at this series objectively, and you went, "Oh no, yeah, no, this is bad.
So-
oh no, this is bad. Oh
so-
no, this is bad."
Let's say he's going to give this an 8. Of Demon Slayer an 8. In 2 years, is that going to drop to a 6 when he thinks about it more? Because we now see that he's willing and able to look back on things that he defended against people and go, nah, that was actually trash, when the dude said legitimately what he's saying. Odd how that works, huh?
arc as a whole was a fucking mess. Characters had outrageous plot armor on top of horrible power scaling. The arc did a good job in mixing action with emotional storytelling.
No, it didn't do a good job. What it did was what every other arc does. Here's all the action. We're gonna end it. You're about to die. Here's your sad backstory, demon. The only thing you can say is that Tinian got something in the middle with just like, here's the most important in this village.
I'm sure there's a problem with how trustworthy Tanjiro is. He has complete trust in a guy who tried to kill him 10 minutes before and an old man who knows nothing about him.
He has no other choice, really. Like, what is he supposed to do? His sister's a demon. He sees that. So it's either trust them or go out on his own and try to fix her. And he don't know about this world, so...
Didn't he use Just Stop Demon Slayer thumbnail and put trash on it? Inconclusive.
But the execution for some of those fights were atrocious. Also, Nezuko burned
Pause.
away.
Do you think that you properly explained yourself by going, the execution for some of those fights were atrocious? I don't know what the executions were. I don't know why you think that they're atrocious.
I don't know which fights you're talking about.
I don't know. So you've not proven your point, objective man.
Storytelling, but the execution for some of those fights were atrocious. Also, Nezuko burning away Gyutaro's poison when he was about to kill Tengen was corny as hell.
You defend been did this before.
Craziest thing in the world. Craziest thing in the world.
We can't. Mark. Old Trigger, I guess, was just super stupid. If we're going by this Triggered, I can't wait to see 2 years from now Triggered where he just goes, all of it was bad.
Yeah, no.
1 megabyte of memory, of course.
Jay says, 1 MB of memory.
I shouldn't have read that.
It completely killed the mood of a serious moment. And the story was hinting heavily towards Tengen's death too, but I can kind of see why the author didn't go through with this, since it would have been very similar to Mugen Train's conclusion. And
What, a Hashira dying?
Then why set it up if you're not going to go through with it? Don't do the setup.
Yeah, because now you've just done the setup without actually paying it off. You've given us the emotions built up to this level, but then you've not delivered on what comes next.
was forced into retirement due to being severely injured, losing an arm and eye. So it's not like he left the arc unscathed. So I'll give it a pass since there were actual consequences. But Nezuko being...
What did those consequences do? Because it's not like we go to the next arc and a past Hashira joins for this arc.
Or he's just like, we are severely reduced because we've lost 2 Hashira in the span of
there's
a month.
no real consequences because then Hashira training comes and he goes, well, I'm going to train you guys. And then he's there for the final fight.
And in the final arc, he's there. The main dude, the big dude that made the Demon Slayer Corps, the family did, who just died. His son, he's doing the strategy and stuff, and there's 2 people protecting him: Rengoku's dad and Tengen. So he's still well enough to fight if somebody was to come. And in that arc, they said that every single demon that was in the Infinity Castle,
Nightfall, he absolutely means author. He can't say author. He says Arthur.
Every single demon in the Infinity Castle arc, they said was the strength of a lower moon.
Mm-hmm.
So he still has the strength where they feel confident enough to put him up against this dude who is strategizing everything.
Every single thing he is complaining about now.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
But he still has the strength where they feel confident enough. And I understand that you got to put all your super strong people in the main force. Mm-hmm. But this is a dude that's strategy, that's going, send these people here. And they feel confident enough that it's just like, if a number 5 or number 4 dude comes, these 2 people will be strong enough to stop him.
Mm-hmm.
Able to burn away Gyutaro's poison as well as Rui's web are just a couple of examples that show just how overpowered Nezuko's blood art can be at times. Nonetheless, I think Nezuko does more good for the story than bad. Without her presence,
That's not enough.
You haven't explained the good that she does.
You haven't even explained the bad that she does. Oh, well, the bad would be all that stuff. But the good stuff is, I guess, the way that Demon Slayer Corps looks at demons now, because now they recognize that, or is this for the audience's benefit and not the story? Is that the good of it?
Tanjiro's words don't hold much weight. Also, she's very...
Although Nezuko's absence will make it more difficult for Tanjiro to prove his point, there are other demons in the series, Tamayo and Yoshiro, whose actions and struggles
only 2
towards belief, helping to bring his convictions to full circle.
No, those are the only 2, and they have no inclination to eat humans. Mm-hmm. They are already completed their arc. They have no cravings. So this is just like, no, they are good. They can be good. They still fight these urges like Nezuko is. No, they are good. Point blank, period. Whatever Tamayo did and whatever Yushiro did, whatever, they're good. I don't know what they did to make other demons good, but they are good. That would not help his conviction at all.
Active.
And
Aries Queen says, Arthur, adjective, disjustice.
And what conviction is he talking about? Because it's not like Tanjiro's trying to inform the Demon Slayer Corps that there might be demons out there that are good. It's not like he's treating demons like, hey, there are other paths for you than just eating and consuming and killing humans. He's just going,
they have humanity.
They have humanity.
That is it.
And they don't showcase that willingly because they're gleefully eating people.
In the story, which is something I really like. The author didn't turn her into a background mascot or a damsel in distress that's always relying on crying out for the main character. She's actually useful in the story. And
hey, what you're talking about is fairy tale.
But not even really. Because Lucy get down and dirty.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Everything he just said. She's not a background character. She's not a mascot. She's useful in the story. That's all Lucy. That's all Fairy Tail.
Lucy isn't useless in the story.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's saying...
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, no. My mistake.
And without her, there would have been many instances where Tanjiro and other Demon Slayers would have got killed.
Yes, and that is the problem.
Yeah, that's a big
not
problem.
the solution.
Yeah, no. Oh, God. We're about to die. Well, here comes Nezuko.
And
Thought
as
of
for
Orihime from Bleach. Yeah, that's
Noelle. Like, all these things in these characters that he hates, he could attribute it to those series. I believe I said this at some point where I was, you could just take a Triggered Senpai video and just take the audio and change the names and it'd be the same for a different series. You can legit take everything he's saying, attribute it to Bleach or something else he hates, Black Clover, and it would be the same.
Tamio altered her body to only live on a little blood. Why doesn't she do that on other demons? Hey, shut up. That's why. She can't. Or she can, but she just doesn't want to. No, she can because she did it with Tamayo. I mean, Yushiro. Yeah, no, shut up. That's why. Okay?
He's responsible for the development of a lot of characters in the series, mainly because of the clash of ideals he's had with multiple characters. Also, there's more.
What characters? What clash of ideas? What are you talking about? Rui?
Gun Dude.
Rui's thoughts of what a family is.
Rui, Gun Dude. Inosuke?
No, he was just like, here you go, Inosuke. You wanted to eat? Sure.
He'll explain.
All right, let's see.
Multiple growth phases that Tanjiro goes throughout the story. Whether if it's him coming to grips with the loss of his family, him wanting to become stronger so that no one dies over his weaknesses.
We will.
We out of here.
See y'all later. We gotta obey the We can't. It's law.
Him coming to grips with the loss of his family.
That's Luffy and Ace.
Him wanting to become stronger so that no one dies over his weaknesses.
That's Luffy and Shaba Odi.
Or him just becoming a more confident person that's willing to kill if need be.
That was in the very beginning of the series. We barely get any of I'ma kill Demon Tanjiro.
Because that was episode 2 where he couldn't kill that demon, and then after that he goes into the selection and just chops.
I can do this, and then just does it.
And there's no thought further than that.
I wouldn't even say that's a growth, more so that it's the pre-establishment of his character. What is going on?
Gracious. Whatever's going on is going big on.
Yeah, there's a big old fire somewhere around here. All these sound like basic shonen traits. Yeah, but that's
development.
Whenever someone praises or defends Demon Slayer, all they can attribute are things you just see in other shonen. It's the most like basic storytelling. But it feels like a lot of the times they're consuming the most popular things and they're hating on it for whatever reason, or they're consuming it in a way that allows them to hate on it for some reason.
Did I miss anything?
Not really. That allows them to hate on it for whatever reason. So then they see this and they go, yeah, but...
And also, Triggered is just not very good. So when he praises or derides a character, it usually comes down to development.
Yes. This might be a two-parter.
All of Michigan is on fire. My goodness.
I also like how the Arthur...
They really should have stretched out his I don't want to kill demons arc. They cut out the middle of that arc and jumped straight to him killing demons.
No problems.
Or him just becoming a more confident person that's willing to kill if need be. I also like how the author showed Tanjiro's training with Urokodaki. It really gives the readers an idea of what Demon Slayers have to go through.
Pause. The training was literally 11 pages.
And the training was more so to get his body situated. A regular swordsman might have been able to do it. Inosuke did it. He has zero formal training. He just kind of swings his sword and created his own style based on what a Demon Slayer told him.
And you say that we see what the Demon Slayers have to go through. Can you?
With Urokodaki, it really gives the readers an idea of what Demon Slayers have to go through to be skilled swordsmen.
Pause. No, we don't see that because he does not know how to do total concentration breathing, but he still knows all 10 forms. So we don't know what it took for him to learn those, but not properly execute them with the total concentration breathing. All we got was...
Basic storytelling? Basic storytelling. You call this basic storytelling? Hold up. Basic storytelling.
Oh,
Basic
man.
training?
Basic training. Kept going. But we don't see that. We see him going, we need to breathe. I swung a lot, and he ain't teach me nothing else. We don't know what they have to go through. Because I would assume that a thunder breather would not go through the same training as a water breather.
Yes.
It would be more leg focused because
Yes.
they're doing a lot of quick draws. They wouldn't have to use their arms and swing, have that form down as much. It would just be more stamina and quick boom, boom. That's what I think that would be. So it's not just an overall Demon Slayer training. You could say that because the water breathing is like the most basic
Easiest
of all of
form
them.
to...
So maybe Zenitsu did that in addition to the leg stuff, but we don't know. So you can't say that we saw that when we just factually did not get enough to be like, this is what it takes to be a Demon Slayer. Because I'm pretty sure in Shinobu didn't have to go through any of this because she's so darn weak.
And either Aoi or Kano, I forget which one it is, that's so weak that they basically just have to stay behind.
Aoi.
They passed the final selection, but they just cannot do anything. Also, Naruto's training with the Rasengan was like 50 times better than this.
Infinitely better. That is one of the best training for a move that I've ever seen.
I would call it the best training
Because
for
you
a
get
move
all
I've ever
three
seen.
steps, and then it's just like, put it together. You got this part? Okay, now it's going to be harder to put the rest of this together.
Okay, I gotta Discord this art.
Yeah, it's so amazing. But all we got here was swing sword and keep it pushing.
That's not enough?
It is simply not enough.
Oh, I thought that was enough.
Oh, well, you thought big wrong.
I guess I'm just big wrong. The story just straight up abandons him being able to smell the opening string. Because he got to see the inner world or whatever. So at that point, what's the string gonna do?
I was slowly able to avoid traps descending from the mountain. My stamina was not the only thing that increased. My nose did as well. I'm just skimming over this.
Yeah.
The difficulties of the traps began to rise. Today I took my blade to descend with the mountain. They're really annoying.
R. Aries Queen says, it's not enough.
It is not enough. Today is sword training. However, compared to today, it's more like I'm swinging my sword every day recently. After descending the mountain, my hands get tired. In the beginning, he told me my sword shouldn't snap, blah, blah, blah. Blades can be worn down, so don't let it wear down.
Corey, that Naruto is not the best. It just got one thing that's the best.
Wrestling, training to devise, allow me to get up quickly no matter the position I fell on the ground. Swing sword, breathing practice. He got mad at me when I didn't do it right. Nezuko was still asleep. My training descends the mountain needs to be conducted in more dangerous places with more oxygen. I'm done teaching you. That is it.
Yep.
It is, I'm sorry, 10 pages. 9 pages if you don't count the title page. Sorry. Oh, it's even less because there's so much about just talking about demons and demon slayers and their ores and stuff. I'm sorry. We're down to like 4 pages. Big sorry. I didn't even look at Dad's art. Why? Was the demon having Zenitsu's hair an artistic choice?
Just delicious foot. Oh no, it's a foot. I shouldn't have said those words out loud.
Oh no,
actually.
it's a foot.
Pass it by running away from demons because they don't make you clear the forest of demons. You just
have to survive. I should not have said that feet, man.
Oh no, it's a foot.
No, not that part. I said delicious feet. I should have said that part.
Oh no, foot is very funny.
Oh no, it's a foot.
Cringe catcher, if you're still here, don't quote us because you're not doing it properly. Because don't say they're saying wild stuff and then say 3 sentences that we said with nothing else that we said around it.
Substacks, we did not duck Triggered. He blocked us. Our Discord is open and he's still in it.
If you look at
our chat is
if
still
you-
open and he can't
If you
come
look at
in
our
it.
channel, you will see 4 different debates with Triggered. He didn't say let me on the stream, did he? He said make a video. We're not making a video.
We'll make a video when we feel like it. Like, we do not do things on other people's time. Cringe catchers, I am so anti-foot that these people think I'm into feet.
Cringe catcher, do not quote us in such a way.
Thank you. Yeah, my bad. That's okay. Just, Triggered can hear these things. If he has the attention span, if he really cares to hear the things we're saying, he can hear the things we're saying.
Because he does 4 or
Trevor
5 hour
Armstrong
streams,
says,
but we can't.
The exam that Yorokodaki gave Tanjiro should have been him killing a demon for the first time to show
Which
his
is
growth as a
crazy
character.
because he goes, I have nothing to teach you. If you can go, cut this rock, you can go to the final selection exam. But he's already noted that he's too soft to kill a demon. And he said, I ain't even want you to really go to
So
that.
he didn't even teach him correctly. He didn't even teach him how to concentration breathe.
I'm not even at that part. I'm saying once he's like, you can go, he didn't make sure that he could now perform the act of killing demons.
Yeah, he did not teach him right, so he can't be sure that he would have come back. He wasn't like, okay, now show me the water wheel now that you can cut the rock and do it perfectly, just like, and not like, oh, your form is off and nothing. It's like, boy, I hope you come back.
Subax, I hope you understand that we are 3 people on the internet arguing with each other. There's no phase to run.
We are here. Trigger could come here. What are you talking about? We're not like, no, Trigger, no. We're sitting here. What are you talking about? Trigger's not here going, let me in. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking.
I guess the fade is create a video.
Okay. And because of that, we don't get women. Because we don't spend 6 hours talking about an anime. If we did that, we would be swimming in puss. Oh yeah. That makes sense.
Is that he can be really annoying at times. Motherfucker be acting like a whole Boy Scout and shit. I'm not gonna call him a Gary.
There's nothing wrong with being a Boy Scout. Just, yeah. Subhacks, I'm not even like, if you've only heard the story from Triggered's perspective, we look like pieces of crap.
Absolutely.
But if you hear the whole thing, like, no, we are who we are. We've been here the whole time. We've never blocked them. We've never done anything to the guy.
Clash of Ideals in DS Azaka. Strong people good, weak people bad. Tanny. No weak people also good. Also Akaza. Well, guess I'll die.
Yep, he learned.
Gary Stu, because Tanjiro does have obvious flaws as a character that he himself acknowledges
Thank you, Michael, for re-upping to the bums.
throughout the story. I also didn't like how he learned sun breathing in the middle of his fight with Rui.
Pause. He goes that he has obvious flaws that he acknowledges, and he doesn't say what the flaws are, how he acknowledged them, and how he grew past those flaws.
Yes.
This is not good video creating, Triggered. I hope you realize that. If take nothing else from us, I don't know what you're talking about when you say that he has those flaws. And somebody who read Demon Slayer 3 years ago and doesn't remember, they may also not remember. So if you're going to make your points and show panels for that ad, then show them and don't just go, he has flaws and he recognized them and then move on.
And yeah, it's just some crying scene from the anime. I don't know where that scene comes from. I don't know the context of it.
Yeah.
Maybe this is part of it.
Throughout the story. I also didn't like how
Oh no, wait, I forgot he moved on
Yep.
to the sun breathing thing.
sun breathing in the middle of his fight with Rui. I don't care if the shit was foreshadowed. Tanjiro performing sun breathing the second he remembered it felt way too convenient. The same with
It
Nezuko when
is.
she conveniently unlocked her blood
It
art.
is.
But after that Rui
Pause.
fight,
But then, he unlocks the ability to smell the future here after some training. Is that fine?
He can smell the opening threads from his basic training.
Is that fine? He can do the lightning breathing after
the
being
lightning
told
form. A pseudo version of it.
after
we'll say.
being told about it once in the middle of battle while his leg is broken. Is that fine? Because you did
I
defend
think
that.
he's just tired.
No, his leg was broken.
Oh Jesus
I read
Christ!
it.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Is that fine? He sees the invisible world after remembering what his dad said and what Inosuke said. Is that fine? He unlocks his mark by getting angry. Is that fine? Why is just the sun breathing, why is that the only issue when this is a compounding issues that have been going on throughout the manga where he just unlocks or just does things?
The story did do a good job in showing Tanjiro's progression with sun breathing and even had him learn the history of it, which led to Yodorichi and Tanjiro's ancestors being fleshed out.
No, what this was them going, you can inherit people's memories and then just go into their memories. So the only reason why he knows about Yodorichi is because he went into his inherited memories about that, which was introduced in this arc where they were just like, yeah, you can just do this thing. This is not a good way to do that. He learned this, he saw this because of the inherited memories. A mark that can only be unlocked by nearing somebody who already has the mark.
Unless you unlock it yourself.
You could say his dad had it, who had it from his father, who had it from his father. You could say that, I guess.
So could his great-great-great-great-grandchildren create the mark?
If they're around. Because the people with the mark all die at 25 unless you don't.
Yeah.
Because Yorichi didn't, for some reason. Whatever. This is a stated thing. You all die before you're the age of 25. If he bangs old girl and she pumps out a kid and she's pregnant and he dies before seeing the kid.
Kai Zaldonix says,
the kid.
Here's a pair of earrings and the assurance that you'll give them your followers so that they'll be hunted by Satan and not mine. Goodbye, friend.
Here are these earrings. Like, oh, thanks, I guess. What these are
crazy.
These kind of suck. But yeah, no. Whatever I said was true. I don't remember what I said.
If they showed off Tanny's dad with the mark while he was still doing the dance, then I might have been able to accept it, but they didn't. They really should have made breathing form just straight up magic, because all the stuff Slayers do, like inheriting memories, it's just magic.
It's just magic. Oh yeah, the mark thing. Yeah, if he had died before she pumped out the kid wouldn't have it, unless a dead body could also, because you are near the person and they do have the mark. Would that count? I don't know. Doesn't matter, because they don't really explain it, and they don't even
Dwight, stop being here.
And they don't even really explain why they died before the age of 25, because Stone Man unlocks it, and then the number one demon just goes, oh, you're about 27, right? So you're gonna die in a couple hours. And Stone Dude's just like, yep, I know, and that's fine. So they don't even really explain why you die before the age of 25 when you get the mark, but you just do. And back when Yodorichi, back in those days, it was just like, yep, everybody started unlocking the mark, and then they just started dropping. So we don't know why they just die. These are problems with the story.
And does it even do anything for the story that they die before they're 25?
Yeah, why? What does it do? What does that information do for the story?
Dope. But overall, Tanjiro and Nezuko are solid characters that work really well together and work really well for the story the author is trying to tell. Now, I'm not about to go into a whole soliloquy about the Hashiras and demons, so I'm just going to say some quick shit about them and keep it pushing. The Hashiras are an entertaining group for the most part. Their chemistry is actually interesting.
Says, Triggered made a community post about you just now.
Oh, we already know.
No, that's fine. We don't matter. We saw it. They're interesting for the most part. You don't explain what makes them not interesting. You don't explain why they are interesting.
And on top of that, being interesting and entertaining, again, is up to the individual. I personally don't find the Hashiras, for the most part, entertaining. So, is what you're saying correct or incorrect? Like, for the most part, they're not interesting. Okay, so now my opinion does not align with your opinion, but you're speaking of it like, hey, this is just something that exists in the story.
I got about 2 laughs from Tanjiro. So, for the most part, is he entertaining? What's the constitution for that?
They come together surprisingly well. All of them are fleshed out pretty well, except Tengen, who I thought could have been expanded on more. But
if you say Snake Man is, and Tengen's not, because just him going where we are is y'all, the people, me, done, got it.
Yeah.
And the group is well developed and each character is unique in their own right.
But Triggered, what you're saying is basically any group of characters.
Yes.
Well, development, you've already established, is essentially development itself, like a past and a backstory. So any Bleach character that got a backstory is going to be well developed in your eyes, and they all have distinct and unique personality.
All the Straw Hats.
All the thing, except the backstory part, most of the Konoha 12.
For the most part,
Yeah.
they're well fleshed out. Which is the same language he used here.
So,
So what's the difference here?
since Tanny already knew the best type of breathing, wouldn't it make more sense that he manages to speed run his training, and that could act as foreshadowing? The only obstacle is him to kill. Yeah, but no.
Trigger refuses to elaborate on this point. What makes these characters good? He elaborates
We'll
on
see.
some, and then he just brushes over some of the other ones.
But that cannot be true. That absolutely cannot
Hey,
be
that'd
true.
be pretty funny if he did.
Chris the Chilled says, Triggy A-list, I want the smoke.
What smoke?
What smoke?
What is he talking about?
Yeah.
What is he, like?
We're not gonna make the video unless we want to.
And eventually we will when we feel like it.
Yeah.
Like, what does he expect us to do?
Just an overall satisfying group.
They are refreshing.
The leader of the Demon Slayer Corp is also a cool character. He's basically Jesus Christ with the role he plays in the story, trying to kick knowledge as well as make people feel good about
But didn't you just complain that Tanjiro like a Boy Scout?
themselves and shit. He's just a very optimistic dude. I don't see why anyone would hate him. Now, when it comes to
He's not
Trigger?
interesting to me. That's I don't hate him. I just don't feel anything for him. He's not really a character. He is a device. I can kind of see into the future, which allows me to kind of send my demon slayers into areas where demons may be. So
Except
then
for
the crows can just go, hey, go travel 2 days north and you'll potentially see a demon. Like,
Except for the time when there was a swamp demon taking, and I counted at least 16 hairpins. I only counted the ones I can definitively count it. I cross-referenced that from the anime to the manga, and it was at least 16 hairpins.
and on top of that, Tanjiro, it gets his sword during the day. It turns to night. And then it's the next day. So it's at least a day's travel between when he gets there.
And the village has maybe 30 houses. It's a very small village.
So what happens if that demon had just left?
Ain't no more girls here. Beast.
to the 12 Kizuki, most of them fucking suck. The only well-written demons in
Pause.
the group...
Go back to the list.
No. Now, when it comes...
Most of them suck. So we've got 6 that are good. And then there was the ones that just instantly died, I guess, are not good. And then you got the 2 that he already complained about. I wonder, is he going to talk about why they're good?
His future sight is such a lazy plot device. It only works when the plot needs
Yeah.
it to work.
And then
his
he
future
just
sight
gets
is
the
only built when it
invisible
needs to
world
be.
as well. So it's just like, is he using them in conjunction? Is he using them separately and switching between the two? Who knows? Who cares? Akaza Haya.
to the 12 Kizuki, most of them fucking suck. The only well-written demons in the group are Rui, Daki, Gyutaro, Akaza, and Kokoshibo.
I don't even think Daki and Gyutaro
No.
were written.
But they have a backstory.
And that's what
And
matters.
that's enough.
Muzan and Doma are just decent at best. I fuck with them for being evil, snarky pieces of shit, but the writing for their characters are mediocre as fuck.
I would say the same thing for Emu then. If he was, the character himself was pretty decent. You got no backstory, you not got no characterization. But for the Mugen Train, he was just fine.
And again, didn't say why the number 1 was good.
Hi
Didn't-
Zaldonix says, the boss's wife is more interesting.
Yeah. The whole the boss and the boss's wife and the kid thing, they all just blew up, and it's just like Muzan just go, did the wife and the kids even know? It's like, yeah, did they? Who knows? They're not characters, so it doesn't really matter if they lived or if they died here, so who cares?
I hear a lot of people calling Muzan a trash character because he's a coward, but I don't think they realize that that's the entire point of his character.
The point of a thing does not make it a good thing. If you make a bad song on purpose just to emulate bad, like mumble rap, you still made a bad song. You just succeeded in making that bad song. So the point of him being a coward just means you succeeded in creating a coward.
And it can still be bad.
But it has never entered into my mind that the reason Muzan is a bad character is because he's a coward.
No, he's just not active in the plot because he doesn't want to be. He's sending out his goons to do so.
It's very much like Dio. Dio, I wouldn't call Dio a coward, but he just throws people in JoJo's way.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him to explain that because he said that he was bad because he doesn't really do anything in the plot.
Mm-hmm.
Muzan being a coward is supposed to humanize him, essentially giving depth to a rude, ruthless, overconfident character.
I don't think
he's
so.
a coward.
I don't think he's a coward. Or there are aspects of his cowardice where you hear like Tamio saying the reason.
Says, either Demon Slayer Core are shitty on purpose or badly written because how TF do you not do well with precognition?
Hey, it's crazy. Tamio even marks that Muzan's afraid of all the demons teaming up against him. So maybe cowardice does play into it. I just don't believe it's the purpose of it is to humanize him. And does it matter if he's humanized or not? Does that increase his quality as a character?
So if he is humanized, why is he a bad character? Just because he's not as active in the plot?
How is he a coward and confident?
It also proves a continuing notion in the series that all demons are more human than one thinks.
Okay, that's only because the Demon Slayers think they are 0% human. Yeah. So if they are 5% human, yes, they are more human than most people think.
He's super ruthless, but he's also a coward, a humanly trait. So that means that he has some humanity within him. It's like, is that enough?
Muzan's also very hypocritical. He criticizes his underlings for not being able to kill Tanjiro, but refused to kill Tanjiro when they first met. He could have killed Tanjiro when they literally met each other. I don't think he was really scared of Tanjiro there, besides the fact that he had the earring. He had not found the Demon Slayer's headquarters.
So what's up?
But was that for lack of trying?
Yeah, good question.
But with that being said, I still think Muzan is a mid character. I just don't agree with the reason for why some say he's trash. Now, when it comes to the best...
But
he didn't explain why he's mid.
Yeah, if some people are complaining that they think he's a bad character because he's a coward, I wouldn't agree with that either. But that doesn't mean I think he's even mid. I think he's just a bad character.
Character in the story is the tie between Kokoshibo and Nakaza. The author did a really good job humanizing their characters, showing how their person.
You keep saying humanizing. You do not need to humanize the characters to make them good characters. They can be monstrous pieces of shit with no humanity and still be good characters.
No, they have to be humanized characters because that ties into the theme.
Slayer says. Naraku would be disappointed in Muzan.
Oh, for sure.
But that ties into the theme. So we're seeing the good characters, they have that humanity because they're demons, and that ties into the theme. So
but then, little joined together demon also would have been humanized by his past. It just so happened that it happened very quickly in one big splash page as opposed to 13 pages.
So that means that he's bad for different reasons.
Okay. We're done with Arthur.
No, we're never done with Arthur.
Personal struggles and beliefs led them down the path of darkness. The execution leading up to Kokoshibo and
Okay, but it led them down the path of darkness, and then when they turned to demons, they continued to choose that darkness. And that's the part that you're missing, in that these demons have a choice, and they choose to be who they are. Now, it'd be very different if they're, like we said, there were demons that were just like, I do not want to eat humans, but I know no other way to survive or whatever. Yes. But no, it's just, I'ma eat you or I'ma not eat you. There are 3 people going, I'ma not eat you. And then there's like 50 like, I'ma eat you.
And there's like 10 of them that are like, I'ma eat you with a smile on my face because this is the only thing that I want in this world.
Devs were also handled really well. The author used Kokoshibo and Nakaza's fights to dissect their characters and have them reflect on everything they've done in their life. Yep. I like how the author used the insecurity and trauma of both these.
You gotta stop saying Arthur, buddy.
characters to give them depth and create a justified conclusion for them. And I also love how their fights became more about their characters than the fights themselves. I value fights that are rich in emotion and depth, and when you combine impressive choreography with meaningful...
One Piece?
Yeah, he liked that Usopp thing. But no, wait, what? No, what? Wait, what? See you later, Jinx. Have a good one. We're probably
coming to these.
Stop coming to these. We're probably here for another 2 hours or so, 2-3 hours or so. Let's see.
I value fights that are rich in emotion and depth, and when you
Okay, rich in emotion and depth.
Joni Somali is calm fired going to jail.
Oh yeah, no, he's done. Good. He deserves it. He's terrible. For the most part, the Demon Slayer fights are not rich in emotion and depth. They are just fighting each other, the good guys versus the bad guys, the perceived good guys versus the perceived bad guys, which a lot of times that perception is valid and correct. And then once the story is over, once the fight is over, then you get here's the emotion of it. But it played 0% into the fight. You can't compare it to Usopp and Luffy, which the entire crux of their fight was based on their emotion and depth. Mm-hmm. So it's not the same thing.
Combine impressive choreography with meaningful substance, you create highly...
What does meaningful substance mean?
That's like, a DSP quote out this world.
What is unmeaningful substance? What is meaningful vapidness?
And you're showcasing the Naruto fight, so you must think that it's meaningful. So I would like you to explain why you think that this is meaningful and what the meaningful substance is, instead of just going, this has meaningful substance, because that does nothing for
because
me.
Even this fight is emotionally manipulative in the worst way, where you just gotta kind of retroactively act like these were the greatest two friends ever existed.
We were like brothers.
Master Swan Slayer says, Justin Law in Soul Eater is just an evil piece of shit, and I love him. Who cares if he still wants people to see his human side?
Yeah, no, I don't. The humanization it factors 0% into this stuff.
Engaging battles like those we see with Kokoshibo and Akaza. Now, before leaving this segment, I just want to say that Tomeo is also a really good character.
Not her name, but Cook.
But he said it right. I said it right when he wrote it down.
Is meaningful substance similar to breathable substance? Just flowery terms to sound smart. Yeah.
I know she's not a part of the 12 Kizuki, but she impacts the story a lot. Without her, the Demon Slayers and Yushiro don't defeat Muzan.
You said nothing about her character, but you said she has an impact on the story. Is that all that makes a good character? Is it a character with zero characterization?
Tomeo was crazy.
Is a character with zero characterization or bad characterization, but they still impact the plot? Are they good now? Because you haven't named anything else. This is the first thing that you brought up. Is a character having impact more important than a character being good? Because again, this is the first thing that you brought up.
So Triggered recently had a little mini crash out on us with one of his streams, and part of it was that we make fun of the way he pronounces some things, like Arthur instead of author. But our entire point is, when you're doing a live stream, you're gonna up some words. We've up some names. When you're scripting and recording and re-recording, listen to how they're said. And get your words right.
I'm just laughing. Because again, this could just be like country people. They say screet instead of scrawl and stuff like that. So I don't know if it's just
I knew a dude from New Orleans that said, get that from the bike when he meant back.
Yeah, so it could just be, this is just his accent.
Which would be totally fine. You could just say, that's my accent. That's the way I say things. It would have
been better to see things from Muzan's side, like him plotting calculated attacks on certain cities to maybe distract the Slayers from his goals, trying to outsmart the Slayers.
That would have been great.
Sure.
But no.
We don't get any of that. We get the first meeting of the Upper Moons in decades.
That movie, like, yo. That medicine having 10 billion on Muzan was eye-rollingly stupid.
Hey, I was just like,
oh no, Dad, don't make Tomeo a tomato.
This and that last fight, it murdered.
Episode 19.
Yeah. Thankfully, I did not see that.
in the Upper Moon Demons. She's essentially the MVP of the story. And since I'm speaking on Tomeo, I think this is a good time for me to mention how Demon Slayer does a good job with their female characters. For all the talk of
I wouldn't necessarily go that far.
Nothing about her personality.
Yeah,
Makeups.
no. They do things in the story.
Why one of Tengen's wife in particular instead of all of them?
I'd say Shinobu is done well. Parts of Kanao are done well.
Flower breathing final form! Byakugan! I go blind. Whatever.
Tamio, I'd say. Though she's not really fleshed out, she's just kind of a very nice woman.
We'll see if he explains something.
Sure.
Shinobu's big sister, get that trash out of here.
about how other series treat their female cast horribly, you would think Demon Slayer would get some praise for how well they treat their female cast. The author does a great job developing most of them and making them impactful in the story.
You keep this the same thing. Development impact in the story.
And other series bad.
Other series bad.
So this is pretty good when compared to other series.
But with that being said, let's move on to
Moving! He didn't even explain! What the f***? The women are good. Grand opening, grand closing. Okay? Okay. Yes, that's all it was. Now that I'm talking about tomato, and I'm going to mention all the women. They're all good. Now, moving on.
Most of them are developed and impact the story.
Adrian Rusco says, example count 0.
Ding.
Cringe catchers. It's a meme in our community because somebody else in a Demon Slayer praising video called her Chestico, and we found it disgusting. That's
again.
Explain yourself, baby.
If this is your, I'm getting all my thoughts out about Demon Slayer, you don't just put one of Tengen's wives on there and just go, there you go.
It's crazy. It should get some praise for its female characters. I'm not going to explain. I'm not even going to give it praise.
I'm not going to say what
outside of the fact that it is.
No other series that are bad. I'm not going to explain why they're bad. I'm not going to explain why this is good. They just have development. Moving on. And the fans of Triggered who may or may not be here, I hope you recognize that. Because ask yourself, Triggered put up one of Tengen's wives. Why does he think that they're a good character? You can't answer that.
Thing Demon Slayer does well.
Creating interesting themes and parallels that adds substance to the story.
Skip.
This is grammatically incorrect.
So we don't even need to watch this part. If it's gonna be like this, we can go ahead and skip this. I think we're good on this one, baby. We out of here. I'm not sitting here listening to Trigger talking about themes. Nope. Nope.
But you don't. See, like I said, also keep in mind.
Donut Rengoku versus Tomato Tameo. The strongest in history versus the strongest in Japan.
Oh no. I don't like this. I don't feel good about this part.
Wait. This is a little thing? Creating interesting themes and parallels that add substance to the story?
That sounds like a pretty big thing.
He named 2 things that should be pretty big in crafting a story. I really don't want to hit play on this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Anime Wins is an alleged prison beater.
Demon Slayer is an extremely linear story.
He mentioned this already before.
Linear. Triggered, not linear.
It's very straightforward and simple with no overarching plot, and the concept is hella.
There is an overarching plot! Muzan wants to walk in the sun, the flower, blah blah blah. Tanjiro wants to turn Nezuko back into a human. That's the overarching plot. What is he talking about? It's not an episodic story.
And there's the battle between Muzan and the main dude. They've had their war. The families have had their war.
What is he talking about?
linear story. It's very straightforward and simple with no overarching plot, and the concept is hella cliche, which might be the reason why some people don't like the series. But despite the story being extremely linear with a basic concept, Demon Slayer manages to make the story more meaningful and complex by introducing characters with established backgrounds and ideologies, which led to many interactions and character dissections that allow for multiple themes to be fleshed out throughout the story.
This is the longest sentence of all time, number one. Number two, what show doesn't do that, Triggered? You're not saying it does it well, you're just doing it.
Such as humanity and compassion.
Humanity and compassion, that was Hunter x Hunter with the Chimera and Arc.
Yeah, boy.
Loss and grief.
Loss and grief!
Sadness.
The theme is Mom's really. Mom's lost a person.
The theme is sad face emoji.
What the
No, that's not. Again, point to a series, a shonen series, where loss isn't a theme that you can point to.
Let's hear all the themes he talks about, and let's just think if we can think of any shonen that does not have these aspects to them.
Very revolutionary storytelling here.
Seems to be fleshed out
Racketeer
throughout the
says, Chimera Ant's deep theme, we were the monsters all along.
Legitimately, you've read the Chimera and Arc.
fleshed out throughout the story, such as humanity and compassion, loss and grief, suffering and trauma, family bonds, and loss and sacrifice.
Bleach. Naruto.
Fairy Tail.
What doesn't do this? Griffin, he's not going to. And that's not a challenge of like, oh, suck our nuts. No, he's just not going to.
And he mentioned loss and grief and like loss again. He mentioned loss like the second and the last one. Listen again.
Character dissections that allow for multiple themes to be fleshed out throughout the story, such as humanity and compassion, loss and grief, suffering and trauma, family bonds, and loss and sacrifice.
Loss and sacrifice. Loss and grief and loss and sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. Those are two separate ones that are the same, but they're I need bigger number.
He basically just named every shonen.
Yes.
Like Yu Yu Hakusho. Think Yu-Gi-Oh! Like what?
You could probably find all of these things in Comey Can't Communicate.
Hey, I forgot I gotta keep closing the Discord because y'all muffs are animals. While I put up the new one, you can look at the old one.
Bigfoot style.
I wish I would have noticed that.
No! Triggered, no!
Says, yet again, causing things for having basics such and such you hate to see it.
No!
Yeah, that's the craziest thing. He's attributing so many like basic. The only difference is Triggered likes this. Like everything he's meant. Tomato, Tomio, or Tomayo. The only thing he is different is he likes this. Like all the things he talked about are things you can find in Fairy Tail, which he finds to be an atrocious series. All the things you can find in like My Hero Academia, which is an atrocious series. Black Clover, any negative thing, ReZero, any negative thing he's looked at on his channel, most of them will have every single thing he just mentioned. Every single thing. If it's a battle shonen, absolutely. Yeah, no. Fairy Tail is a bad series.
But it has all of these things, and if these things are, if you got a bad plot, but these good things, and these things that the characters, how they impact the plot, all these things that he mentioned before, that's in Fairy Tail, and these themes are also in Fairy Tail. So are we saying that Fairy Tail is good because even though the plot is bad or basic or linear or whatever, it still has these good things that propel it into at least not being over, underrated, whatever, to at least being pretty good, like you said?
If the tomato is Tomio, he will absolutely simp for her.
The emotional stakes for the characters, including their personal struggles and the impact of their decisions, which matter a whole lot more since the story isn't afraid to kill off any characters, also adds a layer of depth.
I'm sorry, what?
Decisions, which matter a whole lot more since the story isn't afraid to kill off any characters.
Didn't you complain that they didn't kill Tengen?
So they killed Rengoku, and then they killed nobody until the final arc.
The end. And then it doesn't matter that they're dead because there's no further place that the story is going.
Slayer
Yes.
says, "For God's sake, Shaman King."
Yeah, so they killed a character, and then went, all right, now it's the final arc. Now we can start just knocking mothers off. And that's the series. That's Naruto. Naruto killed a character, and then years later, we're just gonna kill a bunch of them. And Harry Potter.
Yeah. Third Hokage died. Then Asuma died. Then people dropped in the war.
The difference between Fairy Tail and Demon Slayer is a garbage bag and a golden colored garbage bag.
Also adds a layer of depth and complexity to the story. And a lot of these themes and character moments are executed really well for the most part, such as Rengoku sacrificing his life to save Tanjiro and the others.
How is
Again,
what theme is in play there, and how is it done well?
And again, we got for the most part again. Why do you keep adding that?
Again, what?
Time, Jay.
What?
Jay.
What did he say? Oh, third Hokage, best Hokage. Yeah, you should understand we're a dictatorship here, and we don't.
Yeah, we were having fun. We were all having fun here, and you just had to ruin it. You had to ruin our fun.
Yeah. Yep. Boom.
Boom.
All the characters dropping like flies in the final arc just made me not care anymore. Yeah, because you don't really feel anything at that point. It's just like, who's gonna get done? And then it's not like the story handles their death, because the story is about to end.
Even with Rengoku, we get a panel of each Hashira going, oh man. Then we get Tanjiro going to the family. But then there's not I wish Rengoku was here. His style would be good for this demon.
Yeah, he's largely forgotten about.
Which executed the
Unknown
themes
XL says, "Tanny, help! I'm getting cooker."
Cooked is what it's looking for.
of loss and sacrifice really well.
No, what? Okay.
In his life to save Tanjiro and the others, which executed the themes of loss and sacrifice really well.
No, it didn't.
It just did him.
Him.
Cause he sacrificed himself and they lost Rengoku. That's
Aura.
all they've done. That's it.
Holy Aura, it is a real rough watch.
Yeah.
Like you're just saying, they met him, they kind of got cool, and then he died.
He sacrificed himself, and that is the theme of sacrifice.
And lost, because they've now lost Rengoku.
Good, I guess. Corey, aren't you at work?
When has that ever stopped us?
Rengoku is presented as a beacon of hope and inspiration that influenced others with his principles and charismatic persona.
What principles? What principles are you talking about, Triggered? Personality, yeah, he's like a cool older brother. What principles did he impart on them?
Not afraid to kill characters yet. Nezuko is still kicking at the end of the season. Nah, bro, I'm done. Yeah. She was burning up in the sun, and then he's just like, nah, she's fine.
Nezuko loved Mitsuri in the Sword Village. Once Mitsuri dies, never mentions her again.
Please clap.
Like I didn't win multiple orchestrations while at work.
Horrible employee. So is Hinokami Chronicles 2 inclusion supposed to be this video game cutscene? I think this is the first one.
Rengoku's death symbolizes the harsh reality.
Yeah, second isn't out yet.
With his principles and charismatic persona. Rengoku's death symbolizes the harsh reality of the battle against demons. It serves
Pause. So why did
Muffs die
in the spider fight? There was a forest of people that were dead.
They saw Muff's neck get turned in front of them.
But this symbolizes it more so than the other one because they knew him
better than they knew the others.
Come on now. This is just doing the same thing that they did, but again.
And yeah, the trial, the final selection. He's just like, that kid I saved ain't even here. I guess he ain't make it. Even before that, Makimo and Sabato. Just like, I ripped her arms off. But this symbolizes the harsh reality. Crazy! Yeah. You're just putting too much on this to make it seem more important when it's just another thing in a series of things. And you can say they did it very well here if that's what you want to say. But that's not what you said. You said it's done here.
as a reminder of the high stakes involved when becoming a demon slayer and the immense sacrifices required to prevent Muzan and the other demons from
Mother died his first time seeing demons.
Yes.
He walked in on a demon feeding.
causing chaos. It's meant to be a tone setter for the series, hinting that things from that point on are going to get a lot more serious.
No, they
Rakuten
died
says,
with Rui.
Wouldn't it be better if Rengoku survived and actually had Tanjiro be his student and unironically have the Rengoku and Tani dynamic be canon and then kill off Rengoku in the final arc?
Yeah, that would have been better.
He would have been a better Tengen than Tengen.
Because he's sitting there crying about this dude that he's known
for a night.
For a single night. And wasn't even that full night because they were asleep, because he was fighting the train demon on top of the train. So he's known him for all up sitting next to him talking maybe an hour and a half?
In which they do. His death also sets up the development for the other characters in the story.
Okay.
And there's other examples of...
I was wondering what development he was talking about.
Especially for Inosuke and Zenitsu. He says other characters, but he mentions obviously Tanjiro.
Maybe the other Hashira?
When?
I don't know.
Tengen at one point was just like, he remembered Rengoku.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess they had a relationship, but we don't know that because we're not allowed to.
I haven't, Corey. Whereas for a guy he only knew for 4 hours.
At best.
Themes being executed well, such as Tanjiro and Nezuko being a clear representation of humanity and compassion, which I already talked about earlier.
She was hypnotized.
Yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing you should be looking at it in the parallels of the familial bonds. But he might, since he did talk about family, with the Rui fight and the Daki dynamic.
But also his supernatural bullshit ability to smell emotions makes him more emotional. Mm-hmm. So it's not somebody like Mitsuri who's just baseline human but super strong. She doesn't have that. Oh, this demon is dying. It smells sad. So they do have humanity.
Tamayo and severed feet, demon Umai.
How did Orokodaki feel killing demons?
Because he has the same sense of smell.
Yeah, he had to have smelt that sadness at times.
It has to be just he gets over it. He has the sadness.
He's hardened to it.
Todorichi and Kokoshibo, as well as Ginya and Sanemi, fleshing out the theme of family bonds.
No, they're family members. They're having conflict or resolution or hanging out.
So if family is in the series, automatically we got family bonds. This is somebody who doesn't understand themes well enough to speak on them.
Yes.
Because he's just going, they are doing family, so this is the theme of family bonds. What are they doing with it? Well, they're just these families who are apart, but then they come together, but then they go apart again. Okay, how does that tie into the story? What does that say about Nezuko and Tanjiro? Don't just say they're doing this thing.
Really well, highlighting the negative aspects of it, such as trauma, neglect, and envy, while Tanjiro and Nezuko highlight the positives of it, such as acceptance, trust, and camaraderie. The themes of loss and grief and suffering and trauma are key elements in the story that help shape the characters we love. They provide insight into the experiences that have defined their identities and paths. I could name other instances of themes being fleshed out well,
but you should.
Again, show a...
Master Sman Slayer says, themes of family bonds that's undead unluck come on Triggered.
Show us
Undead Unluck is so good.
Where people, they have loss, they have family. This is anything and everything. This means nothing.
And their identities and paths. I could name other instances of themes being fleshed out well, but I think I said enough in this segment. All in all, Demon Slayer is
all you did was they got familial bond, and it's a contrast between Tanjiro's the positive bond and the negative bond, and you flash some manga panels on
So
screen.
at any point in time, again, a family in any shonen, if there's a good family and there's a bad family, there you go. The themes tie in, family bond, positive and negative. Themes done well.
Like the fact that Orokodaki knows Blessed Rain implies that he has compassion for demons, but it's never expanded upon. Didn't the Undead Unluck manga end? Yes, and it was fantastic. It was a great series, and I'm gonna miss it.
a series that provides substantial themes and character development that elevated beyond the typical action series.
Like what?
Like what?
Like
Like
what?
what doesn't have these themes?
What doesn't have these themes of familial bond? Because everything you mentioned is in One Piece, Black Clover, Naruto, Yu Yu Hakusho. Everything you mentioned.
So what are you talking about? Don't just say it's better. Explain what is better than.
Yu-Gi-Oh has themes of found family. Like, try harder. Demon Slayer is typical. What are you talking about?
What?
Like, again, everything. You tell me a battle shonen that does not do the things
That
it just
doesn't where somebody
said.
doesn't deal with loss, where somebody doesn't sacrifice themselves.
Where there's not themes of familial bonds. Like, it's crazy.
And he's saying that they do it better and puts them above typical shonen, but he doesn't name any.
So this is what's really going on. He wants to glaze this series, but he can't because he recognizes that it's just a generic. And generic is not bad. Do not take this to mean it's bad. It is just a generic shonen series, but he needs to act like it's above the status of generic
So
shonen
you need
series.
to praise the bare minimum.
And act like other shonen do not have the bare minimum when it is, by definition, the bare minimum.
While not talking about any of the series that don't do it and just saying that they don't.
Is Demon Slayer typical or not? Hey, good question.
He needs to decide.
To call this series hollow or say that it lacks substance is a really dumb statement that can only be made by a pretentious jackass that thinks reading seinen or gore makes them a superior anime fan.
Hey, you think Fairy Tail lacks substance? It has all the
It
things
has
you
all
just
the
mentioned.
things that you've mentioned.
Does it have substance? Is it substantive now?
Trevin
Triggered?
Armstrong
Please let
says,
us know.
Demon Slayer is not like all these other girls. Triggered.
Demon Slayer, the pick-me of manga.
Now let's move on to the third thing that Demon Slayer does really well.
Pause. I was going to say what the third
Creating
thing
a
was.
captivating power system that's aesthetically pleasing and easy to follow. In the manga, it is very hard to follow
The
that.
colored panels saved my life.
Dude, when I went, I'm gonna read all of Demon Slayer, and I realized there were colored mangas. I went, please show me the whole series like this. And I didn't read it. I didn't start until like last week because I was searching so hard for the rest of the series in color. Cause those color pop,
It's rough.
it's rough
Now,
without them.
I have two things that I like to show, and I'm so glad that he showed this.
Mm-hmm.
Can you go to the manga real quick?
Yes.
Triggered reads manga on the
Yeah.
so we're not gonna get done up.
I don't care about that part.
So I'm looking for, first off, chapter 195
what did that
for life, and this can be anime
Yeah, there we
or
go.
or colored or not colored. I would prefer colored just to be as
objective?
yeah. I was gonna say ingenuous as possible, but I'm like, that's not. Or is it? Being typical shonen is such a buzzword in these anime. Yeah, I hate that crap where they just go, it's not like these things. Don't mention these things, but just say that it's better than those things.
What chapter do you need?
195.
195. This is not the color, but that should be fine.
Page 14.
Shaving a haircut to go. We don't need that anymore.
Or maybe we will.
Page what?
14.
14. Oh, that's near the bottom. From bottom to top. Actually, it's probably got single.
You could have just done that because I would have recognized it.
Okay.
Racketeer says, B. G never called DS the bare minimum. It doesn't even reach that.
It does.
I don't recognize it. Right click on this to see what page this is.
That is 17. This is 15, so it's one above this. This one.
Perfect. What happens here? What is going on?
I see a demon. Oh wait.
This is Muzan.
Okay.
This is top left is Tanjiro. Bottom right is Snake Man.
Okay, is he whipping stuff from his body and they're blocking it?
Perfect. Go down one panel.
Okay.
They got hit. What hit them?
Oh yeah.
What is going on here? I saw this and I went, this is horrible.
You know, they're totally blocking.
They are blocking and then they instantly get hit. This is terrible.
Abba, that's what I say. On its best day, Demon Slayer is a 6.
And if somebody can explain this to me, I would love to hear it.
Demon School Aruma-kun is one of my favorite manga of all time.
Next one is 176.
176.
Spoilers, go ahead.
Never forget where we came from, y'all. I forgot that I did it this way. Boop, boop.
Dark Heart of Hope says, let's go to the manga. We showing evidence today, boys. I got Panleys.
Panleys for that.
For that ad.
We're not inserting ads, YouTube. Shut up.
Do it. Money.
This is awful.
Should I add the ding to that?
If you want. This is still 197. I said 176. Sorry.
Oh,
I don't know if I misspoke. Or
You did.
misheard.
Yeah.
You did. You might have.
No, because the first one was 195.
No, you might have misheard.
What did DA
It
say?
don't matter what I said. Pick the paddle.
Which one is it?
76.
176. Or was it 167?
76.
Because you just said 167.
76. I don't know what page this is, but I'll recognize it.
Okay.
Go down, go. Is when demon dude gets cut in half. Right there, go up. Right there. So, go down. He cuts off his arm, because go up a little bit. Miss dude is stuck into him. He's stuck into him and he's got his sword in him.
Yep.
He cuts off his arm instantly on the ground. There's no flop. There's no panel lines that shows he's going down. There's no blood splatter going up. He's just on the ground. There's motion of the arm getting cut off, but he's just right on the ground. That's terrible. So those are the two things where I'm just like,
What's going
Maybe
on
we are
here?
closeted fanboys with how much we quote this guy.
and there were other ones, but those are just the ones where I was just like, these are especially egregious.
There you go.
And you don't do that in manga where you don't show motion. It's the basest thing that you could possibly do. So that, I would say, is not easy to follow. The one with the Muzan is factually not easy to follow. Because I don't know what's going on. And it looks like they block it. And then they're just
hit.
done up.
Run up to get done up. It's aesthetically pleasing and easy to follow in the anime. So the power system is not the thing. It's the anime that's showcasing that. I agree, Trayvon. Like, it's not good.
Demon Slayer's power system is one of the more laid-back power systems
Pause.
in anime, dude.
Oh, that's a bad way to put it. It's not fleshed out enough for people to understand.
So just with Tandro, smelling strings, smelling the future, the mark, red blades, the invisible world. I feel like I'm missing something. That time he just went Super Saiyan. I don't know what that was.
Learning a pseudo version of a form from another breathing style that he does not know the breathing style of.
This is just with Tanjiro. They have to sit there and just go, this is the invisible world. He can see through people. They go, this dude, when he fights somebody enough, he can make a musical score that allows him to track their emotions.
MF Curry says, don't forget when he smells and see X-ray when he cut a small upper demon.
This is not ancestral memories. I forgot, which teaches him quite a lot, which furthers the story. These things are still also here. He would not know about the 13th form if he did not have that inherited memory, which he just has. So no, it is not one of the most laid back. There's quite a lot going on with the main character himself. Not counting the Inosuke, I can feel things and I can just put my sword into the ground and feel all around the mountain. Not counting Zenitsu, I can just hear all around. Not counting these things.
Inosuke's moving of his organs.
Not counting the demons having innocuous demon blood arts that can just manifest at any time, ... period, or whatever.
And there's no real understanding of what A, triggers it, and B, what it will manifest itself as.
So no, even before he says anything about the power system, no, it's not. It is not just swinging swords. It is not just, it's all just fake water. No, there's a lot going on. And if you don't understand the invisible world, if you don't understand the marks, if you don't understand the red blades, the final arc is unreadable because all three of those things play such a deep part into this. The reason why Muzan cannot regenerate as fast as he could...
Says, remember Akaza noted the sword being covered in a haze of fire while fighting Tanny.
He noted that. So we have to bring that into contention. But the reason why Muzan could not recover as fast as he could was because the red blade. How do you make a red blade? Well, there's multiple ways to make a red blade. You can clash two swords and make a red blade. Why did that ever happen before? Who knows? I don't care. You can squeeze the blade as hard as you can and then it would make it, but it tires you out. Or something. Or it can just manifest on its own when it wants to. These three things happen and they heat up the blade so much that a demon cannot regenerate as fast as they could before, no matter who the demon was. And anybody can manifest it at any time whenever they want, but it runs out fast. Does it crack the blade when it's done? No, not really. Does it make the blade weaker structurally? No, not really. Is there any downside to it? No, you get tired sometimes if you squeeze it really hard, but if you clash two swords together and then have it, no, there is no downside. You can infinitely do it. This is just one thing. The mark enables the invisible world. I was too kind on it during the manga thing. I was listening back to it.
I think we were having too much fun.
I'm like, you're not mentioning anything, you idiot. The invisible world, it manifests for Tanjiro when his father explains the fire breathing, the sun breathing thing, then he had to combine that with what Inosuke said. So that's how he got that. That's why it makes sense for him. Once the other people get the mark, they can just do it without either one of those things. They're not practiced sun breathers, but they can just do it. And it helps with that fight. So you need that. Why are they able to do it when we see what it took for Tanjiro to be able to do it? I don't know. Why couldn't they do it before? I don't know. But they can now. This is not a whatever.
Laid back.
This is not laid back.
J_ is gay, aka Beak Sleeper, says, he complains about devil fruits but not breathing styles.
He really complains about how long it took to explain what devil fruits are. And then he complained about the explanation of what they are.
Due to it being extremely grounded.
It's not grounded.
Okay.
Is if you slash
Godspeed?
Godspeed. Whatever the seventh form that Zenitsu make. Okay. Say Tanjiro uses his sword.
Oh, this guy's big into Miracle-chan.
It's so great. Say you have your sword and you're a water breather and you slash it in X motion. Mm-hmm. Did you just slash it in X motion or is this a new form? Mm-hmm. What constitutes making a new form?
Yes. What makes that form strong?
What is that not a form? Why is it not a form?
Like how there are parts of when Tanjiro's fighting, it makes sense that, hey, doing this, I'm doing the base and waterfall, it slows down my descent. Cool. That makes a lot of sense. The Mist Hashira being in bubble, the poking one doesn't work, but the slashing one does. Why?
Why? Because it does.
I got magic memories from my far, far, far back grandpa. Grounded power. Yep. Tanjiro heals a person with his soul.
With his soul. Get out of here, Corey. Stop bringing up Naruto!
It's not a convoluted mess like Jujutsu Kaisen or Hunter x Hunter's power system, which really helps when following the fights in the story.
Yes! The Wikipedia.
I don't even think Hunter x Hunter's is convoluted.
No. Outside of contracts.
I can't speak on Nimbies, though.
So the breathing effects are not real and are illusions.
Yes.
Then how does swings a sword make an actual illusion in front of someone while you are behind the target with mist breathing?
That doesn't happen.
It shut
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
but they think they see the mist because
Yeah.
he's moving so fast.
Yep,
and
that's
then
all
so
it is.
slow, and
At
then
all.
he cuts their
That's it.
head off,
That's it.
and then you clap.
I
And then
think
you
I
read
think
the
Jujutsu
Wikipedia
Kaisen is
article.
convoluted. Yeah, but I wouldn't say.
But
Alright.
this is not good because those are bad.
because the characters are using basic shit like breathing to be effective. Even the way the author set up
breathing, the breathing part is not the problem. That's not the breathing is to be effective. Because chakra is just inner spirit.
But
Ki is just inner spirit.
But it can be a problem because he switches from water to sun breathing. And what's the differentiation between those two breathings?
Shinkai 9. You paused the damn video in less than 2 seconds. That's why Triggered wants a video instead of
do you know-
nonsense with every word he says. Lamau for a while. I don't care. He doesn't need to listen to our arguments. I personally don't care what he wants. I'm gonna do what I want. And when I want to make a video, I will make a video. But that may not be this year. That may not be this decade. I don't care. I do I want.
And he also did this with Just Stop. So
He
is
did
that,
this with Just Stop and Captain Max.
So is that
and
fine?
us.
Is that fine for him to do, but not fine for us to do? Odd, huh?
Yeah, like the only thing is he doesn't have the attention span to really dissect this. He doesn't want to listen to a mother. So I'm sorry, I can't dumb it down and just condense everything into a 13-minute chunk for him, and that's the only way he can consume my
I'm
arguments.
sorry that I can't do exactly what he wants me to do.
I would, if Triggered Senpai asked me today because he did ask us, list your issues with Demon Slayer, I would send him a document and explain what my issues are and why they're my issues, and he could just read the document. I don't care. My entire thing is I want my opinion and arguments out there. And the best way to do it in terms of this type of format is to listen to somebody and go, hey, I'm going to
The document wouldn't work because in his comments he said
20 words or less, else y'all just yapping and yapping.
but a comment wouldn't work because he said in his comments, people will bring long comments. He's like, I'm not reading all
Oh
that.
yeah, I forgot that. Somebody did like a 2-paragraph comment. He said, I'm not reading all that, bruh.
So in order for us to get our points across, we must do it in the exact way that he wants us to do it.
And that's reasonable time frame. Because if we spend an hour and a half on a Demon Slayer video, he's going to say, look at how long they took.
And that's simply not fair.
Yeah.
So he can either do this or he can do nothing. But
And
we're
just
not
wait
doing
for
it
when we feel like doing a
because
thing.
we're not thirsty for him to hear our opinions. If he wants to hear it, we have so many different streams. We have so many different videos talking about Demon Slayer. He can watch them or he can't. He's not entitled to our opinion about these.
He's blocked us. Like, I don't care if he never hears us. I don't care if he never pays attention to us. I don't care if he never talks to us again. If he puts out a video we feel is interesting, we're going to do it. Like that One Piece one, we're going to do that. Avatar, I don't care about that. He can put that out. We're not going to do that.
Did a Don to Don. You like Don.
I love Don to Don. I'm not going to do that. ReZero, we're not going to do that. We never blocked Trigger Senpai. He's a liar.
He's a liar.
Please, bro, come on. I can show y'all right now. I can go right to it who's on our block list. You will see nobody but bots and that type of
And then his thing is just like, well, I'm not going to be the bigger man. I'll just block them too.
Like One Piece Forever says. We need more Goku T23 today.
Hey, it would be a nice little end point. But yeah, we'll do what we want when we want. If Trigger doesn't like our format, he could just wait for whenever we feel like doing things in the way that he would like. We didn't block DSP. I wish
DSP would come here now.
up the fights to where the Slayers were always at a disadvantage against the demons and
I'm sorry. I need to hear that point again.
fights in the story because the characters are using basic shit like breathing to be effective. Even the way the author set up the fights to where the Slayers were always at a disadvantage against the demons and had to find different ways to kill them in each fight, it made for some very engaging battles.
Pause. Okay, so how was Luffy not at a disadvantage against Kaido? Is at a disadvantage automatically making it a good fight? Because what fight does a character walk into and just go, I'm big nut
Solo
swinging?
leveling.
Sure. But this is basic storytelling to have your hero at a disadvantage, or even if the hero comes in at an advantage, to do something to make the villain come in at an advantage. Taking a hostage, them having a power up, that power up that the hero has having a time limit or something that harms them.
He
Or
can't be using Persona music. That's not what I'm hearing.
that's fine. But yeah, this is very basic things. And again, Triggered fans, you realize that. What is your favorite shonen anime? You know that the hero is coming in at a disadvantage. You know that it is. Think of one that they don't come in at a disadvantage.
More strategy was utilized in
It is Persona music. Okay.
gave the Slayers the opportunity to showcase their different techniques and their breathing styles. Now, there is a criticism out there, specifically from this guy's video, where he says that the breathing style system lacks substance because most if not all of the breathing styles function the same. Pretty much saying that the abilities are either the same or similar, which I don't understand how this
He didn't say, there's no way you used an AI overview.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
What
Mr. AI, can I get a little help with my video?
Awesome hair, man.
Never forget.
I love Persona music, but why not use music from the series you're talking about? Because a lot of Persona music is not copyrighted, or it won't get caught in the YouTube system, so people feel free to use it until the day it does, and then it's cooked. There's no way that you're doing an AI overview. Wait. Sword attacks from different styles can appear. This isn't even about Demon Slayer.
No, it's not.
It's about
it's about basic,
like riposte versus like
a fencer versus somebody, a samurai who slashes.
What the?
Uh-huh.
No way!
Yep.
To think that swordsmanship is only about
No, that's not.
That's not what Captain Max said.
That's not what Captain Max said.
And this is part of why we do our format in the way that we do it, so people can get people's entire video. Because
Instead
if you
of just
watch,
going, this is what he said.
which is not what Captain Max said. Captain Max showed 3 or 4 multi-slashing techniques, and he asked you to tell him the difference. What fundamentally is the difference between a flame breather and another like water breather, whatever type of breathing?
He talked about how I almost say DDR. Dungeon. What is it? DR.
What?
The role-playing games, the tabletop thing.
Dungeons and Dragons?
Dungeons and Dragons. He talked about how Dungeons and Dragons, everybody has a role. Tanks, healers, blah, blah, blah. If everybody was the same, then it just like, there's no point in having these. So everybody has specialties and things that they do different and things where they excel in and things that they're weak in. He said all of these things. Mm-hmm. And then he pointed to Demon Slayer and goes, okay, water and fire. What are the things that a water breather excels at? What are the things that a fire breather doesn't excel at? And you don't really know.
What fight is hindered by somebody not being a flame breather, that type of thing.
There's more that you get the person's entire point, and then you can talk about it instead of just saying they said it's all the same and then move on.
I think he's talking about how the disadvantages are unique and what you have to do to undercut. Yeah, every fight has a different disadvantage.
Says,
I'm sorry, I'm waiting.
At least you guys aren't using over 50% of the video. That's
yeah, so each fight has a different, like, essentially puzzle.
Poison versus this dude in a pot versus this dude.
Cutting off 2 people's head at the same time. That's the disadvantage. I totally agree with that. I like the way that most fights aren't just, hey, let's get to the next. It's a little bit more as the series progresses. But Captain Mac was talking about the sword techniques themselves, the forms.
Water is no different from fire, essentially. But they're
as far as the advantages and disadvantages.
But they're named different. They have different slashes. They have all these different things. So why are they different? Why can't it just be everybody has this form? There are 100 different forms. Some people excel at some of the forms more than other ones.
Zenitsu basically tells Tanjiro, here's how I do my form. I basically put the blood into the air into my legs and kick off and whatever. And Tanjiro does a version of that. So what's the difference between a lightning breather and a water breather that can use the lightning form or a pseudo version of the lightning form, striking very fast?
If a water breather puts all their air into their legs, are they just enhancing their legs, or are they now doing lightning breathing? I don't know. It's not explained enough. Because that is the only time that we get any insight into what lightning breathing is.
And that's what Captain Mac's point was. Triggered took what Captain Mac said and went, swords are all the same. And I can't believe he thinks swords are all the same. So everything he's about to say here is a misrepresentation of what Captain Mac said.
And we're not allowed to hear what Captain Mac said. We're only allowed to hear Triggered's interpretation of what Captain Mac said.
Thunder is fast, sound is fat, and derived from thunder, but Shinobu is faster than Tengen with insect breathing, which comes from water.
That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Perfect sense.
Could be an issue given that the primary way that most demon slayers fight are with swords. There's only so many ways you can swing a sword, and this is
dude. Boxers have different techniques,
sir.
There's in-fighters and out-fighters and brawlers and southpaws. And
if I may request that we go back one more time to our Triggered video.
I thought it was closed and we no longer needed to.
We must go back one more time.
Which
please.
Triggered video is
Part
it?
2 again.
Impossible!
It is very possible.
Impossible!
It is exceptionally possible.
Do we need what we said or just...
Yes.
Oh no, impossible!
It is the only possible thing here. Probably could have just went to history, but we're already here.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Second part.
You can have.
What do we need?
Boxing.
There's no way. There's factual no way.
Boxers.
Okay. See, even if he's swinging a sword in a different way. You might as well just go, oh, Ippo, all the boxers in Ippo are just punching. So what's there to even think about? There's all types of cross blocks and...
His power system would have used having knights among the demon slayers and have the core be an international effort, and that would help with variety amongst the breathings.
It is the thing we said before. He's just like, all boxers! It is good. Continue playing.
In-fighter, out-fighter, southpaw...
Hey, you said that!
Technique.
Now let's hear what Trigger says about that.
No.
I wonder what Trigger said about that.
Oh no.
What did Trigger say about boxing? I don't know.
Criticizing the sport of boxing is saying that it lacks substance because most, if not all, the fighters look like they fight the same. Like, hey, why does Tyson Fury's jab look similar to Muhammad Ali's jab? Yeah, that Mike Tyson fellow, he has a more aggressive approach with his jab compared to that George Foreman guy who's a lot more calculated and patient. But who cares about that? They threw the same type of punch and they look similar.
Boy, he is really fighting a straw man. Danger Rap. Trigger keeps telling us to drop a video. What video is he talking about?
Yeah.
What video do you believe he's talking about?
Yeah, what video are we dropping?
What video should we drop? What is he talking about? A One Piece video? A Demon Slayer video? An anti-him video that's condensed? What is he talking about? This straw man is crazy. Because again, he's crafting an entire anti-argument against a non-argument.
Who cares about how they set up the jab or how they utilized it throughout the fight? Nah, fuck that. They look similar and operate the same. So bad.
Nobody would say that, though.
Captain Mac did not say that. Rip George Foreman.
There's a clear distinction between somebody like Mayweather who throws 1 billion punches and a heavyweight who only needs 2 or 3 punches.
Says, unrelated, but what are y'all top 3 Persona games?
4 golden, 5 royal, 4 dancing.
4 golden, 5 royal. No. 3 FES maybe? I might go 3 FES and then 5 royal. I need to replay Persona 2.
I blow up the video again.
Now he knows good damn well no one said that.
Such a shallow sport. Like, that criticism was such a desperate fucking reach that he might have been able to grab the moon.
He said people swinging a bunch of swords all around them, multi-slashing all around them. He gave 3 examples and he asked you to tell them what's functionally different between them.
Fire and water, 2 very basic ones. What's the difference?
With that shit. That's the type of criticism you make when you really don't have shit to criticize, so you start trying.
But you don't have to praise, so you just keep saying the same things of development and humanization. And it's different because it's got these themes that all these other things have. He can't.
Trying to find little dumb shit to complain about that makes no sense. Like, that criticism would have been a lot more.
What makes this criticism even more idiotic is that a lot of breathing styles take inspiration from other breathing styles. What does that mean, Trigger?
Yeah. How does flower take inspiration from water? How does serpent?
What does it do to take inspiration from those styles?
What?
Well, how do you create an offshoot of a style?
Sound uses these chainsaws and explosions. How does that take inspiration from thunder?
Is love breathing an actual style, or is it about the sword? Especially sun breathing, since it's the originator of all breathing styles. So of course there's going to be cases where some techniques look similar. Beast breathing come from nothing. He just created it and created something that looks similar to the guy that did wind. I'm not wind, but sound. Beast breathing offshoot of wind? Are you serious?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
This is goofy.
Whatever. Who cares? Sure.
This is goofy.
More effective if the author didn't do anything in the story to help emphasize the differences between the breathing techniques. But they did. That's the entire point.
What? What did they do to emphasize it? Water breathing, fluidity, adapt. Where are you getting this from, Trigger?
Pizza Steak says, how TF is mist not inspired by water MF it's mist.
Hey. Good.
Hey, whatever, baby. Don't matter.
Flame breathing, strength, intensity, overwhelming. Okay. Thunder breathing and love breathing. Thunder breathing, speed, reflexes, and precision. Love breathing, speed, agility, and emotional intensity.
What?
I just saw that from somewhere else. Thunder breathing, speed, reflexes, and precision. Insect breathing, precision, agility, and speed.
Oh, but was that an offshoot of thunder? I don't think it was an offshoot of thunder. So why does it have the same things as thunder? Huh. That's odd. But it's not an offshoot of the thing.
What are we
It's
talking?
an offshoot of a different thing.
But it's exactly the same thing in essence.
Huh.
Fluidity, flexibility, and serpentine movements for serpent breathing.
Serpent breathing's specialty is flexibility. Why isn't that love breathing as well? Because several of them, she is dodging with her legs up as a ballerina would.
Danger warp. Mitsuri was not a flame breather. She wanted to be a flame breather and could not be a flame breather. That's the issue. So she had to create an offshoot from flame breathing that fit her. We do not know why people cannot learn breathing styles.
But this is very odd, because if it's an offshoot of flame breathing specialties are strength, intensity, and overwhelming power. None of those things are love breathing. So what is the offshoot there? How does it shoot off from flame breathing if it's speed, which is not strength, agility, which is not intensity, strength and power? Aren't those the same thing?
Yeah, because a lot of these you'll see stuff like precision, agility, and speed, flexibility and fluidity, illusion, deception, and confusion. Like, a lot of these are this power and destructive force.
Are they making the illusions with mist?
It's this
They
chat
aren't.
GPT.
They might be, because I couldn't find.
He might have AI asked what, and ChatGPT just lies sometimes. I'm literally doing something at work where I have to fix a calculator that somebody generated through ChatGPT and just said, implement it into our site. Oh, it's not working anymore. So now I have to shoot like 150 lines of code to figure out why it's not working. Like, what are we doing?
But yeah, it doesn't make sense if strength, intensity, and overwhelming power, and then the direct offshoot from somebody who attempted to learn flame breathing and couldn't. She does none of those things to make her own form. She changes the sword, she changes the fighting style, but for some reason, it's an offshoot of flame breathing in a way that we can't tell.
He learned so much from ChatGPT.
This is so... Choosing GPT as a source is unbelievable. It is amongst the worst things you can use because all it does is extrapolate data from a bunch of different sources and tries to spit out what it believes you're asking for. So if you use a prompt of, what is the difference between the breathing styles and Demon Slayer, it's going to try its best to answer it, even if the answers are complete horse and come from no actual source material. And where is the source for this, Triggered?
And directly contradicts what's in the manga and anime.
This is unbelievable.
It directly contradicts it.
I cannot believe
this does not explain how flame and love breathing is an offshoot. It just doesn't. And you didn't recognize that when you put it on here. You just went, oh, here are the differences, but not when it comes to what offshoots and how it offshoots.
Yep, tap the side. What's the difference? We never left.
Never.
Point of each breathing style having
if he learns, if all he learns from AI and only spits what he hears from AI in this way is Triggered and AI, maybe. No, he still has to edit on his own.
It's called love breathing because it fits her. You're thinking way too much about the name. Okay, part of it. One of the specialities is emotional intensity. Is that not emotion, love? What's the emotional intensity that they're using? Mm-hmm. And not even talking about the name of it. I was purely talking about how it offshoots from flame breathing. I wasn't like, why is it? I don't think I said, why is it called love breathing?
No, you didn't.
I was purely talking about how does it offshoot from flame breathing?
Between the breathing techniques, but they did. That's the entire point of each breathing style having a specific theme. The thematic connection helps define the nature of each technique and adds depth to the character's fighting style. So when you ask people to...
No examples given. None.
To tell you the difference between sound breathing fourth form, water breathing fourth form, and beast breathing fifth fang, you're being hella disingenuous because you know these techniques are the Slayer's interpretation of that specific attack style. Like, yeah, let's conveniently leave out...
So functionally, they are no different from each other. So why are there even these multiple breathing styles? Especially when this is just, dude.
The fact that Tengen sound breathing fourth form is a defensive based technique where he remains in a stationary position and uses a combination of bombs and regular...
So can he not move from that position? Can he not attack? If a demon got into his grasp, would he not harm that demon? If I looked at the Wikipedia article, would I see defensive?
He is really bothered about that Arthur thing. And guess what he used to prove his point? This is unbelievable.
What did he use?
Racketeer says.
Because I'm looking up.
Triggered, they're different because they're offshoots.
Cool.
Alps deja vu. I've just been in this place before hire on the street, and I know it's time to go.
The user spins his twin swords around, spins them rapidly around themselves, enabling the blade to destroy anything that comes in contact with them with the powerful defensive capabilities around the user.
Cool.
So, again, this is... So, can he not move? Does it work better when he doesn't move?
Hey,
can he not attack with it?
I'm glad y'all are telling us if he does stuff in the community post, because he keeps tagging us and he does not understand that because we're blocked, we do not get the notifications. That's why if you go to the post, there's no blue for our name because you cannot click it because we're blocked by him. He's so dumb.
It's fine.
Sword attacks to block out multiple incoming strikes. Compared to Tanjiro's water breathing fourth form, an offensive and defensive based technique where Tanjiro is a lot more mobile and fluid in movement.
Pause. What makes it offensive and defensive where the other one wasn't offensive and defensive?
Yeah, I don't understand the difference.
You can't just say that they are. Precisely. He can use this. He can use his fourth form to attack, but Tengen can't.
And if we compare that to Inosuke's beast-breathing Fifth Fang, an offensive-based technique where his attacks are a lot more aggressive and erratic, can you really say with a straight face that all these attacks are the same?
Pause. No. In the final arc, he used Kanao is about to get a bunch of ice shards hit on her, and he uses this form to block all of those.
Oh, so it was used offensively and defensively?
Yes, it was.
Oh, so I guess it is kind of the same thing.
Yes.
Oh. No.
It's almost like Trigger doesn't know what he's talking about.
So change this big N-O to a Y-E-S asterisk.
Funny how that works, isn't it? And I remember noting that, like, oh, this is offensive as well. And defensive.
No, because the approach for each technique is drastically different from the other.
No, I wouldn't even say the approach for Tanjiro and Inosuke's was different. It's just that Tanjiro was getting attacked and Inosuke was just kind of hitting everything around him. If Tanjiro had a bunch of things descending around him and he did the same thing, it would look the same. Like, if you put those three forms in that room where Inosuke was, it would functionally look the same.
And you mentioned the precision of Tanjiro's fourth form, but is Tengen's fourth form not precise? Is he just swinging them and hoping that whatever's trying to hit him doesn't actually hit him? That doesn't seem very good.
I'm not even going to entertain his take on the supposed misogyny in the power system because it's just fucking goofy, man. Like, yeah.
You already did.
I'm not even going to entertain it. Goes on to explain why he's wrong.
So, yeah, I'm not going to respond. Here's my response.
I ain't saying this dude got stuck teeth.
But look at his yappers.
But look at that in comparison to the White Castle sign. That's all I'm saying.
Because when we think of women, we think of them being physically stronger than men and liking bugs.
Okay. Let's go back. Obviously there are women out there that like bugs and are physically stronger than some men. But
Jesus.
But this is a widely accepted belief that most women are afraid of bugs and not physically stronger than men. Yeah, it's an accepted belief. That doesn't factually prove anything. Mitsuru, I don't know how much stronger she is than men.
They just, her muscle density is 8 times that of a normal person. Do you know when she displays that? Exactly 2 times in the manga.
Okay. Her thing isn't about the insect. It's about she's not strong enough, so she uses poison. That's her issue.
And you're talking about the ways that they are not traditionally feminine, but what about the ways that they are? Yes, she does use insects, but she is physically weak, as it is the commonly believed assumption that women are. Yes, Mitsuri is physically strong, but what does she desire the most? Love, which is traditionally feminine. So yes, they do have these non-traditionally feminine things, but then they do have these traditionally feminine things that you cannot ignore.
There's nothing wrong with being traditional feminine. It's just that the only thing that is allowed to be exhibited in the manga, in the eyes of Captain Mac, is that the women have to exude some type of largely perceived femininity. One covets love. One is not strong enough to cut off the head of demon. The only demon slayer that is not strong enough.
Flower breathing,
love breathing, that type of thing. It's not like Mitsuri is the flame Hashira and Rengoku was the love Hashira.
Or the passion Hashira.
Yeah.
Like, we're just gonna sit here and act like love isn't a common thing for women, even though they're the main supporters of Valentine's Day.
Obviously, men and women are into the concept of love and Valentine's Day, but again, this is a widely accepted belief that most women are more into lovey-dovey stuff than men.
So isn't that propping up the love breathing thing and how that's feminine? And
it's not. At best, you could say it's misogynistic, but that's just an interpretation of Captain Mac. I don't really agree with it, nor subscribe to that thought.
What makes a Slayer strong enough to kill a demon? Shinobu and Kanao have similar builds, but the former can't kill demons while the latter can.
Very odd, isn't it?
Act like love isn't a common thing for women, even though they're the main supporters of Valentine's.
But that's his entire point.
Yeah.
This is a thing that happens for women. And of course, the only thing that the women in the manga have are things that must be based on women. They're not as strong as men. They want love. Blah, blah, blah. Again, it's not like in Mitsuri is the flame Hashira and Rengoku is the love Hashira. Then there would be like no argument to be made. But every single woman in the series, for the most part, exudes some widely common belief of femininity, which isn't necessarily a problem, but it is something that Captain Mac noted and is a factual thing.
From there, it all depends on how much you believe and subscribe to this.
Yes.
Except for Makimo. Makimo is water.
Yeah. But for them, I don't subscribe to this. Yeah. I personally don't agree with Captain Mac that it's misogynistic or sexist. It just so happens
it's just a little weird that it is all that.
Yeah, it's just a little weird that it is all that.
That's all it is. I'm not ascribing some political belief or anything.
This part is sexist. That women just love Valentine's Day. It was a widely common thing back in the day that pink was for boys and blue was for girls because red is a typically aggressive and masculine color, and that's just a lighter version of it.
For women.
Romance is for women.
Yeah, bros.
So the widely held belief back in the day would have been that pink is for men. But then some company, I forget who it was, kind of flipped it and started making clothing and such for girls that were pink. So then it became a feminine color. So now it's a widely held belief that pink is for women. So society moves belief-wise as the tides. Like things go up, go down. Masculine becomes feminine. Feminine becomes masculine. It is what it is.
To be fair, Mac did specify living women. Fair enough.
Day. Also, women liking flowers and not being physically stronger than men? Yeah, that's not common either.
That's the way he spoke about that was kind of sexist, laughing about how women are stronger than men. Obviously men and women are capable of liking flowers, but flowers are often associated with femininity.
Whatever this point is, I like her big bracelet.
Yeah, that's cool.
Look, I said I wasn't going to entertain it, but sometimes you gotta laugh at stupid shit.
So you did. So don't say you're not gonna do the thing and then do the thing.
And no, not all breathing styles need a weakness. Every battle show.
No, that's not what he said.
Yep, no, you're not understanding what he said, and you're not allowing the audience to explain and understand what he said by simply saying what he said. That's not what he said, and that's not what he intended.
He did not say every breathing style needs his weakness. He noted a widely known genre of MMOs where characters will have strengths and weaknesses, and you can tell the difference between a class and a subclass. You cannot tell the difference between fire breathing and water breathing at a glance. You just can't. He didn't even say, hey, make it so they all have weaknesses. At least I don't remember him saying that.
Unknown says it would have been better if they had weakness. Yes. I don't know if he said that or if...
But it would have been better if there were differences in the form where, hey, you see two, and I know we said this part, you see two demon slayers of different breathing styles switch off opponents because fire is better for this opponent and water is better for this one. So they switch.
I'm a man and therefore I don't seek women. And therefore it's not my fault that I'm bitchless.
Absolutely. Yep. What is the weakness of snake breathing? Nothing.
Need to be structured like fucking Baldur's Gate or Pokemon to be effective. Like Jesus Christ.
No, he just noted a thing that he's seen that he likes. Keys to creating a successful power system. Consistency is very important. Make sure it's coherent and easy to follow. Do not retcon anything. It only causes confusion and ruins. The creativity isn't really needed but appreciated. Have you not just mentioned every power system out there?
Yeah.
What power system doesn't follow these four things? Can anybody in the chat tell me a power system that doesn't follow these four things? Because I am struggling. I'm just going to leave that up there for a second and then go back and listen to...
He might say JJK.
No, that follows everything here.
Coherent and easy to follow.
Easy to follow, not necessarily, but it is coherent.
You could say that. But you could say parts of the contracts in Hunter x Hunter.
But at what point is it not easy to follow? Like,
yeah, the point that where it's not easy to follow. Can you get 3 of these 4 and still be successful?
Jujutsu Kaisen's second rule, okay. With Demon Slayer. One Piece, I'd say no. Hockey, no. You understand what hockey does. Nen, no. You can understand what hockey does. What Nen does. You know the positives and the negatives of one. You know, going into a subclass that is going to be weaker than going into your Infinity class. I wouldn't say that. Stands, absolutely not. Stands are easy to understand.
But water-breathing fifth form blessed rain after a motherfucking drought breaks the world building cuss. We are told over and over Tanny is the only person to be nice to demons.
Hey, yeah, why would that even create it? Attack on Titan? I don't think so. Key? No, Key has all of this. Sword Art Online? I don't remember enough. Fairy Tail? Maybe they retcon some stuff in Fairy Tail. Maybe.
As long as the power system is consistent and easy to follow and doesn't retcon or break any of its rules for the sake of giving characters a BS power-up, One Piece.
So Luffy's Devil Fruit, the Devil Fruit is a retcon, but not the way Devil Fruits act. That's not a retcon triggered. It's not a retcon of the power system. It's a retcon of his fruit.
Hockey is so inconsistent and poorly explained throughout the story, especially pre-time skip, that it caused the readers to question the author on how well thought out the concept was. What were the ill thought out things? What were the questions that people were having? Don't just say that. Official introduction of hockey caused some confused some readers and made them question why characters like Croc, Moria, and the CP9 agents didn't have or use the ability to the fullest potential when they should have. Croc, he was a big fish in a small pond and he was happy to be there. Gecko Moria, he went to the new world and was crushed.
So he probably didn't have it at the time.
CP9 agents, everything that they did is perfectly acceptable for what they need to do.
So how is hockey inconsistent in its time? And how is it poorly explained?
Of course, a One Piece.
Says, who could have possibly guessed he would mention One Piece?
Who could have thought in their wildest dream? Where is that?
What?
I don't see that there.
Oh yeah, I don't either. Weird.
Of course, a One Piece fan is trying to critique this writing of another series when they heavily consume a series that has been inconsistent for 27 years. Frowny face, frowny face, frowny face. One of the frowny faces is encased in white. Don't know what that is, but whatever. Do they think that One Piece is badly written for these issues? Most likely not. You don't know what he thinks about this. He might think that, yes, again, you've admitted that this story is cliche. You've talked about the bad points of the series where villains are not that good, but you still think the series is pretty good. Captain Mac can think that the series is inconsistent and have problems with it, but still think that it's pretty good. You don't know what he thinks about that.
Yeah.
It's just that simple.
And who cares if he doesn't critique this? He's critiquing this series. And you should just break down his arguments of the series on the strength of the series itself.
And also, keep in mind, if you watch the video in full, which he did not, at the end of the series, he said that he's willing to overlook things that have these issues in series that he likes because there are things to prop it up. There are better things in there that hides the weaknesses.
Oh, but sort of like when Triggered said Nezuko does more good for the series than bad.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. But Demon Slayer doesn't have these things to cover up the bad things, so the bad things look worse. Captain Max said this. Yeah, I think it's frozen.
That's all.
Yeah, that might be it. Let's reload this piece of
Dark Heart of
matters.
Hope says,
Awesome.
Lucci been undercover for years leering to be a shipwright. Mastering the sixth path is 2-year ways from awaking a carnivore Zon fruit. May have just didn't have time to learn a second fighting style.
Who the knows? But just going, CP9 doesn't have it, so it's inconsistent, is goofy to me.
And when you look at it, Soru, the shave, that is essentially hockey, observation hockey, because they're not absorbing, they're predicting the movements and moving accordingly. And finger pistols, it can penetrate basically anything. So how is that different from?
And we saw Aspiration Hockey in Skypiea with Montada, which was just a form of it.
It's the things that they're using are functionally no different from hockey. Hockey has this this wave that they can do sometimes.
But see, that's the thing.
They did it in
That's like I said.
They did it in the Marine Corps, where the Marines they did a big shield of hockey, and that's the Rokugan thing that Lucci uses. How is that any different from that? The things that they use are similar to hockey ability.
Madaka Box, Z-Man, you might be right.
Our chat froze, so we missed a lot. So if anybody said anything important, it's lost to history. Sorry, we can't scroll up. Impossible.
I mean, I have heard a lot of people in the One Piece community complain about hockey, but I never understood what their problem was. They just say it's vague without really explaining why.
Yeah,
and
so
that's what happens. Like, there's no real explanation for it. It's just, oh, it's vague and blah, blah, blah.
And Triggered was in a position to showcase what those complaints were, because he said that people, even though they like One Piece, complain about these things, but he didn't show a single one. Does anybody find that weird?
Also, is in SBS.
Maybe he's talking about when advanced conquerors and when advanced armament is used. It's fairly discussed, but of course Triggered would need the other side to help him with some sort of good X.
Also in SBS, it was stated they have hockey. It was just super weak. Devil's Advocate,
not in the series, but again, I don't see that as too big of an issue.
Oh, DA already talked about the Shanks not using it in Chapter 1, betting on the new kid and blah, blah, blah.
Yes, he purposefully lost his arm.
Yeah. Again, we're not in the One Piece community, so I never
watch
see
videos. I don't go to Reddit.
I never see arguments. So if there are arguments out there, cool.
I would like to see them, and Trigger was in a position to do it because he used them to bolster his point, but he didn't showcase what their points were, and I don't think that that's very good.
And
I'm on your ass, bitch. I'm on your ass.
And once again, it's only to discredit what Captain Mac is talking about. Oh, he's a One Piece fan, but he wants to talk about this. Stop with the discrediting. Just talk about his arguments.
Does Shanks need to lose his arm for that? Yes, because he's showing Luffy that if you're not strong or if you make mistakes, people will get hurt for this. So get strong. If he recognized that Luffy has the Nika fruit, he's like, this kid will need to be strong too, in order to beat what's coming, because it's just like, if he needs to be Emu, he needs to be strong, and he needs motivation to be strong, and that's the motivation to be strong. I tried to protect you because you're weak, and I got hurt, so you need to be strong enough to protect everybody.
Yeah, Shinkai, again, I personally am not part of the community, so I don't know what people's arguments for it, against it, whatever are. Or
Triggered recognizes that there are complaints, but he didn't showcase any of the complaints.
Giving characters a BS power-up, One Piece, then that's all that matters. Also, in Volume 7...
I don't think that's all that matters. I think there's a lot that goes into it, because most power systems would be that. But Triggered, if you were to go Fairy Tail is basically all of that. Would you say that's a good power system? Bleach is basically all of that. Would you say that's a good power system? So on and so forth. Or are there tiers to power system even with all of those caveats?
17 of Demon Slayer, it clearly states that the elemental effects are not real. Like, this shit just...
he realized it and he put it in a comment.
This is also chapter...
What's going on?
I think we about to get done up. This is also some chapter... I think we talked about it. It was like 4 chapters before the end. And also you need to search this out. So if he's not reading this specific legal version where they have this, or if he does read it and skips over it because it's a lot of just useless information sometimes, he's not going to have this. Now, he should have researched it a little bit more, but it also should have been in the manga. Yeah. So it is a complaint that you can levy on both parts. This should have been in a manga so that everybody can understand this without question, without needing to go into a volume extra. But Captain Mac should have researched into this and had a definitive answer.
Yes, if you're doing a large video like this, you should try to absorb whatever information you have in order, because this is going to probably be your only one.
FBI open up. BG is accused of scamming people out of their scam bucks.
Exonerated. Not guilty. Bam! Copyright police searching for you.
This didn't come out of nowhere.
Is it true that Trigger blocked you guys? Yes, we're completely blocked. If you go to his channel, and you see our name when he tags us in the recent post, you'll see it's not blue. The reason for that is typically when you tag somebody, they get that blue so you can click their username, you can go to their channel. But if they're blocked, that does not happen.
Here's an easy way that we can do this. On screen, could you type a comment into Triggered's comments, and then people can go and see if they can see it?
Yeah, maybe he unblocked us.
So then we will see definitively if we're blocked or not.
Okay. I can't do it on... Oh, yeah, I can. So I'm going to bring up the Firefox.
Because if we're not blocked and we're just talking, we will retract it.
Or we were unblocked. Because we were 100%. Because he said literally he blocked us before.
But if you can see on screen, we are now typing.
No, I'll do it now.
We are not now typing it in.
I will show them on screen now, me trying to type. Window capture.
You Firefox. So I did a little song parody. It's a,
oh, yeah,
it's
I need
a talent
window.
of mine.
It's really not. Firefox. Boop, 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 boop. Firefox. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Let us see if we are still blocked. Because he also acknowledged that in the comments he blocked us because we blocked him, even though he was literally just in our chat like 3 weeks ago.
Ask him how you're supposed to drop a video that hasn't been made.
I'm just going to ask Triggered, what video are you talking about?
Yeah.
Triggered, what video are you talking about?
And if you can see that, we're not blocked.
Yep.
And if you can't, we are blocked.
Newest first. It is not there.
Uh-oh.
We are blocked on his channel.
There you go.
Yep. So you guys can go there right now. Go to the newest first. See if you can see on screen.
There it is.
I typed a comment.
Could you refresh real quick just to make sure that it's still there?
Unless, because being blocked, it gets removed. Nope, still there.
Still there.
And we're on newest first.
So as you can see, we are blocked.
Yeah, we are just blocked. Sorry.
So there you go. Empirical evidence.
So I don't know what y'all want us to do. Vis-a-vis Triggered, we are blocked. He has blocked us.
We blocked as blocked can be.
Yeah, like there's nothing else to do.
And if that's not good enough for you, just look.
What?
Comments.
Oh, yeah.
Hi Zaldonix says, yes, in HXH there is a retcon in the new chapter where apparently the specialist can go 100% wherever
Oh,
he
they
wants.
didn't see it.
Oh, they didn't see it? That's crazy. It should have been on there.
Ah, falsified experiment.
No. I can't see it. Yep. Oh, they can't see the comments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they saw us do it, but they can't see the comment.
Okay. I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, no.
The state of you.
Yeah, no. Legitimately.
Yeah. So yeah, we are blocked. I don't know who Walker is, but he's done nothing to get him timed.
Yeah. Is it because of something you guys did to him that caused him to block you? As we were talking to him.
What we did to block him is what we're doing right now.
To get blocked by him.
Yes. And that
No, it wasn't even that. He talked about us in a community post and I answered him and then he blocked us.
Yep, we're blocked.
Yeah, like yeah, oh hell no, we blocked. What do you want?
And we're not trying to like engage with them. We're not, because we could just make a new account and be like, hey, it's a list exists, but
use one of our other accounts.
But he's tagging us. We don't get the tag because he blocked us.
We don't get the notifications because he blocked us. He blocked us. Like, he is not blocked by us. Like, I could tag Triggered Senpai and it would come up.
Look at the many instances throughout the story where characters gave their interpretations of a person's breathing technique. Keyword, interpretation. They never say the shit is real.
No, but
Is this a Captain Mac response video, or is it you trying to explain that Demon Slayer is severely overhated? Or I guess that would be part of the overhated aspect. Sure.
it's halfway. But go back. The way that you've done this is going, he's shrouded in mist. Did he disappear? What's going on? It's as if. The way that you're doing it, if you're going right to left, then that means that he's shrouded in mist. If you're going left to right, then it's as if he's shrouded in mist. Then that makes more sense. So I don't know what it is. I don't know. But how is it as if he's shrouded in mist? What is he doing to make him project that shroud of mist? You can't. It's not enough to just say it's fake because they're saying that it's fake.
Yeah.
You need to show what is he doing to make it seem like there's mist everywhere.
How far are we going today?
Racketeer says, don't think Captain Mac is at fault in the special effects point since the characters in the story are giving some sort of acknowledgement to the
Yes,
elements
and
of
that's
Slayer's
really crazy
And
because
then-
it's like it's as if he's shrouded in mist, and we're seeing all this mist, and it's really hard.
Because Daki was like the sword burns when he was using fire breathing. I'm good to keep going. I'm good to finish it.
Okay. He's talking about Demon Slayer on a live stream after he made the video. He saw a Discord message from you guys. That wasn't from us.
From years ago.
Because
as
I
he
saw
was-
that list. And that wasn't from us.
What? On live stream after you made a video, he saw a Discord message. What was the Discord message?
It was a list of issues with Demon Slayer. And that wasn't from us. It was not neither one of our names. Maybe it was somebody that went to our stream and just pulled the thing. But no, because Trigger said to that person, what are your issues with Demon Slayer? And then they listed a bunch of issues. So I don't know who that person was.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Person's breathing technique. Keyword, interpretation. They never say the shit is real. They always say shit like, oh, it feels like,
Pause.
or
Did the sound of lightning just strike? He was not near him to see lightning, so he's not saying that I didn't see lightning. All I heard was it. So this point, did the sound of lightning just strike? That hurts your point, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, because it sounds like, hey, that sounds just like thunder or lightning striking. But it shouldn't because it's not real.
It feels like I'm standing in a gentle spring rain. That it doesn't make sense for anything. Blessed rain after a drought or anything.
it sounds like to explain the technique. Like
No, that sound. Did lightning just strike?
So what is the sound that's being made and how is he making it?
seriously, man, it feels like motherfuckers be trolling with some of these criticisms they be having. Like a motherfucker deadass asked me how is a breathing style created, despite the fucking story.
Hey, I think that was us.
We did ask that. He said he didn't mention us in his video. I guess we got a little bit of a mention. We out here.
Telling us how breathing styles were created.
Yoriichi was teaching everyone his sword techniques and breaths. But none of them could reach his level. Yoriichi worked around each person's strength and taught them a modified breath technique, breath system. Thus, more derivatives of the breath of the sun began to appear one after another. More marked people appeared, and the power of the demon hunters increased. Before long, a mark appeared on me too, just like the one Yoriichi had. How does this explain how a breath is created? It just goes, he walked up to them and he taught them a modified version because they couldn't do his version. How does this explain how a breathing style is created? How did Inosuke, a guy that didn't even know what a Demon Slayer really was, create a breathing style? And this does not explain it. It just explains what Yoriichi did to give them their offshoots.
525 says, more breathes were made. Perfect example.
More breaths more breathing styles were made.
Where does he come from? What mark?
Like, what are we doing here? This is the craziest thing.
I'd like to ask Trigger, where does the air go into a flame breather? Because we know it goes into the legs of the chest, the heart. I didn't show you this.
Why another one?
Because I reignited my love of Charlotte Lindley and Big Mom. I'm going to find a way to get this covered with her heart.
I'm gonna find a way.
Find a way, and it's gonna look good.
Yeah, this doesn't really explain how a breath is created, just that what he did
Was taught them based upon the strengths that they had.
Yeah, no, like,
and
this is not what you think it is, Triggered. It really isn't.
Stone breathing man is the strongest Hashira.
Mm-hmm.
But flame breathing is power.
Mm-hmm.
It's intensity. Why is he not flame breathing?
Oh, hell no, not a manga spoiler.
Yeah, we manga boys out here.
Yeah, we're big manga boys.
How is a breathing style created? Despite the fucking story telling us how breathing styles were created.
No.
When we asked him that, he did not have an answer.
Yeah. And he also doesn't have an answer here. Because this is not proof of how a breathing style is created, just that it was created. Yes. But he's not good. He's either not good enough or not smart enough to understand
Or both.
Or maybe he's just like a narcissist and he doesn't really absorb arguments. He just hears what he wants to hear and then regurgitates.
Yeah, that's what it was with the Captain Mac thing. They should have weakness. And that is Captain Mac's argument in Trigger's eyes. No nuance, no things before, after the explanation. No, they should just have weaknesses.
It does, so it is.
It does, so it is.
We don't know how the sun breathing is created, but this explains how the versions of them work. No, it explains that they were created, not how. Shinkai. It explains the why there are offshoots, but not the how there are offshoots. Only that they exist. Like if tomorrow, a guy started flying, and it goes, oh, he was born in the 12th moon. That does not explain how he's flying.
And look at it like this. Love is an offshoot of flame. What did love take from flame?
Yes.
How did she make that? What did she modify? We don't know. We just know that she did. We know that it is an offshoot of it. We don't know anything else. We don't know. There's no similarities in moves, the sword, the stances, nothing. We just know that she tried to do it. It wasn't for her. So she went, I'm going to take the things in flame breathing and make love breathing. But we don't know what she took and we don't know how she took it.
Like, what the fuck? Just to make it clear for those who are too slow to catch on, when Demon Slayers create a breathing style, it's a style that's unique to them.
That means nothing.
Literally nothing.
Not hey, this is a version of, it's very much like Nin where you have an affinity for this and it has to do with your personality. That's not what we're talking about. How did a breathing AI generated
AI generated answers. Please verify crucial facts.
Please verify facts.
No, thank you. The fact that you said it is verification enough for me, Mr. AI. I appreciate it.
I cannot believe this.
Beep boop.
I'm not even gonna, like, there's nothing even because it's clearly trying to pull from Wikipedia because you see the 2, 4, and the 5 for the thing.
For example, Mitsuri developed love breathing style from flame breathing. That's all that it is.
And we know that.
Perfectionist BTW.
Perfectionist. Yes, this is an AI answer. AI generated answer right in the bottom left. Please verify critical facts. I cannot believe this.
And he's using this to be like, dummies?
Yeah, you idiots. Look what AI says.
Something that is self-taught and takes inspiration from existing styles. So when Mitsuri learned love breathing, it was something she came up with when learning fire breathing.
No, she could not learn fire breathing. Why could she not learn fire breathing, Triggered? You did not answer that when we asked it to your face.
And what is she taking from fire breathing?
That we're now asking based on the quote-unquote properties of flame breathing.
Because the fact that she did offshoot it from flame breathing is there. But now we have further questions. The answer is not simply from flame breathing, move on, all questions answered. That brings up further questions.
Rengoku tried to teach her, but he couldn't because she could not learn flame breathing. And it's never explained why someone can or cannot learn a breathing style. She just could not. So she created love breathing.
Look at what ChatGPT said.
Bro, are you an idiot? Let me prompt something for you real quick.
What's the difference between breathing styles?
She named the style love breathing because that's what she wanted to name it. It fits her
Love One
personality
Piece
and
Forever says, I love how you said solo leveling. You sounded so disappointed.
How do you derive from an existing technique when you don't even know how to use the technique?
I guess he wanted it TTS'd.
specifically her background when she
no.
was trying to find love. No one came up to her and said, hey, Mitsuri, you're a love breather now.
Pause. And you see, that answer is enough for Triggered because he doesn't think beyond that.
No, because he's still going on the Captain Mac point of nobody forced her to do this, so it's not somebody implanting love on her. It's the Arthur implanting it on her.
The whole reason why you can derive from the technique because you're expanding upon the technique. So yes, if you're not learning the technique, you can't expand on it.
Yeah, because the main dude had to show them different ways to do it in order for them to get them offshoots. You think Tricky would resort to using AI thumbnails if he's good with AI answers?
Yes.
100%. 1,000,000,000,000%.
What's wrong with looking up online for research?
Absolutely nothing is wrong with looking up online. The problem is AI pulls from a bunch of different places and it cannot source a lot of times what it's pulling from. So those answers he's deriving, we have no idea where they're coming from. It's not like, oh, I pulled this from Oxford's dictionary. Like a Wikipedia, at least when it evidences things, it has a little mark that says 1, 2, 3. You can click it. You can go to the source of where that information comes from. Where did the information come from that he's pulling from?
If 5 people on Reddit say similar things and they're all wrong because they heard it from a YouTube video, the AI is going to pull from that because it has the most sources, and then they're going to spit that out, even though it may be wrong. That's why it says to verify those facts.
Yeah. It cannot understand if what it's saying is true. It can only understand that you asked for this thing and I have information pertaining to this thing. This is why colleges don't let you use AI to do your research and write papers. Yes, because it's not necessarily research, because you can't evidence or source where those things come from.
I mean, the Nosuke should be a clear demonstration on how breathing styles are created.
No, it's not a clear.
It's not.
It's a clear demonstration that people can create them, but we don't know how he created it.
Because he took down a Demon Corps member and stole his sword. Okay, so did he witness all of his wind forms and then modified them to make beast breathing? Because beast breathing is an offshoot of wind style. So did he see all 5, 6, 7 forms of wind breathing and go, I can modify this in a way to make it mine because this is not a good way for me to use this technique? Did he do that? Because again, this is everything that we have about Inosuke and his introduction to the Demon Corps. This is all.
Inosuke took on a Demon Slayer Corps member and stole his sword. He then heard about final selection and the existence of demons. He faced final selection without the help of a trainer and got into the Demon Slayer Corps. How does this evidence how he created a breathing style?
What evidence do you think that you're making here?
He literally took someone's swords and made up his own shit on the fly.
How?
No, that's 100% fine, but the
Gamer
Wikipedia...
5 says, the link is in the stream description because it...
Oh, it must be the Discord.
But the Wikipedia shows it because there was a I think it was Rengoku that showed off the offshoots. But whatever, it's in the manga that shows off the offshoots, and Beast is an offshoot of Wind. How? Not that he made it. We can accept that he made it. How is it an offshoot of Wind?
Waker, I have no idea if he's aware that AI isn't always accurate. He just knows it's pulling the answers he wants it to pull, so he's using that for the evidence. Side note, how did Inosuke acquire a second sword when Demon Slayers typically only have one sword? Maybe he was given that sword. Like he wasn't showing them the sword he took, but once he got into the Demon Slayer Corps, they gave him his own sword.
Yeah.
And so he had 2. And then after that, it's just like, well, he uses 2, so give it to him.
It says he stole his sword.
Yeah.
So he took his sword, went into the final selection. There were dead Demon Slayers around. He took the other sword, went, hey, I like 2 swords. And then when they went, here, take the Nichiri ore, he took 2 and got 2 swords.
Yep.
Gonna take a while.
That's like saying you can throw a punch, you've made a new boxing style. Like, that's legitimately what he's saying. How did he picked up some gloves, and how did that is evidence of how he created a style. Like, no, Triggered.
Can anyone learn flower, snake, insect breathing if they learn water? Why don't they?
I don't know if people that are above the
Can learn
platform
the offshoots.
can learn the offshoots, and if it's even easier for them. I honestly don't know.
That would make a lot of sense.
But I don't know, because there's never... The only time we've really seen somebody use another person's technique is Tanjiro for Zenitsu's, and that's about it.
Guess on why he calls his style beast breathing? Like, come on now, people. Read and pay attention.
It's not about why they call these things. It's about how they got these things.
Yes, he's not understanding. He's, again, another straw man. He does not get it.
So the swords he stole just happen to have the same color, or did they change color after they stole? Yes. Next question.
Also, shouldn't there be some type of punishment for Inosuke stealing a Slayer's sword? That guy could have died if he ran into a demon without a sword. Because I'm assuming he got sent on other missions. Maybe he went, my sword was misplaced or broken, and they just gifted him another one.
If he's weak enough to get a sword stolen by a dude that does not have swords, he's dead. He was killed by Rui.
Yeah.
Stop skimming shit. That's how you miss out on him.
Yes, he actually said they didn't explain why Ninja...
he was wrong. He was messed up.
Important information.
Because they explained it exactly one time in the first like 10 chapters.
Yeah. And he missed it.
And he should have researched it a little bit more.
And he
should
have.
It's perfectly fine to forget things, but
I don't agree.
Researched it.
I don't agree that it's perfectly fine to forget things. If this is one of the bigger points of your video, you should absolutely be looking into why are these swords special, that type of thing. Yes, he was 100% wrong here. There's no excuse for what happened here.
Like, oh, they never explain why Nichiren blades are special.
The only way to kill a demon is to expose them.
Now notice this. He shows this, but none of his other arguments. The one where he is objectively wrong, he does not. He shows their arguments, but when there's something to make an opinion about, he doesn't show them, and he summarizes his argument in one sentence.
Yes, Collins, he absolutely missed it. This is a mistake on Captain Mac's point.
100%.
Objectively, unbelievably, and he even put it in the comments that he made a mistake.
Yep. Nobody's going to defend him against this, other than he forgot.
Wait, I forgot what's so special about the black swords? Good question.
They take the ore, and then they put it up into a mountain, and it absorbs sunlight.
Bro, this guy is scum.
Or to cut off their head with a special kind of sword.
Yup.
What makes this sword special? And why can it kill demons?
Pretty obvious if you read
These
the fucking
swords
story.
are made from metal mined out of a volcano, which has the power of the sun contained in the earth, and I'm just fucking with you, there's no reason.
Wait,
it's
what?
It's not gonna be explained, so just don't question it.
No, that's crazy.
What is this from?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Because this
isn't from his response video.
Maybe he did a mini response when
and then went, I gotta do the whole thing or something like that. Yes.
Nah, ain't no fucking way. Fam, they literally explained that shit in the first 10 chapters. It's around the time when...
Yeah, you've already explained this in your actual video. Why are you using this to showcase this?
Very odd how that happens.
And why wouldn't you just condense cut all this out? You evidenced that he was wrong. You said that he was wrong. Why do we need this whole video of you back in the day talking about how he's wrong? This is just time being wasted.
But it's smug stuff to be like, he was wrong, and I'm going to show that he's wrong.
Tanjiro came back from the final selection. Like, what the fuck is this dude talking about? They most definitely explain why Nichiren swords are special. Like, hold the fuck up.
Ain't no way. Oh, can we skip this?
Yeah, no. This is unneeded time.
Error.
Oh my god!
Holy crap!
Itself up. The story.
Oh my god, dude!
Funny how that works. Funny how he allows him to get his whole sentences off.
Made it the fuck up.
Neo
And then you
Arcadia
didn't
says,
come
Triggered Senpai is not upset, guys, I swear.
across this fucking page right here. Like, get the fuck out of here, dog. But let's move.
2432. He spent 2 minutes on that clip.
Holy crap.
Just to say, hey, yes. Why we skip? Because Captain Mac was objectively wrong. Triggered has already said he's wrong. We've already agreed that he's wrong.
We know how he's wrong.
And we know how he's wrong. And now Triggered is going to pull some old clip. Instead of just showing the manga panel where they show it, he wants to pull some old clip that's 2.5 minutes long. Just saying he's wrong.
This isn't like us being dishonest and just like, oh, we can't show Triggered being right.
No,
we
Triggered is right. Captain Mac was wrong.
But that's just 2.5 minutes of him insulting Captain Mac with evidence that's just like, yes, we know he's wrong. We know, we're moving on. We don't need this 2 minutes.
That's just wasted time to us.
Move on from the power system portion of this video because I think I said enough. Oh wait, no, I didn't say enough. So the demons have their own little power system as well.
Pause. Like I said, the invisible world, the string, smelling the future, he's not mentioning any of this.
All things that play the mark,
the symphony that Tengen has, he's not mentioning any of this.
That
all he mentioned
that radar Inosuke has.
All he's mentioning is swing sword.
It's really simple. The more people they eat, the stronger they get. The stronger they get, they obtain a blood art, a magical ability
Pause.
that you.
Where are you getting this evidence from? When do they ever say that when the more that you eat, the more stronger that you get, and once you reach a certain threshold of strength, that's when you get your demon art?
They definitely say the stronger part. Each time a demon devours a human, it becomes stronger.
Yeah.
You can see the evidence there. And
That's
they can eventually become powerful enough to develop unique supernatural abilities. There's no source for that. That one has no source.
Thank you, Sai. Thank you very much. So yeah, I don't know where you're getting this evidence from other than the Wikipedia article. I don't remember because I did not read the entirety of Demon Slayer, reread it. Mm-hmm. So it may be in the manga.
It may be. I just personally don't remember.
It may be in a fan book. It may be in one of the after chapter things. I would like to see that as opposed to the Wikipedia where anybody can edit this.
Wait, Captain Matic admitted he's wrong. Yep, right in the comment section. He pinned his comment saying these are the things I was wrong about. One of them was that.
No, I think that was Just Stop.
Oh, Just Stop did that. I think Captain Mac did it too. Trigger is saying you guys can use a guest account to see his post. So, what? Unblock us if he wants us to talk? Why would we use a whole different account to come up on him? What is he talking about?
We don't
I'm not doing that.
We don't have anything to say to him other than what we're saying right now.
That's crazy. That's the goofiest thing.
There's nothing to say.
It actually is. Sandro's trainer says some demons develop. Some demons develop strange spells. No, that part I can understand. But if they eat enough humans, they can get this. That's the part I'm in contention with. I don't know if that part is true or if it's just something that happens at some point.
He did say he was wrong about the sword thing.
Yes, and Captain Mac in the comment section penned his comment saying he was wrong about this.
So yes,
and I think he said he was wrong about the techniques, if they're real or not, that type of thing.
He might have. It's a lot of comments here.
Usually determined by that demon's theme or background.
What did the spider demons? What was their themes or background?
Yeah, and you're just reading from the Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
The demon that Muzan turned in the early when Tanjiro and he got him. In the Hashira training arc. There was a lot of little blood droplets there, and then they coalesced into like these blood spikes. And Tamayo was just like, "That's the blood demon art of the demon that you transformed way back when." Yeah,
I'm sure he wasn't eating humans under the control of Tamayo.
And what does that speak to his personality? Why does he get blood spikes?
This doesn't apply to Nezuko though. Due to her being one of the smarter demons in the story, she found a loophole in the
Why is she one of the smarter demons in the story?
Is she? Because is she smarter than a Doma?
Yeah, I don't know if she's one of the smarter. Yeah, no.
Where's her intelligence lie?
Maybe emotional intelligence?
Is he talking about not as feral? Animalistic? But even that's not true because Hand Demon was perfectly...
T. Morris says.
Yeah.
Those dogs are really upset in the background.
Yeah, he going crazy.
Power system, and now she can just sleep.
I thought Spider Demon got Spider Blood arts because of Rui. Maybe. I don't know why he would have it. What's that speak to his personality? Maybe the strings puppeting people?
Or wanting to trap people in his web and make them do what he wants?
Maybe. Smarter demons have the intelligence of a dog.
Poison?
To contain her urges and replenish her strength. Now, personally, I really don't have an issue with this happening in the story because loopholes exist.
You can't be forgiving.
Pause.
Of Luke.
No, pause. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm already there.
You can't eat devil fruits, two devil fruits, otherwise you will explode. Why can Blackbeard eat 2 devil fruits? This needs to be explained. No, it's a loophole. Would you accept that answer? Because if anything, if you have any complaint with any series, we can just go, it's a loophole.
And loopholes exist.
That's a horrible thing to say. That's a horrible thing to open yourself up to. Because now you can't really complain about anything because, look, it's just a loophole.
People abuse them all the time when it comes to taxes. And in real life, sleep does replenish your strength.
AI! It replenishes your strength.
What does taxes have to do with in Blood Demon art?
Because people make loopholes like in taxes. But sleep does replenish your strength, sure. But this is when you're trying to build strength, like when you're exercising and you get tired and you need to rebuild that. But if you're hungry and you go to sleep, that does not make you less hungry.
Thirsty.
I fasted for 14 days straight. No food, only water. I did not wake up less hungry.
Some days were better than the others. Once you hit after like 3 days, you can go to like day 7 or 8, and then it's like, oh no, get some menu, you piece of.
Could you go back to the AI generated answer?
All the time when it comes to taxes, and in
yes, sleep is crucial for buildings and muscle mass.
Dude.
That's not what.
Dude, sleep doesn't do that,
sir. And I like how he just brought this up and moved thief on. It's because this is not what's happening with Nezuko. Yeah. She does not need to eat because she can replenish her strength by sleeping. This, what you're showing, is not what that. It's not proving your point.
It would make more sense.
Gavin Armstrong says, "The Fate franchise eats and breathes its rules, having loopholes. That's why I'll never say that its world building is good."
What was I about to say? Dang, what was I about to say? That TTS. Muscle mass. I got nothing. I've lost it.
Real life, sleep does replenish your strength. Also, there's other demons in the story that show that demons are capable of not eating humans.
Yeah. These are the 2. They're already good. Captain Mac even bring this up. After them, we really don't get anybody else. We don't get any.
There's no moral delineation of can this demon be reformed?
And they're not even gray. They're good. They're on the side of good. He needs to write some notes instead of using AI. Crazy. Yeah. I'm almost certain Triggered wants us to create that video so he can make fun of our appearance or something. Like, he just wants to make fun of us, and that's the avenue of which to do it.
No, I think he genuinely wants us to structure our points.
I honestly don't.
But that's just me putting faith in the goodness of people. Because our faces are out there.
Yeah.
And
12 hours on Harry Potter.
Their urges. So Nezuko not eating people and sleeping to contain her urges isn't some random out of
No. They say that she is the only person the only demon that does it. Tamayo notes the specificity of this, of how it's really unique.
He wants to do shots every time you mispronounce something.
Why?
That's fine. But she notes
I would purposely do it.
She knows the uniqueness of this. So it's not because she has to circumvent her hunger with something else. So it makes sense that a little bit of blood, the thing that you need in order to feed yourself, that demons thrive on, that makes sense that a little bit will sustain her. But sleep, it makes no sense.
Collins, I've said it before. I will write an entire post.
No.
Each point I will evidence and tell you why I think is bad, and I will hand deliver it to him.
He can come here and talk to us.
He's been in our Discord before and asked us what our issues with Demon Slayer.
He can just go, none of this video bush. I'm not here to talk about that. No past, no weird. I'm coming here completely. Just what are your issues, and let's talk about that.
Quote from you, she could do the sun.
But that would be 100% fine, and we can talk that out. He can put it on his channel. We can not stream it. We can not whatever. But just this structured video stuff.
That's the only way he can do it? No. That's the only way we should do it? No. We do things the way we want to do them, and he can accept it or not. And if he's not going to accept it, move the phone. I don't care.
Yeah.
that people are trying to.
And he's just mad because we get to do this, but he doesn't get to do this against us.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is.
It's crazy in the first place to
It's Google Gemini!
And
clickety, clickety, click, click, click.
This is why you can't trust AI. Look at the two! No, there isn't anything in Demon Slayer. Yes, there are instances. Come on! No! What? This is crazy. I cannot believe a person is pulling out what he believes is an evidence point by using AI and showing two AIs that gave different answers.
Big ups.
Big
And who's
ups,
saying
Triggered
that they
Senpai.
can't do this? We know that they can do it.
Yeah, that's not the argument
This is
anybody's
not
making.
the argument.
that a demon couldn't subdue their urges, considering that it was never stated in the story that they couldn't. Now her sleep
Pause. Is the fact that it's never stated that they...
Triggered, can you read?
Can you read, Triggs?
The fact that a thing is not stated in a series does not mean that they can do this
Yes.
thing.
That was the same thing with the whole when he was on the hallucination point. This is how they could have learned about Makimo and Sabito. Is Orokadaki could have told him about it. He could have seen a picture of them somewhere. But you can evidence anything if you could just go, this could happen in a series.
Yes.
Because the series didn't explicitly state that it did not happen.
Yes.
RDC used AI on themselves and said that Leland was the second founder of RDC when that's just false. It was Mark and Af who created. So yes, AI could be wrong. He really should be trusted.
Again, I would like manga panels over AI. That's all.
That's all.
Because it doesn't really prove anything.
2 years straight and not being able to talk, that is really weird and it should have been addressed better. It's not a big...
It should have been addressed at all.
Yes. This is a main thing about how she sustains herself. So it shouldn't have been explained better. It should have been explained.
Straight and not being able to talk, that is really weird and it should have been addressed better. It's not a big issue that ruins the story, but the author definitely should have addressed it
She
better.
is the unique demon that does this. No other demon does do this. If all other demons did this, they would not need to eat humans, and demon slayers would not need to hunt them. So it is a big deal about why is she the only one that can and does do this. It does affect the story.
It affects the story in the case of the absence of what she can do for other demons affects everything.
So this video came out as fast as it did because he used AI for many of the answers? Probably.
Honestly, did part of the script get written by AI?
Dude. Literally every demon we see is always ready to feast on people.
Not literally, but very close.
There was the demon in the second chapter was literally eating somebody and then saw Tanjiro and then went to eat him.
Mm-hmm.
They just kind of brush it off and never acknowledge it again. And lastly, the Demon Slayer marks. A cool entry that adds lore to the story. The Demon Slayer mark is a typical power enhancement that's been seen in damn near every Battle Shonen series. My only issue with the mark is how Tanjiro got it when he didn't have it in the beginning stages of the story. One can logically assume that since...
Logically.
Another issue I have is the mark is how...
I didn't even see that! Oh my god!
Another issue I have with the mark is how convenient the abilities are, especially in the final arc. This seems like a pretty big issue that maybe you should verbalize because somebody like this dude over here ain't even see that.
I did not see
so
that.
somebody playing a game and listening to this in the background would not see that and would not see a big issue which caused Muzan to be defeated. The transparent world and red Nichiren blade was foreshadowed, but these abilities still felt too convenient for those specific situations in the story. Yeah, those two things really helped in defeating Muzan. So it seems like that, and combined with their enhanced strength and their enhanced speed that you get with the mark, those things help defeat Muzan.
You can't escape from this mother. Where is
The
he
mark.
from? What mark?
In Tokyo Ghoul, the main group of ghouls don't eat live people but dead ones. Can demons do the same thing? I don't know. I don't know if they would gain strength if they eat a recently dead person, a person that's been dead for a week, that type of thing. Because it could be a thing where a demon...
I was listening to this in the car when it came out. I did not know he had any text on screen.
Dude, legitimately. Like, it would be cool if there was like a demon in a town that the cemetery was like overflowed, so he is tasked with the disposal. They don't really know what he does, but he just eats people. Same way Tamayo's just kind of a doctor in town.
Tamayo says that she needs a little bit of blood, and she gets that from people who need money. Say she has a bag of blood. Is that a week, 2 weeks, instantly? When is
months?
That? When? Yeah, whatever.
See you later, Victory Grandma. Shocked you stuck around this long. 4 hours already. Ugh.
Yeah, we're going.
Got it when he didn't have it in the beginning stages of the story. One can logically assume that since Tanjiro's dad had the mark and Tanjiro is a part of the sun-breathing lineage, that Tanjiro would...
Tanjiro's technically not part of the lineage. He just... His ancestor learned from the sun breather. But he himself does not have the blood of the Sun Eater clan. So...
No.
Wait, Tomato ate animals after escaping Muzan. Oh, yeah.
would have eventually developed the mark after meeting the mark's conditions. But I think...
What's the conditions?
What are the conditions?
It would have been better to just give Tanjiro the mark.
Says, I'd really like if he cut down on asterisks. Why not rewrite the script to fit some of this in?
Crazy, huh?
No.
Tanny's grandpa just knew the guy. That's it.
Yeah, he just knew a guy. So, Nezuko, Tanjiro, that shit don't matter. They're just people. No, he does not have the blood, Hope.
Yeah, that was the inherited memory. He just knew the dude.
Yeah. He has connections. He knows the guy.
Start, just to avoid any confusion. But with that being said, let's move on to the final thing that Demon...
So wait, Triggered was totally wrong there. Is he gonna address this?
Had the mark, and Tanjiro is a part of the sun-breathing lineage that...
No, he's not part of the lineage. So, are you wrong? Why don't you read? Reading comprehension, mother.
It's fine.
And let's move on to the final thing that Demon Slayer does.
This, unlike Triggered, we do not remove our streams.
Yeah,
this stream, the only reason this stream won't stay up is if we get hit with a copyright strike from Triggered or a copyright strike from somebody else.
Yep. Otherwise, it stays up. If you look at our channel, you will see, go to the stream tab and you will see at least 100 streams.
Yeah, we do not delete our streams. It is staying up.
I'm on your ass.
So clip whatever you want and send it to Triggs.
Or, clip it in like 3 weeks after he copyright strikes us. And then it comes back up. Yeah, because Triggered did copyright strike us earlier this year. So
really well.
Creating a sense of danger, atmospheric tension.
How is this a little thing? These are little things that, even though the plot is not that good, they help improve the...
Is gay, aka Beak Sleeper, says, Triggered said that he wants y'all to make the video so he can respond to it, but y'all are scared of receiving your own medicine and trying to
that's exactly what it is.
So he just wants to revisit us.
That's what I said.
Okay, you were right.
Yeah, no, I knew exactly what it was.
Why?
So we can expose how stupid we are, and that we're One Piece fanboys who just go One Piece is amazing and everything is great because.
So why can't he do that with our stream?
Because he doesn't want to.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Why can't he ask the fan, "Hey, can you cut up like the rough, condensed version of their argument?"
He doesn't
want to.
No. Cope and seethe. Sorry, I think it's funny that you want this thing that you're just not gonna get.
He wants it so
and we
bad.
get to do this and laugh at you. I think that's very funny.
And you know why it's like that? Because unlike what Triggered thinks, we don't care about views. We're not trying to have this channel blow up. We don't need to have these structured arguments and all this stuff, these videos, because we're not trying to be anime analyst YouTubers. We're being revisited YouTubers. We like doing it. It's hilarious. It's fun.
Triggers hate live.
Oh yeah, you can leave, go to sleep, have a good night. Nobody needs to be here.
Yeah, no, and it'll stay up so you can come back later and
if it's gone, just know what happened.
Yeah. Look,
if you don't see it in like 2 days, look in our community tab, and it'll be another "Hey, Triggered Senpai struck us."
The one thing that really sets Demon Slayer apart from most anime is the series' ability to create tension.
Cameron
There's a
Bailey says, that 10-hour stream proves you guys do this for fun.
Proves it! Like, we do not care about this.
Sat there and talked about Harry Potter until we were dead. And there's still more.
There was still more to talk about.
We could have done a part 2.
We are probably we already the next part 2, whatever it is, it's probably just gonna have to be a structured video at this point.
I could probably play Hogwarts Legacy as well.
Yeah,
and we could talk.
That
about
could be the catalyst
because there's like a Goblin Rebellion in that, and I'm sure that brings up implications.
Hey, Only Files, we used all 3 thumbnails he used. Don't get it twisted. If you reload it and look for us now, we used all 3 of the ones he used. Still trying to get through that Harry Potter.
It's a chunky one. It is no drop frames. It is all gold.
Demon Slayer apart from most anime is the series' ability to create tension. There's a multitude of factors that makes Demon Slayer's execution of tension so effective. Those factors being the story's length.
Pause. How does the story's length create a sense of tension?
That's crazy. A story could be 3 million years of chapters worth and still have tension. Story's pacing is whatever. Rengoku's death, you can name the death of anybody.
I'm expecting part 2 to last year's April Fool's ALX parody video.
Wink. Yeah, you keep believing that. We don't do repeats. That's the thing. The most work we put into our channel is for our fake April Fool's bush.
And I realized that the April Fool's things that we did are things thematic to what's going on in the channel around us.
Absolutely.
The time.
Absolutely. That's the purpose of it. That's why I wanted to do the one we're doing this year.
And I find that to be very funny, how that works.
And next year, we're going to have some other meme thing that blows up, and we're going to go, all right, we're going to just do a parody of that.
Rengoku's death, early death of a big dude, a big strong dude. Muzan's early introduction.
Genkai's death.
Yeah. Muzan's early introduction. Mihawk's early introduction. Arthur not afraid of establishing severe consequences. That ties right into the 5th thing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean the 3rd thing, Rengoku's death.
And I guess Tengen losing limbs, but no Hashira is important to the story outside of the arc they're in until the final arc. So it doesn't even matter if he loses an arm and a leg and is retired. There's not much he can do after the fact or would do after the fact. Shank loses his arm, chapter 1.
Yeah. If you're reading Demon Slayer as it's coming out, how does story's length apply here? Who knows?
Racketeer says, tension, bullshit. Rugged mountain boy is somehow more invulnerable to poison than a literally trained shinobi and can move his organs somehow.
Hey, and he complained about the plot armor in that. He complained about that. So I guess he is afraid, or they are afraid of establishing severe consequences because he gets stabbed in his heart with poison, and hey, the poison's burned away and his heart moved.
The KLX one, we did like 3.
that was the manga wins was money.
Pacing, Rengoku's death, the early introduction of Muzan, and Arthur's willingness to kill off his characters. By the story being short and well-paced, it allows the tension from Muzan's introduction and Rengoku's death to carry over throughout the story.
What in Swordsmith's Village established those 2 things? I don't think it mattered any of those.
Muzan is introduced early, but one of your complaints is that he doesn't do anything for most of it. So how is
cool. So yeah, why would it be good that he's introduced early if it matters nothing the time frame of his introduction?
Trig said he's not going to take down the stream. Yeah, he can't at this point. I think that this is properly transformative of his thumbnails. That's fine. But even if he did, that's also fine because it's just going back up.
Yeah. We'll do a counter notification, and the only way he could really take it down is to sue us.
Yes, we are One Piece.
Says,
y'all.
So what's up?
Unlike One Piece, after most of those.
Oh yeah, unlike One Piece. I don't know, man. 205 chapters is pretty long, depending on how you look at it.
I burned through the 100 or so chapters that I needed to read of Demon Slayer in about 4 or 5 days. It was a pretty brisk read.
Typically, I can read a manga chapter in like 4 minutes.
Yeah,
so
the length of a song is normally what it takes me, especially for things that I haven't read. If I have read it and I'm like, I understand what's going on here, and it's a little bit shorter because I'm just like, okay, I can skim through what's going on in a fight because I know exactly what's going on as opposed to needing to look at each individual panel and see what's going on.
So 15 in an hour, I can read 15 chapters, and if that's the case, you look at something like Demon Slayer, it would take what, 12 hours, an hour a day, less than 2 weeks to read the entire thing
Properly locked in.
Yeah.
Story would have continued past 205 chapters and went into the 400 chapter range, then those tense moments from Muzan's introduction and Rengoku's death would have eventually died down. And
they would have died down, but you would have replaced those with other deaths.
Yes.
And Muzan doing more in the story.
Or other things to increase the tension.
It's only the tension here because of how short it is. But once you lengthen it, you have to do things to keep reintroducing that type of tension. And what tension from Rengoku's death? He's dead. It's over. What tenseness can you feel?
The best that I can say is that people can just drop no matter how strong they are.
But can they?
Dark Heart of
If
Hope
they
says,
don't.
But you said to add chapters for Tengen and Zenudis co-pupil.
He did say that. Thank you for remembering. Big ups.
Big ups.
it would have killed the built-up tension those two moments created. That's assumed.
But
in
Muzan
what way would
does-
it have killed it?
Muzan appears in like chapter 11, and then he doesn't do anything until like chapter 170. So how is that tension not killed?
Other than the fact that he exists and he's right over there. And this is what I find odd.
Flame of Rekka, boys.
Big ups. That's very good manga. It is established in I think it's like chapter 17 that Muzan is the only person that can create other demons.
Mm-hmm.
But Doma creates Daki and Gyutaro.
Mm-hmm.
The number 1 demon makes the number 6 demon against Zenitsu. And in chapter 1,
Giyu says because the blood of a demon got into your sister's womb.
So,
and also Tamio created Simp Demon.
So, if we are
but that's the only one that worked in like the 1,000 she tried.
So we are to take purely that Muzan is the only person that can make demons. Chapter 1, Giyu should have been like, a demon was made? That's that muff that we've been looking for.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't. That's a thing that's just like, this muff did not plan this series. Pacing, whatever. All this backstory and the tension and whatever. They didn't plan this. Simply.
People were hyping up Muzan showing up early, but he doesn't do anything until near the end of the series. Whoops. It's not even a point of doing it at that point. Muzan was the one who gave Tanny's family his blood.
And Giyu just made nothing of it. And he should have.
When the author doesn't
Racketeer
kill.
says, Flame of Rekka more like Lame of Rekka. Okay, I'll leave.
No, you won't leave. You don't leave under your own power. You're being kicked out. Don't you? You didn't fire me. I quit.
No, you're fired.
Anyone within the span, they decide to continue the story. What Muzan's introduction and Rengoku's death did for the story was create an extreme level of sense of danger. Muzan's introduction...
Okay, Muzan's there. He creates a demon. He tells some people to go kill Tanjiro. And then he's basically gone until the end of the series. How does that keep bringing up tension? It's not like he showed up halfway through Entertainment District and it just so happened that every Hashira and every Demon Slayer was there, so he was just like, yeah, I don't feel like doing this today.
And again, if this is a complaint that we can levy at One Piece, Mihawk shows up early, shows the peak of the world, pieces out. How is that not tension?
Muzan didn't even show the peak of the world.
No, he
showcased nothing more that any other demon couldn't do.
He just threw 2 not even ranked demons at Tanjiro. Somebody he was afraid they can use the sun breathing. And hope for the best.
There is no reason to just not go, I'm gonna go kill this mother.
Yeah. And it's just like, oh, there's a sense of danger. And then what do we do when we turn the page, pick up the next volume? Oh, he's just standing there. Oh, he's a little boy now.
Muzan's intro makes him worse because he could have killed Tanjiro right there, and nobody could stop him.
Created a sense of urgency on both him and the Demon Slayer Corp, while Rengoku's death put
A sense of
Don't ask
urgency.
questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Next product is coming.
Dang, what was I about to say?
production created a sense of urgency on both him and the Demon Slayer Corp, while Rengoku
Okay, how does it create a sense of urgency if it doesn't do anything?
If Tanjiro doesn't even mention it.
Yeah, he's not like, I met Muzan.
Even if he does mention it, he's just like, well, he was a dude in a white hat. He was over there 3 months ago. What does that say? He's in Japan? Well, yeah, he's in Japan.
whose death put readers in the state of
What's stopping Muzan from killing him? Himself?
uncertainty. Was a character going to die in the next arc or not? People
They
didn't
didn't.
know what.
And then once we have that question, what happens? Tengen gets poisoned, and then he hops up like, I have resistance to poison. Tengen gets stabbed in the heart, he's just like, no, I didn't. Inosuke gets stabbed in the heart and gets poisoned, he's like, nope, I moved my organs and I have poison resistance. Tanjiro gets stabbed in the bottom of his mouth.
How does it create tension when we are told they're in a 100-year stalemate?
Tanjiro gets stabbed in his mouth. Nope, no, he doesn't. He's fine. With poison? Nope, he's fine. Everybody gets poisoned? Nope. Nezuko burns it all away. Zenitsu gets crushed by a building? Nope, he used Godspeed and he's fine. You can create the tension, but then what do you do with that tension? Nothing. The mist thing. What happens there? Love Bashira gets blown away by a face on blast, and she's fine because she tensed her muscles, and then she gets saved by a bunch of lower ranked people. Demon dude gets skewered, and he's just like, nope, I eat demons so I can heal myself. No tension there.
Miss Hashira's in the bubble.
He's in the bubble. He's fine. Miss Hashira gets poisoned 2 times over. He's fine. The pot dude goes, anything I touch can turn into fish. He touches Miss dude, but he touches his shirt and he turns his shirt into fish. Not him into fish, so he's fine.
One Piece death means all fake out deaths are excusable. Absolutely. Y'all think One Piece is the GOAT? No, it's my favorite series of all time, but I don't think it's the best series of all time.
So you can have the tension and worry if people are gonna die, but then when you go 2 arcs and nobody dies,
3 arcs if you want to include Hashira training.
Nah. Future Man died.
I would say that's the beginning of Infinity Castle.
No, I would say once they drop is the Infinity Castle.
Going forward in the story. The tone of the story was tense most of the time, and I love that aspect of the series.
It was tense because you enjoyed it. Like, I didn't find it tense because I wasn't enjoying reading it. I didn't care if mothers die because I didn't enjoy the characters. I didn't enjoy the story. I didn't enjoy the world. So it wasn't tense. Because you are a fan of it. Because you were reading it and liking what you were reading or watching. That's why it was tense for you. That's why you were scared that Zenitsu might die, or Tengen might die, or whoever might die.
But let's go back to another one of his complaints. He complained about the sun breathing and the blood demon art. That was very tense. How are they going to beat this dude who is a lower rank, who the last person they fought was a lower rank, but then he got ousted by them. So it's just... The progression was normal demon that he fought, then somebody who said that they were a ranked demon, but they weren't, then somebody who was a ranked demon, but then now they aren't anymore, then somebody who's actually a ranked demon. Yeah. So now he's facing an actual ranked demon. He has a broken sword. He's all done up. Nezuko's over there. He has no hope. But then he remembers this form that his father taught him. Never did it before. It works to the point where he almost kills him because Nezuko also unlocks a thing that she has never done
Thanks
before.
to the ghost memory of her parents and siblings and all that.
It perfectly works to dispel the strings and do the force cut off the head, and it propels the force cut off the head. So all of these things happen. Where's the tension?
Given that's your opinion that Solo Leveling is better than One Piece, have fun with it. I hope you enjoy watching Solo Leveling to your heart's content. Like, I don't know what you want me to do here.
Shit, just the mention of Muzan's name was enough to put the characters in an uneasy state.
Man, that's in Voldemort. I don't give a shit about that.
Then you have everything leading up to the Hashira's introductions, which was tension executed at its finest. Then there's the
How?
Tension executed on his finest. Thank you, AI. I will put that into my video.
How? Trigger, you don't explain how it's
Nope.
good tension.
Tension executed to his finest.
It's a bunch of
Moving
people
on.
that kind of don't like each other, interacting with each other.
that want to kill Tanjiro.
And his sister.
Things happen.
intro of the story where Tanjiro's family is killed and
Why did they do that?
Yeah. You're not a fan of One Piece, so this was something in One Piece. I loved Luffy just having to sit there and drink tea as his friends slowly die.
Mm-hmm.
That's tension to me. But you would just go, this is goofy, because you don't enjoy it. Like, you didn't explain why the tension was good there.
He just simply said tension.
executed at its finest. Then there's the intro of the story where Tanjiro's family is killed and Tanjiro and Giyu fight. Then Tanjiro having to hurry and train so that he can begin his journey in finding the cure for Nezuko. I can name many moments.
You're just, you can name any moments, but you can't name the moments and explain how they're tense and what it does for the story.
Why did he have to hurry and train?
The almighty Jew
Especially
Hansen
since it
says,
took 2 years
it's
anyway.
kind of funny how he says there is tension, but then Giyu just one-shots Rui with no diff right after Tanjiro fails to kill Rui.
Huh? Real funny, huh?
Hurry and train, hurry for a year. Like, yeah, it's a 2-year training. What would have happened if Tanjiro waited 2 months to start his training? Nothing changes.
Yeah.
I don't know how often the final selection runs, but he would just make the next one.
I would hope that it would run several times a year in several locations.
No, it goes in that one location because it's the only place with the flowers. Let's not, come on,
I would
buddy.
hope that it's several times a year because of 20 people, 4 survived.
Yeah.
And they said that there's hundreds of Demon Slayers.
Yes.
So there would need to be multiple around the year. But are there, if there's enough to make multiple people want to kill demons, search out a Hashira, or somebody in the Demon Slayer Corp, learn about it, train, that the numbers don't add up there.
So it would likely be several a year.
But that means that the rate that demons are killing people, so that there's 20 people, let's say there's one a week, and there's 20 people there, that's 80 people who are being affected by demons. And of those 80 people, 16 of them are going to be Demon Slayers. So in a year, we're looking at under 200 Demon Slayers, while Demon Slayers are actively being killed by the dozens if we're taking the Rui thing. This don't add up.
in the series where the author executed tension very well. The final arc
Oh,
of the
Triggs
series
unblocked us? Very good.
Yeah.
We have nothing to say to him.
Here's the thing, dude.
What are we gonna do?
He straight up lied about us blocking him. He said that we can still see it. He's calling you ugly now.
I apologize. I'm not physically attractive to Triggered.
Yeah, I guess that's the problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't be more pretty for him. Actilogia did show up pretty early.
Oh,
it was in
yeah.
the 80, chapters 80 or episode 80 or something. And that is one of the final bosses. And Zero showed up pretty early.
was a great payoff for all the built-up tension the story has created.
Triggered like strong, handsome men, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know what he likes. He just doesn't like us because we're ugly. So something up.
Sorry.
The author having the
Racketeer
balls to
says,
act.
Triggered just discovered the Because Reasons videos.
Impossible. He's
We
been
said
told about
several times.
No, he was linked it in his comment section. This is a lie. This is a lie. He wants us to make a video on anime so he can do a revisited on us. So I guess we can see how it feels. But we're not going to be hurt by it. I would just listen to whatever arguments he brings up.
Actually kill off his characters made the final moments of the story feel more impactful, and it highlighted an ongoing theme in the series of loss and sacrifice. Now I know that
Moving on. Mention thing, move on.
Speaking of the big three.
Hey, Bleach isn't here. Where Bleach?
Oh no, what's going on here?
No, somebody just wait. Let me just edit this. They're out of here. Naruto's in the middle. Bleach out of here.
Is that Jujutsu Kaisen over there, Chainsaw Man? Ain't no Bleach here. We ain't got time for no Bleach.
Ichigo couldn't make it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, obligations. He got a kid.
Anime series out there that try to portray the themes of loss and sacrifice, but it's rare to see other series executing it properly. And this is mainly because authors are too stubborn to kill off beloved characters where it makes sense. Byakuya Kushki's final words to Ichigo after the Soul Society raid.
100%
Kakashi's
trash.
conversation with his dad in the afterlife after dying to pain.
100%
sacrificing
trash.
himself to get the nuke out of
100% trash.
All those moments were in the process.
But you also mentioned Tengen, who
Yep.
should have died. And this is the
Tengen.
exact same thing.
Yes.
There are a lot of times you have these false deaths in series, and it doesn't make it good, doesn't make it right, but you have to understand that this is just a thing mangaka do. And these series have all killed people off, as well as done this.
The T-Rex 525 says, Triggy saying he wants to give you a taste of your own medicine goes to show his female emotions were in fact very
Yeah.
hurt.
He doesn't like us doing this. And like I always say, because this happens so many times, it's never about what we say. It's simply the fact that we're saying it.
Yes, the way in which we say it.
That's all.
Of executing the theme of loss and sacrifice really well, but they got ruined because the authors wanted to do some Mickey Mouse.
Tengen and Nosuke.
Tengen and Nosuke,
So
mist breathing.
So why not look at Ace? Why not? Why not look at Asuma?
Who
or
did
third
die?
Hokage?
Who did? Or Captain Yamato in Bleach, who did die?
Why not
yes,
look
they
at-
do the fake out deaths, but then they do real deaths. Yes, Demon Slayer does fake out deaths, but then they do real deaths. It's the same thing.
So if you want to put this Mickey Mouse over, you gotta put it over for Demon Slayer too. You have to.
No!
Triggered! What are you doing?
Triggs! No, wait a minute, Triggs! No!
He did! Oh my god! Unbelievable!
I wanted to read them.
What the fuck?
I wanted to read what everybody was saying. Now, Triggered fans, do you see what happened there? He talked all that about us. We're not allowed to see what he said.
He unblocked us, and then he deleted all of that stuff. So now we can't see what he said. So anything he says now is gonna come from the veneer of
One secondary character didn't die means they are afraid of killing
Crazy.
their
Means
characters.
Mickey Mouse stuff.
It's gonna come from the veneer of good faith.
He could have lied about whatever in the comments to whoever talked about whatever, and we'll never know. And then they move forward with that lie, and they perpetuate that lie. Y'all see what happened there? We never delete anything about Trigger. Whatever we say, front and center at all times, unless it gets deleted by him.
Yeah.
But he can make streams on us and delete them, not private them, because he's done that multiple times. He can make posts about that. He can block us and then hide behind the block. And here we are. Trigger can come into this comment section right now and we would engage with them.
But he can come into the Discord right now, which his alt account is already in the Discord.
But he can post whatever he wants. He can put out whatever narrative he wants, and then he can delete it and face no repercussions as this Mickey Mouse bush that he keeps pulling. Funny how this is up here.
Yeah, I don't know what we do. He crashed out today.
Yeah.
It was the AI Arthur thing. Crazy bars. Absolutely
It's so
insane.
odd that two ugly dudes are affecting him this much.
About a thing he doesn't care because he doesn't give a about cartoons.
He puts out this video online, but then he's just like, but nobody talk about it.
Unless it's positive. Like,
Unless you're pretty.
unless you're a pretty man, I don't want to see none of y'all.
You're a bum.
No ugly people can talk about my streams.
Some people you can hear Arthur.
AI, is ALX ugly?
Check facts, please. See?
Because I don't give a fuck. It's cartoons.
It's cartoons.
As he puts out a 45-minute video, half of it being a response to Captain Mac, and talks about Mickey Mouse cartoons And then go, but Demon Slayer good. 7 out of 10. Triggered time for me.
And keep the characters alive, which I think is a horrible way to execute the theme of loss and sacrifice, because what is being lost?
But then what about the characters that are lost? Again, triggered.
The authors don't want to fucking kill anyone of importance unless it's the villains. And some
Ace died. Yamato died. What are you talking about, buddy? 2 former Shichibukai died. Maybe 3.
Kuma is functionally dead.
But Shinkai, he just deletes a lot of stuff in regards to us. He talks a lot of crap about us, a lot of stuff on streams, a lot of stuff in community posts, and then he just deletes it and goes, hey, I want to have a conversation. So now he had to talk all this hush about us, and instead of just going, yeah, I said some bad things, I want to apologize. Here it is. I want to apologize.
We don't get to see what he said.
We don't get to see what he says. We don't know what he said about us.
Pedro's dead as well.
Yeah, Pedro died. Like,
some of them don't even want to do that. Demon Slayer's willingness.
So they've never killed anybody in One Piece, I guess. That's just the
She
story.
says, hey, how's that One Piece counter going?
Bing. Oh yeah, it's probably at like
Some
6.
somebody. I don't expect people to stay here the entire time.
The entire time.
The One Piece. I was never gonna be like, oh, the One Piece counter is gonna be accurate.
That's why I didn't know about it. I would have put it on screen and just had a counter myself.
Nami's mom, yeah.
Well, we're not even talking about past characters. We're talking about current ones.
So Demon Slayer is pre-K level with how simple the story is described as. Yeah. So what are the levels that we're going at? Now he just wanted to put a baby emoji on.
To kill off his beloved characters, highlight the struggle.
Yeah, the beloved characters. Demon Slayer, manager man, his wife, and his 2 children. But don't worry, because he has 3 other children who are now leading the forces. They were never mentioned, but here they are.
And it's the final arc. Like, who cares if they get killed off now? They will offer nothing additional to the story past this arc.
The Hashiras get reincarnated. Oh no, isn't that kind of Mickey Mouse? They get a super happy ending.
Oh yeah, for sure they do.
Generations down the line, these moths still look the same and they found each other. The 2 brothers are cops and they still got the same scars. Okay.
Love Hashira and Snake Hashira just or cafeteria together.
Okay, but the dead. Who are the dead? Makimo, Sabito, and Giyu are children. They're not adults or teenagers, so it's staggered reincarnations. It's the most Mickey Mouse bullshit you have ever seen. Was he introduced in chapter 6? Don't you correct me, Dad. I'm trying to start a narrative here. delete.
He says, I guess Ace and Jiraiya aren't beloved.
Yeah, they didn't exist.
Yeah, they don't count.
Nature of fighting demons. And I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying that death instantly makes a story good. No, death is a very valuable writing tool that can make a story better if executed properly. And part of that includes killing off significant characters to establish a threat and tone. Hell, even a near-death experience will be fine if executed properly. But to wrap up this part of the video, Demon Slayer does a great job at creating tension and creating an eerie ambiance that makes the story more immersive, engaging, and even somewhat unpredictable.
Sure.
Now,
sure.
Oh
Whatever.
no! What is
I'm
he
just
rubbing?
gonna say things.
What is he Birdman hand rubbing about? Is he about to go at somebody's neck?
What else
Back
could
to
be
Mac?
in here?
16 minutes left. I
Yeah.
don't know.
The
Oh
leader-
yeah. Also, so those 2, yeah.
now let's talk about the supposed problems with Demon Slayer. I've
Ooh,
already
he's addressing people.
Supposed problems of Demon Slayer.
named some of the issues I had with the series throughout the video.
Entertainment District.
Government ghosts.
He can't say ghost. He
Government.
can't say
We're going government and
He
ghosts.
can't say government and ghosts. We can't go. We never left.
We never left.
We
No spoilers,
never
y'all.
left.
Y'all. No spoilers, y'all. But if we get government and ghosts, researched AI, triggered ghosts and government, I'm creaming.
It's gonna be ugly.
The entertainment district being a horrible showcase of power scaling and plot armor, certain characters not being expanded on enough, the story having some loose ends that should have been explained more, such as Nezuko not being able to talk and her sleeping for 2 years straight, and another issue
Nezuko not being able to talk goes from chapter 1 to around chapter 150. That's a pretty big problem for it to be for 2/3 of the series.
Yep.
forgot to mention is that the plot lacks a lot of
Oh, we didn't run the bingo.
Forgot, dang.
There's nothing really innovative about Demon Slayer's story, if I'm being honest. Like I said earlier in the video, the story
says, if Triggered actually wants to put effort into hurting you guys, he could have aimed for Sket Dance or Flame of Rekka instead of putting up One Piece for the billionth time.
Yeah.
He is basically a glorified boss rush. And while I do appreciate the good things it does in the story, I'll be sitting here lying to you if I was to say that Demon Slayer was one of the most creative stories I've ever read.
You said that already.
Now, a complaint I constantly hear from people is how was Nezuko able to survive the sun? Which is kind of a softball question if I'm being honest. Some said it was because of some blue spider lily soup or tea that was fed to Tanjiro and Nezuko, which I couldn't find any proof on. In the
that was the proof. He, in his memories, go back. To simply put, they are searching for, there's a reason why people see their life flash before their eyes right before dying. So he sees the spider lily. So that means that he did see it in his life. It is a significant enough thing that within all of his family members, he remembers that. So we do have evidence of him being around it.
At the very least,
at the very least. And if that's enough to create an immunity to the sun or whatever, then that's going to be enough. But this is an answer, but I don't think that this is a good enough answer.
It's not even near good enough answer.
But this is an answer that somebody could have.
Tea that was fed to Tanjiro and Nezuko, which I couldn't find any proof on. In the fan books, they only mentioned that the blue spider lily grew near Tanjiro's home, but never said anything about Nezuko or Tanjiro consuming them. If you ask me, I think it's a bullshit theory that lacks sensible evidence. The reason for why Nezuko conquered the sun is pretty obvious once you piece together the information that was given to us in the story.
Pause. It's pretty obvious once you piece together the information given in the story. It is the author's job to tell you what the information is, not for you to piece it together, because people,
depending on the story,
yes, but people will miss those things, and
especially for a simplistic story that these people just keep talking about with Demon Slayer. Why would people think they need to piece together information as opposed to information being readily available for them?
Walk in the sun. I looked up why can Nezuko walk in the sun. I'm gonna go in the Reddit. What are your theories on how Nezuko conquered the sun? Will it be explained how Nezuko walked in the sun? My theory why Nezuko can walk in the sun. Those are 3 Reddit posts about what's going on here. I think it's a problem with a Reddit post with over 50
especially
comments.
For fans of the series, not even deriders of the series.
So there are even more. I had to click show me more.
Of course.
So it is the author's responsibility to showcase this in a way that there is no confusion.
Endless trash!
Or very little confusion. And they did not do that, such that people who watched the series, read the series, don't know. And they have to make theories posts on Reddit. And now it is up to you to put in your theory, because make no mistake, this is, like everything else, just a theory, because it is not showcased in the manga what it is. Because if it was, people would not have theories as to why this happened.
They would just point to the manga when they get that question. They would just go, here's the chapter that explains it. Please look at it. Please read this panel. We're done here.
Let's just say Naruto's father was revealed in chapter 400. Before chapter 400, there are theories, there's clues on who he is, but that's all there is. Everybody will take all the evidence and clues that they have and come to their own conclusion. After that, there is no theory. There are no clues to put together. There is an answer. For this, there isn't an answer. So people like you are going to have to put all the pieces together and
Quote,
the
unquote.
clues in order to make the answer. It is not given as Naruto's father is. That is a specific answer. When we had all the clues, put them together, that's the answer. Done. No more theories. It's not Obito. It's not Kakashi. It never was. It was always Minato. Here, you have to think about why this makes sense. And that's a problem for the author.
First, let's talk about Tomeo's theory, which is pretty much the author explaining how Nezuko survived the sun, since Tomeo's theory was shown to be correct. To sum it up quickly, Nezuko's blood is...
And at the end of it all, it's all headcanon.
At the end of the day, it's all headcanon.
Since Tomeo's theory was shown to be correct. To sum it up quickly, Nezuko's blood is special. It helped one of her patients break free from Muzan's curse.
Why is it special? Please explain.
Within your answer is a question.
And I hope that question is also answered.
And somebody's coming to kill you. You shoot him with a ray gun. It's like, where'd you get that ray gun over there? It's like, that's not an answer.
Oh, the ray gun store. Where is that located?
that is an answer,
But why is Nezuko's blood special?
Okay, there we
Let's
go.
use common sense here, people.
No!
So, piece together the things that we need to piece together. This is use common sense here. So this answer is not in the manga. Otherwise, you would just bring up a manga panel saying, here it is. So you will use, their sun-breathing lineage.
So anything he says here is just his belief.
Yes.
And if you do not agree with this assertion he's about to make, you're ignorant because this should be common sense.
And now
he's poisoned the well of anybody that would go, no, that doesn't make sense, Trigger. Because if it doesn't make sense, you simply don't have common sense.
I'm stupid.
I'm just the dumb guy.
So 50 different people can have
DG.
50 different answers, and none of them are going to be 100% correct because it's all just taking clues about what's going on. Somebody who just like the spider lily thing, that is correct. They will have their evidence, whatever
But how
evidence.
is that not common sense where it grew up around him? We see it in his flashback.
They are poor mountain people, so it's presumed that they could just eat flowers.
He said before that flowers can be used for herbs and tea and all that type of stuff. So couldn't common sense also be derived that they consumed it or they drew it in a bath for fragrance or even just gave flowers to their mom?
Burned it for incense?
Anything. That can also be common sense. So whatever you're about to say can also be common sense over there because never forget, there is no definitive answer. It is only your belief of what the answer could be.
Nezuko is from a clan that religiously practices sun breathing. It's the main reason why Muzan attacked
Pause. But she didn't.
Yeah.
She doesn't know the moves. She doesn't know the steps.
She didn't unlock the mark.
Tanjiro knows the steps. She knows the moves. Because my grandfather was a woodworker, does that mean that I can be a woodworker?
And our grandfather was a woodworker.
He was a lot of
Jiro's family in the first place
Including
because
a
he
pimp.
wanted to create a demon that could conquer the sun. But what does sun breathing have to do with a demon conquering the sun?
So what does he do? He just pumps infinite blood into each and every one of them. Like, that didn't work. And he pieces out. He doesn't kidnap them and inject a little bit of blood slowly into them. He just pumps and dumps. Who's gonna stop him if Giyu rocks up? Who's gonna stop him? This makes no sense how he just went, oh dang, I guess that was just too much.
And if that's the case, why not all the brothers and sisters? Why wouldn't they also survive and be people, demons of the sun?
Because one of them got a pint, too much. One of them got a liter, too much. One of them got 3 ounces, too much. One of them got an ounce. Nezuko, that's enough.
Okay.
The sun, you might ask, is only a breathing style, right? Well, let's look at blood demon arts and see how they're determined.
Not evidenced.
Blood demon arts is essentially blood magic that is determined based off of a demon's past, background, personality, ideals, interests, or...
This is a Wikipedia article that could be edited by anybody. There is no
Racketeer
resources.
says,
There's no...
I've seen dumbass DS fans that since their ancestors breath sun breathing, it automatically gives immunity to the sun while being demons. Motherfucker, how does breathing in a certain
Hey,
way...
he's about to answer that.
Why are you saying dumb people like Triggered isn't arguing this right now? Say his name!
Background, personality, ideals, interests, or occupation. What is Nezuko's background? What is she connected to? Sun breathing, something her family religiously practices.
But she's also tied into the mountain and the sea was part of it. She was also tied into flowers.
Why did you?
They
bring
were
up,
coal workers. He used to deliver coal.
What does the blood demon art have to do with that?
And her father and brother uses. Nezuko's blood demon art looks very similar to Tanjiro's sun breathing attacks.
This is an anime exclusive thing in order for them to make the connection.
Yeah.
That's all that happened there.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that it's a circle. I don't think Rengoku never used the circle of fire.
Her blood demon art looks very similar to Tanjiro's sun breathing attacks. Her blood art burns away other demons' blood arts and does no harm to humans, which is similar to the effects the sun has on demons and humans.
Also, the sun is shown to be the Demon Slayer's greatest weapon against demons, from the sword to the actual sun itself.
In the series. Do you see where I'm going with this? Like, come on now.
She's tied into... Her family practices sun breathing, so she can do sun breathing within her demon form.
Doesn't affect
How does that make sense? It's not a part of her life. It just so happened that it was part of her lineage. Her family could have been woodworkers, like you said ours was. Her family could have been mountaineers. Her family could have been chicken farmers.
And that doesn't explain why she was burning up. Because she was burning up for a good while.
Yeah, it was just eventually no. And in fact, she cowered against the sun when she first encountered it after becoming a demon.
Yeah.
So
shit is so obvious. The story has been showing us the entire time how Nezuko goes against everything that represents a demon. Also, she's the first.
Yeah, but
that doesn't explain the thing that's being asked here.
Sun breathing.
Why couldn't Kokushibo walk in the sun? Why he's a moon breather? He never tried.
Yeah, big ups.
Why couldn't the sun breather's brother learn sun breathing then?
Because it's too hard.
Yeah.
A weak wrist.
We would need to know why people can and cannot.
Yep. Other than the fact that they just can't.
Of course, you appear, Jirobo, with the raccoon emote next to you for the membership. Demon Slayer raccoon. And Daki's Pad led them to getting poison-related demon arts.
Yeah. I don't know if they were poisoned or anything, because I didn't read their paths. So maybe.
Isn't she poisoned by that? Brainwashed by that old guy? Sure.
Yes, she is.
The definitive answer is Tamio's theory, which is proven. How's it proven, Shankai? What manga panel? What art book?
Yeah.
What can you show me right now that will go? Here it is. The proof of what her theory being correct, and not that it happened. That it is expressed.
That's the proof that it happened.
Yes.
The fact that it happened is the proof.
That's no. Because again, it's just a theory. It could be a correct theory, but it is simply a theory. It's just that her blood is special.
That Muzan turned into a demon. All this shit that's happening with Nezuko is not a coincidence. Once again, Muzan attacked Tanjiro's family because of their affiliation with sun breathing.
He was freaked out by the sun breathing ears. And
how did he
he's
know?
turned a bunch of demons.
How did he know that they were... Because it's not like they're just in a village. How did he know that?
And he wanted to create a demon that could conquer the sun. Nezuko ends up surviving and doing exactly what Muzan wanted a sun breather for. The reason why Nezuko blood is so special is because of Muzan. Hell, Muzan surviving the sun when he took over Tanjiro's body is another piece of evidence that pretty much confirms what I've been saying.
Because of Muzan? What?
Over Tanjiro's body.
What sense does that make? What?
Another piece of evidence that pretty much confirms what I've been saying.
I disagree with that, since he was expelled from the body. So it's not like Tanjiro himself is truly a demon.
Why is the blood the thing that causes it?
Yeah, because he has
the weakness to the sun.
And he turns nearly all demons. So they should all
to be confused.
What?
They should all have this ability to walk in the sun. But it's in conjunction, I guess, with Nezuko's sun powers.
What?
So with all this information, why is anyone surprised that Nezuko survived the sun? If you paid attention to the story, you could see the shit coming a mile away. I know some people are still going to be skeptical on how she survived the sun, but I don't know what they can be skeptical about. Based on the information in the story, she was able to survive the sun because of her family's connection with sun breathing. How do I know this for a fact?
They knew the guy.
Why would sun breathing allow her to do that?
They knew the guy.
They knew the guy and they practiced the dance.
The dance doesn't give you special blood. It doesn't give you stronger heart muscles.
It's not even like Nezuko knew the dance and was practicing it with Tanjiro or something, and that's why.
Just eat the slop and feel happy and buy the next volume.
I guess so.
Yeah. Yum yum.
Fact? Easy. Just look at the demons who were associated with sun breathing and the demons who weren't associated with sun breathing. If it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, then my nigga.
Wasn't the number one associated with sun breathing?
He was his brother.
He was the brother of the sun breather. How is he not connected to the sun breather? If Nezuko, a descendant of a family that practices it and has never practiced it herself, can do it, why wouldn't the direct relative of the person be able to do it?
Sun breathing is stored in the balls. Kokushi was biologically related to the guy. Breathing styles are just martial arts.
So this is just not a fact.
Yeah.
Again, theory. And it's...
Yeah.
Oh, no, he definitely dropped that M-bomb.
He getting spicy near the end.
Yeah, because he's annoyed that he has to explain this to dummies.
How bad is this? Very bad.
How are you telling me breathing techniques genetically alter people? Must be. No, I see why he said it, but he's incorrect because the brother of the direct relative of the person that does sun breathing cannot survive in the sun.
Yeah.
So if it's just about the knowledge or the vicinity of it, the direct relative should be able to do this. Yeah. He is literally associated with sun breathing because he is the brother of the original sun breather.
Yep.
So I don't. No, this is just not right. His theory's incorrect.
100%.
So it's not a fact, Triggered, because you're wrong.
Yeah.
It's a duck. But hell, who the fuck am I kidding? The next dumb question.
Who am I kidding?
Mm-hmm. Next question.
Okay.
It's like a duck, then my nigga, it's a duck. But hell, who the fuck am I kidding? The next dumb question someone would probably ask is how did Nezuko survive Muzan's attack? Even though Muzan wasn't trying to kill the commandos, but instead turned them into demons. Another issue I see.
No, that is a legit question.
No.
No, but One Piece though.
No, but One Piece though. Maybe the brother could survive the sun. He was just too much of a coward to test it. Since he did survive getting his head cut off. Yeah, maybe he could have, but we don't have evidence that he could.
Yeah.
But no, it is a legit question because Tanjiro had 3 brothers and sisters.
It was like 7 altogether. 7 siblings or something.
I'm not gonna count the mom because
seven siblings. I said.
But yes, she's the only one that survived.
It
is a legitimate question.
She's the oldest outside of Tanjiro. And because of that, her body is more able to handle the blood long enough to survive.
But that's just a theory.
Oh, yeah, no, for
sure. That's just an assumption.
Yeah, no, assumptions, all of that. 5 siblings, okay.
Mentioning is why hasn't the Demon Slayer Corp told the government about demons?
Oh, government!
A lot of these are our points. These last few are our points.
To be fair, these are points that Just Stop made as well.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
These are points. These are big issues in the.
Oh yeah, we're 100% finishing this video together.
Oh, Rockman looks real bad. Tengen looks bad. Rengoku looks bad. Oh, this ain't it.
This criticism is kind of dumb because all it takes is simple critical thinking to understand why the Demon Slayer Corp...
Again, critical thinking. That means that it's not properly explained in the manga, which is a problem.
Bigfoot boy.
So, you could have an answer. Somebody else could have an answer. They could say that you're wrong. You could say that they're wrong. Who's right? Who has the most evidence? Doesn't matter. The manga does not say this. The manga has clues. The manga has hints. You can make the best answer for yourself.
I don't think it even has clues and hints.
But it's not government. But it's not the answer that the manga could give. That's all there is to it. It's not in the manga. Make whatever answers you want for yourself. Have those answers. Those are yours. Somebody else can have an answer. The manga doesn't have an answer.
Want to tell the government about demons. But I'll entertain this criticism for a second. Let's just really think about this from a logical standpoint.
Logic.
Yeah, they could get the government involved, but who's to say the government will cooperate?
Oh yeah, who knows? Whatever. Maybe there's a demon in our White House. Who knows? Who's to say that who's to say that they haven't done it before? Who's to say anything? So this is just your assumption that the government is gonna be a bunch of power-hungry muff and not cooperate. So don't even try. Don't even explain it in the manga. Just don't do anything.
Oh my god. He's a dumb mother. This mother is so dumb. Even Zenitsu says the government would most likely believe them. Do people just ask these questions and don't read like what the...
Emoji.
We're the Demon Slayer Corps. Our organization isn't recognized by the government, so we can't walk around openly carrying his swords. If we tell them about demons, they won't believe us. The people that would stop them would not believe them if they went around carrying swords saying it's because we're Demon Slayer.
It is a different statement.
It is a different statement. It's not about the government, Triggered. You dumb.
And this is all just him making an excuse. Think about this. They wouldn't believe them. Somebody else can just go think about it. They would believe them.
Tanjiro believed it after one encounter. He saw his sister turn into a demon, try to eat him. Dude rocked up with, I'm a demon slayer. I kill demons. Your sister a demon. Oh, I guess she is a demon. I'm gonna turn her back though.
When the dude invited him into his house and was just like, there's demons out there, he was asking questions about the demons, which is, he believes somewhat in them enough to ask questions because, again, we talked about the unicorn.
And Tanjiro's grandmother did too.
But we talked about the unicorn thing before. If somebody was just like, unicorns, they exist, they're everywhere, I wouldn't be like, oh, tell me about them. I'm like, what the ever, man. You do you.
But if somebody rocked up with a unicorn,
then I'd be like, pull the horn, test the blood. Do something, but they don't. And all you have is, they wouldn't believe you. You are stupid, Triggered. A whole district was leveled. Wouldn't the government be worried? I carry bazookas around in public because I'm a vampire slayer. I don't need no government interference.
Like, Muffs don't read, and then he's... Yeah, that happens. Muffs don't read, and it is just not reading.
Demon Slayers had 50 different ways to prove themselves, yet they do nothing.
Legitimately.
Somehow.
Yeah, it's different from, again, he brought up the point in past ones like aliens and Bigfoot. It's very hard to grab a Bigfoot because we don't even have a clear picture of them. So why would people believe that? But anybody can cut the head off of a demon with a regular sword, take them up to a police officer, go, this mother's talking.
Explain this in the best possible way that you could.
Yeah,
officer.
This is a demon. Like
no, they'd be like, I don't know what this is, and then they'd be like, let me tell you what this is, because I think it would be better to allow them to think about it in whatever way. It's just like, oh, this is some kind of newfangled technology. Okay, let me prove why this is not that. So any other theories that you have? Okay, let me prove that why that's wrong. Until they run out of theories and like, okay, now let me tell you what this actually is.
Also, people know about them because they factually affect villagers. What about what happened in the entertainment district? They still don't believe in demons now. A guy lost his hand to one, but it was a raccoon.
The lady the dude that was turned into a demon by Muzan, Tommy was like, he's cool with a little bit of blood now. He is now a demon, and that wife is married. That girl is married or in a relationship to a demon. She has that evidence.
I hate the fact that he's acting like he's using critical thinking when he's actually not. Not even an attempt at an intelligent thought. He's just trying to defend the series no matter what.
Yeah,
Even with the
and
evidence-
it's very. This is where the pathetic stuff comes in, where he's thrown his hands up and just gone, "This is bad. I don't like this. These characters need more development." But this government thing, you're making a pure assumption that the government will be a bunch of tyrannical mobs that would not accept them, and then just moving on. Like it's there you go.
LMAO, he deleted the post.
He deleted all the posts about us.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah.
And it's just big cowardice.
Yeah. Move on positively.
Critical thinking, meanwhile, using AI to prove his points.
Crazy bar.
Just say that the government is run by demons, but instead we have nothing.
When we saw one dude that was like a lord that was a demon.
He has a cult.
So why not just go, the demons are part of various governments where we try
demons
to...
in all branches.
We don't know who they are. We don't know where they are.
But they're there.
So we can't go there. We tried before, and they tried to wipe us out for being crazy or whatever. So we no longer mess with the government. It could have been anything.
And again, all of these things would take 2 sentences.
Yep.
We tried before, didn't work.
Sometimes he deleted it because he was
Why did he delete it? Because he's a coward. He wants to say whatever he wants and have no accountability.
Yeah. Somebody said he called us ugly in the comments. I can't see that. I don't know if that person's telling the truth because the comments deleted. Everything's deleted. It's cowardice. It's dude.
So now that comment that said that we blocked him, he can say that person can believe it, and there's no evidence for us to refute that because it's gone.
And this is what happens all the time. He says a bunch of hype, deletes it, and Mom's like, yeah, remember what you said? Well, there's no evidence. I can't say what he said. I can't prove it. I can't dispel it. I can't disprove it.
Get the government involved, but who's to say the government will cooperate? Even with the evidence of a demon, how do we know they won't just blow it off as some type of witchcraft?
Hey, they could have. They absolutely could have. But I would have liked them to say we tried and it didn't work. So who's to say your argument of who's to say they would is the same argument I can say of who's to say they wouldn't because they never tried.
The exact same argument.
That's DA messing with his outside somebody's
No,
working.
it was me and my ice.
Oh.
We seen how people reacted when they seen the demon. They thought the nigga was on drugs.
Yes,
because they don't know that demons exist. But if the government knew that demons exist and they gave out pamphlets of what to look for a demon, and the mother went, oh my god, it's a demon, and they saw the demon slayer garb and the katana, they can go, this person's a demon slayer, he will take care of this situation.
Because the dude in the I ate 16 girls arc, he went, that's my phone.
No, it's not.
Is it? Where's my phone?
Oh,
there it is. But the dude that went 16-year-old girls, the dude that ate 16-year-old girls,
up to 16.
Tanjiro rocked up and he goes, the rumors are true about the Demon Slayer Corps and demons. He says this. So there are rumors out there of both demons and people that fight the demons. These particular people did not believe it.
Hey, Triggered. A cop panicked and tried to call the police when Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke illegally had their swords out in public. Now just imagine if the government found out that a secret organization was hoarding a bunch of weapons. Hey, Triggered, that's what happened in our government with things like the Proud Boys and all of that stuff. And they've all been pardoned. So,
but if you can prove it, which they can, then there wouldn't be a problem.
And he's just not recognizing that. He's just like, hey, look at what happened with these people that don't know demons existed. So what happens if they prove the demon exists? It'd be a problem. Like this, he's just a dumb dude.
He's just very dumb.
Say they do comply. What's to say they won't betray the Demon Slayer Corps?
Yeah, who's to say that they won't cut off all the hands of the Demon Slayer and wear them as cock rings? Who's to say? I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe they're all. Maybe Hitler is Japanese in this world and he's the shogun and he's gonna Hitler all over them.
Hey, Trigger, why wouldn't the story just say that?
Why?
It's subversion. This story is great for having the government be ignorant about the supernatural.
So that you don't have to make the story for the author They can make the story themselves, and we can have problems if we have problems, but at least it will be on the page.
Yeah, all they would have said was, we tried to work with the government before, and they betrayed us to try to harness the power of the demons or the Demon Slayer core, our breathing techniques and stuff. So we slowly got weaned out from the government, and we no longer associate with them.
We tried again, but the last Shogun left a note that if anybody rocks up in here with a sword, take him out. We try every third Shogun, but they still keep with their tradition.
The next Shogun will be trying again. We cannot for this one.
Easy. This is 2 pages.
Not even 2 pages. 3 panels.
If you want to do all the questions that anybody could have, 2 pages, done. A conversation between Zenitsu and Tanjiro. A conversation. He asked questions, but what about this? This is the reason. But what about this? This is the reason. And we have little to no more questions. They tried, they failed. Done.
This is iconic.
Supplies for themselves. What could the government even do to help get rid of the demons?
No, they don't need to get rid of the demons. They just can make people aware of the demons so they know about attacks. They know what to do, who to call because 16 kids disappeared in a village.
And they had nothing.
And they just gotta basically go off a rumor and hope one of them mobs appear.
So when they walk around looking for a demon with their sword, they're not accosted. When a demon gets turned into a demon in the middle of the street, they can take care of it without being arrested.
They know the proper channels to go through. They know the proper techniques to use. They know how to subdue a freshly turned demon. Whatever.
All of these things can happen if the government does know. They can recruit people as demon slayers.
Yes, they can run programs to teach breathing to a subsect of whatever army they're building.
They can plant more wisteria. They can take the ore to more mountains to make more swords or guns or arrows or whatever.
They can help refine the poisons and greatly distribute them.
Because you got one mother that's doing the chemistry here.
They have to rely on crows. It could be a whole network of people and animals.
Leo goes, what couldn't the government do? And that's the point. Name anything and the government could. Curfews, wearing wisteria,
wisteria around the openings of your house. So if a demon tries to enter, they're all like around the door.
You guys are thinking more than the Arthur did.
Government, a demon slayer positioned at every town with flares or fireworks to summon stronger demon slayers if it's something that they can't handle. Logical, legitimate ways for the people to contact demon slayers. Government training of more demon slayers. Anything. This is just Naruto. How? This is bad? Are you talking about our points or what Triggered is saying is bad? Because if all these things are just flying on deaf ears, God bless you.
They sent bombs to the death in their fort, and they had no way to inform the other people because it took Tanjiro and them coming up, and then like, send the Hashira because we're dying out here.
We getting cooked.
So they had no way to inform other people, hey, there's super strong demons in this forest. You gotta send some stronger people. You gotta send a rank 4 mother over here.
There was nothing. I mean, it's bad, but do you recognize how little sense that Triggered is making with this deed?
I think he means that is bad that Triggered's getting roasted so badly.
Yeah, but you recognize that he's making bad points and they're illogical and everybody is coming up with points against them. And this is beginning with him just going, use your critical thinking, and then he just spits bullshit. Which is bullshit.
Seeing the harsh training that Tanjiro went through to keep up with them, and then they would need Nichiri Ori, a supply that's very limited.
Why is it limited? How limited is it?
I looked and I searched and I made note of this. There is never a reference to the rarity of Nichiri.
So we can't even say that.
There is not even in the Wikipedia do they mention how rare it is.
So you can't say it's a rare metal.
Nothing.
For all we know, it's in grand supply.
That I saw.
Yeah, that he saw.
The swordsman could have...
For all we know, it's in grand supply. It may take 2 years to cultivate it in the mountains to the sun.
We don't know that information.
We don't know that information.
If you got faith in them, God bless you.
And how do we know if they'll be skilled enough
Dark
to use
Heart
the
of Hope
Nichiri
says,
Ori?
more people in the military would have more training than Tanjiro started at.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they would already have done all those push-ups and breath. It wouldn't be breath control like they need, but they need to specialize in that. But they probably cut that training down to like 2 months of specialized learn your breathing stuff.
Yeah, and let's say that there's 6 main forms of breathing. Instead of Tanjiro going, water is just not suited for me, they would have those 6 people just test those, everybody there, and just go, okay, you are a flame breather. You're kind of light on your feet for a flame breather, so maybe you can modify flame breather into something that you can work with. But flame is your base.
Yeah.
Instead of just going, boy, I hope that thunder is, you can only use one form of thunder, maybe he would be better as a stone breather.
Or a water breather.
But he only has this dude to teach him, so maybe that's why he can't learn more than one form, because it's just not suited for him, and we don't know that because
It's gotta be suited for him because he created a whole new form off of
Do
it.
you need to be suited for it in order to make a new form?
I'd have to assume so.
Then I can assume the opposite.
I don't see how.
I can assume the opposite.
Use the Nichiri Ori blades effectively.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, because Mitsuri isn't suited to flame breathing, but created an offshoot of an entire breathing and forms based off of that offshoot. Okay.
It's very limited. And how do we know if they'll be skilled enough to use the Nichiri Ori blades effectively?
Hey, some Demon Slayers there now aren't skilled enough.
Because they're just bums that they hope passes the exam.
Of just stay alive for a week.
That's the exam.
Aoi or Kano, whoever it was. What?
Aoi.
Aoi is physically not strong enough to cut off the head of a demon. She should not be in the core, but she is because she passed the one test she needed to do of stay alive.
Japanese military this era would also have people that are skilled in normal swordsmanship.
Yes, they would. And Giyu, he was just like, I only survived because Sabito saved me.
And let's not forget, Inosuke rocked the dude with his bare hands from the Demon Slayer Corps. So let's not even act like there aren't people already not skilled enough in this position that are Demon Slayers. So who cares?
And
let them be meatbags.
And even if you produce 5 more Demon Slayers than what was produced before, that's still 5 more people that you have.
Aoi's just a coward? She's not weak?
No. She said that she was not strong enough to do the Demon Slayer.
Do the Demon Slaying.
Yeah. She said that.
Effectively. Demons are significantly stronger and faster than humans. That was the whole point of the final selection.
No, it wasn't. The point was to escape. You could have been in a tree for a week, and if no demon saw you, and then you walked in the sun back to the spot, you would be in the Demon Slayer Corps.
Yep. Because that's all it took.
So that's not the point.
To give Nichiren Ori to people who are skilled at killing demons. Oh, give them some Wisteria, you say? Yeah, they could do that, but they'll still need to be strong enough to cut the demon's head off with the Nichiren blade.
Okay, so you have people train in breathing. So that you can, even if they're so weak, you combine the Wisteria with their weakness, and at least they're able to do something.
Also keep in mind, also Genya uses a gun. The military has better access to
Yes! They can have bazookas made of this ore!
What is going on?
Yeah, he must be putting up something on the wall.
So are we just gonna...
What's up? Oh, we got the rack for the TV?
Where's it going?
Right in there. What do you mean?
That makes sense.
It's an 85-inch TV. You let a cat in. Get the cat out, Peanut. Get the cat out.
Oh,
Peanut.
Peanut here.
Peanut, get the cat out.
Oh no, Peanut here.
Get the cat out.
It's scratching.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm
They
telling you.
do. They don't like Peanut.
Oh, really?
Nah, so what's up?
They don't scratch you because it like you.
Is that true? Don't do this, Peanut. Don't do this. We're trying to get out of here. It's hot. I want to turn my fan on. Peanut, get out!
Wow, that's some strong poison.
He's still going.
Demon art.
The blood demon art was crazy. Get the out, Peanut.
Can I do my cool barber real quick?
Oh no! This is what I'm trying to get over.
Eric, what do you want?
It's me.
The cat's gonna come in again.
Come do this TV. All right.
There you go. Gotta go. Thank you, Eric.
I'll be back.
No, don't.
Racketeer says.
Oh no.
The Arthur knew if a demon slayer corps was
She did say
governed
coward.
working with military firepower.
Okay,
and
she's a coward.
resources
You were
into
right. We were wrong.
existence, There would be no stalemate for 100 years.
Yeah, true.
That man, Muzin, is cooked.
Compared to you guys, I'm not doing much, so there's no need for thanks. I'm a wimp who got lucky in the selections and survived. I couldn't go into battle after because I was afraid.
Okay, yep. You got it.
But it could also be saying it is strength. But I was wrong.
Yep,
Cool.
we were wrong.
Moving on.
Are y'all in the dorm room? No, we stay in the house with our brothers. It's a big old.
They're just
house.
monkeys who don't respect the recording.
I'm gonna create a sign or something above the door that's just recording. Stop.
And also the walls are super thin.
Ignore the stronger demon.
You didn't get it right on either of those. It is AYRIC.
That can brush off Wisteria poison. Like that shit will only last.
Those are the uppers that brush them off, but it still gave them a couple of seconds, and even that's something. So the weaker ones, it kept the hand demon who was the who had eaten 50 people, and they say you eat more people, you get stronger. It still kept him in there. So even a little bit combined with subpar sword skills will at least keep them at bay.
Courier monsters. Yeah, the dude with the super delicious rare blood was just like, take this little pouch and it'll protect you as you get down the mountain.
That's enough.
That's enough to protect you from any demons you encounter as you make your way down this mountain. So yes, this would help. Guns would help. More swords people would help, especially ones that were most likely trained in swords for years. 4 years!
10 seconds, if that. Why?
10 seconds is the difference between a life and death. You can do a lot of shit in 10 seconds.
Especially when people are moving at the speed of lightning.
Are we assuming that only good can come from the Demon Slayers getting the gun?
Why are we assuming only bad can come from them getting it?
Yes, either can happen, but we didn't get the chance to experience what could happen because they didn't even try to make it happen.
You're doing the same thing, but in reverse, Triggered, you stupid person.
Yes, it won't stop the Uber Moon, but it would keep civilian from dying in the hundreds.
Yes, tell my girl that 10 seconds is a long time.
If you don't work...
If you don't work.
He literally has no real art. It's, again, pathetic that he just needs to make a point. Because he has to recognize that I hope he recognizes that the government thing breaks the story so hard.
And that version of this story from y'all's input is something I will put my money towards. It's already better than the story that we have right now.
But it's not difficult to improve an already existing story.
Yes, it's harder to create and then improve than when you're writing a story. A large part of it is editing. Anybody can put pen to paper, write 12,000 words, but how if needed do you condense that to, let's say, 8,000 words and make it more engaging, putting more different languages, that type of thing in it. It's a lot of stuff.
But I think it shows the author's immaturity in terms of making manga.
Yeah.
That they thought that one line would be enough to satiate all the questions that anybody could possibly have.
Which would be fine if people weren't trying to excuse it. It's just like, hey, I didn't really think of it. It's just something I dropped in.
Bad.
It's what it is. We move on positively.
Or even made a fan book with more explanations about they did try in the Shogun thing.
But this mug just like, what could the government do?
Yeah, everybody thinking a good thing to come, but they wouldn't.
Any sane person should be able to see that more bad can come from this situation than good.
Any sane person should be able to see that. We're not sane, so we see the positives to the negatives. What happened?
Way more bad than good. You're gonna get innocent people involved that you know aren't capable of keeping up with the demons.
Hey,
the government in One Piece is great.
Innocent people are involved right now, and they can't even protect themselves because they don't know the threat is out there.
Peanut, by God, do your cool bar and get the out.
Bro, we are trying to finish this. We have been here for 6 hours.
He wants to do his Kuwabara. He wants his pats. And he wants his clapping emojis. Give it to him. Let him have it. And we will keep it pushing. It is easier to just not argue.
Let it go ahead, Peanut.
Yusuke Urameshi. Spirit Sword.
Don't they handle business?
He immediately looked to the chat. He's Spirit Sword.
Don't clap.
His hand went right to the chat. This is horrible. This dude is a
Classic
monster.
Peanut. Come on.
This dude is a monster.
Yes, sweet. W Kuwabara again.
I hate that y'all moms is giving him what he wants. This is enabling him.
You gave it.
I understand, but he would not leave otherwise, and you know he wouldn't.
Was it a good core bar?
You know
It
he
was
wouldn't
fine, Peanut. It was fine.
Better.
W Nut is crazy. Get out. Get out. Bro, that was Randy Savage. Hope.
That was Randy Savage.
Another one.
Another one. Nut.
I'll catch y'all next Saturday.
What? What?
That was Randy Savage.
Especially the 12 Kizuki, so why involve them at all?
Says, W, why did he stop doing that beautiful impression?
He's gone, Corey.
Why involve innocent people that may not be able to handle it? There's people that can't handle it now.
Who
there
are
were
not
50 bodies in that forest, and a good portion of them were demon slayers already.
Properly train them in order to handle it. Don't send them into the forest and go hope that you come out and then that's the training done. 16 people were killed. They already couldn't handle it. So train them enough that whoever's training them goes, you can handle it.
Yeah.
More than just cut this rock. Because the other students that Orokuduki trained cut the rock, but they were killed.
So just sliding in all the Arthurs and Orokuduki.
So just cutting the rock is not enough.
Whatever, not enough.
They'll just be in the way and get killed, and that's more shit to worry about. I'm not even going to take into account
the situation. I did nothing wrong. Okay.
And yes, also innocent people will get involved. Swamp demons specifically attacked innocent women. And they don't even understand what's going on, so they can't even protect themselves from that thing.
Innocent people are getting involved now with no way to protect themselves.
With no even knowledge of what's happening in their village. Girls are just disappearing and there's nothing they know about.
Nothing.
Father's just mad that his daughter was with the dude.
And he was just like, you've killed my daughter.
You couldn't protect her for whatever.
The cops that would be forced to fight even if they don't want to. At least the demon slayers know what they're getting themselves. The cops that went away and get killed, and that's more shit to worry about. I'm not even going to take into account the cops that would be forced to fight even if they don't want to. At least
it's their job.
Yes.
No, it's not even their job. Their job is to protect people. So if they know a threat is coming of demons, they go.
You stupid fuck. The military is mostly volunteer unless war been declared.
Yeah.
Hey, war were declared.
They
could have Glocks that have sun bullets, which is a thing in this universe.
But you have two different police squads. People who are just like, I'm too cowardly for demons. So if I do see a demon, I'm going to summon the actual police squad who are moderately trained people who can hold them off until an actual demon slayer comes. Then those people know what they're getting into, and you have a way to hold off demons until the actual people come.
This is such a bad point.
It's horrible.
He shouldn't even bring up the government thing. He doesn't understand.
It's one of the worst.
And he's going.
He's just compounding excuses, and they're all bad.
At least the demon slayers know what they're getting themselves into.
But these people would too if they knew demons and the demon slayers existed.
And then you wouldn't just be a cop going, and now you're fighting demons. It'd be like, listen, they will be demons in this. You need to be prepared for that.
They would have this knowledge for, it's been 100-year stalemate. They would have this knowledge for, let's just say, 40 years. You think they wouldn't train them at this point For demons, people that become cops wouldn't know that they're coming in, that they may face a demon.
10 minutes left.
To add to that, the Demon Slayer Corp are already doing a good job at
They are not.
16 girls disappeared before a rookie appeared to see what was going on. 50 people died in a forest.
Before they were just like, send the big wigs.
A city was razed.
There was no evacuation plan. They just let people
categorically in the 8 months we've known since Tanjiro has become a demon slayer, there are no less than 66 people dead.
They could not patrol properly on the train because they had to put away their swords.
Racketeer says, soldiers get into war with the expectation that
legitimately,
Triggered, you're a bum.
It's so dumb.
Demons without the government's assistance. So that's even more of a reason not to get them involved. Don't take away the only protection the civilians have. And what if the government...
You're talking about they're gonna take away demon slayers instead of working in conjunction. Thank you for re-upping, Dutch. Have a nice rest of your night. Get them out of here. We're almost done anyway.
Yep. Catch it on the flip side.
Or some of the officers want to become a demon for more power, or become a demon out of fear of dying.
Hey, that would have been great if the last Shogun became a demon out of power, and then he kept trying to take out the Demon Slayer Corps, so they're like, we no longer work with the government. That would explain it. I would have no issue after that. I don't care that they're not working with the government. I care that there's not an explanation of why they're not working with the government.
It's so simple to understand that.
Wouldn't that
they could have developed better weapons to fight the demons during these 100 years.
More refined guns that are specifically for the demons, so they can have one for regular civilians, one for demons.
Nichiri ore that wouldn't chip or break, so you have to wait for a new one.
Or a better distribution system when you do chip yours, so you don't have to wait 2 weeks until some swordsmith mug just rocks up with one.
There are, let's face it, there are no downsides.
Let's be serious here. There are no downsides.
That's a 2-person joke that I don't worry about understanding that one.
But it is one of the funniest things. I wish that whole thing was recorded. It was one of our funniest bits.
You're only smoking juice.
Juice up this juice. You're only smoke and juice.
There are zero benefits to AIDS. Another classic.
I can see, I guess, but there's no benefits to AIDS.
Triggered. There's no benefits to AIDS.
It's one of the best lines that have ever been spoken in humanity. There are no benefits to AIDS.
Come on, Tanny, go juice up the juice.
Hey, Tanny! Juice up this juice.
Don't worry about not understanding that, and I think it's funnier if we don't explain it.
Yeah, we're not going to explain this. There are in-jokes that have been around with us for decades before we ever even sniffed a YouTube channel. Don't even. Juice breathing. Thirst form. Syringe in a butt.
Thirst form.
More conflict? Like, if you're going to tell someone what they should do, then you better think of every scenario that can possibly happen from that decision. That
cool, Triggs. Cool.
But you're not on the opposite side of the scenario.
You're not
the
thinking
positive.
about it.
I am thinking about the negatives, and it could happen, but I would like to see those and just go, this happened, we're not doing it.
Again, 2 pages, and that would alleviate everything. Not everything, obviously, but you know.
Yeah.
Someone to quit their job without weighing the positives and negatives of doing so. That's what one-dimensional thinkers do. I had someone ask me, why don't demon slayers just plant wisteria trees everywhere in Japan?
That was us! Damn Olympus!
He's...
I stand on you, man. Whoa!
At this point, I think most of these are just... This section is about us. Blessed juice after a juice.
We out here, we getting our shout outs. And I appreciate it.
Yeah, Bruh, are we Voldemort? Mom can't even speak our name. That's crazy. Just, I had someone.
Oh, but I'm sorry, I didn't even internalize what's going on. We're talking about Wisteria now. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! We're talking about why we're not playing Wisteria. I didn't even realize that. Hey, why aren't we planting Wisteria, Triggs?
Yeah, I wonder what this is.
Hit me with the trigonometry on this one.
Trigonometry is crazy.
Oh, trigonometry!
Trigonometry is crazy.
He's gonna take that.
Dude, we gotta copyright it or something.
LX like they're the D clan.
Triggs, that's a free one for you. That's a free one for you. You can take that. You ain't even gotta. Some muff said trigonometry. That's all I asked for, Triggs.
Yeah. Any response video you do, trigonometry, and then whatever their title
Basic
is.
trigonometry. Oh man, why can't we have a cool name like that? Osh AI.
Go outside and see some random motherfucker planting a poisonous tree in the.
Yeah, they're random because they're not part of the government. There's a mountain of wisteria.
Yep.
They can plant it outside of villages. We see that there are just long stretches of dirt roads and grass all around them. They can plant them all over the place.
Can you go to chapter 162, please?
Chapter 162. What was it?
162.
Yep.
I hope. Here we are. Keep going down.
They're not gonna be able to see this until.
Go up a little bit, right there.
Right here?
Yep, right here. You can go ahead and put that up.
All right.
For the boys.
For the boys.
For the boys.
And girls. We have some women in here.
And for the they, thems, and whatever you want to be.
Yeah.
We're woke here.
Yeah, I'm sure we have some of those. Fascism, am I right?
Go down. There we are. It takes over a year to reach this state. You must continuously take the wisteria flower poison. Mm-hmm. She has been ingesting wisteria for a year.
525 says.
Cool.
Funny how they had a bunch of people stay around those toxic trees and suffered no ill
yeah.
effects.
Here she is ingesting it for a year. Go up.
A specific poison. A poison.
Yes. I have a high concentration of wisteria flower poison circulating through my blood, internal organs, and even down to the tips of my fingernails. Could you go down a little bit more? Because there is a very important thing down here. At most, I can deliver 50 milligrams of poison with the blow of my sword. However, if the demon eats me, the dose I am now, the poison he will ingest will be about 37 kilograms throughout my body. 70 times the lethal dose. 37 kilograms, I wrote this down, is 80 pounds.
There are 80 pounds of poison in her body.
50 milliliters is 1.6 ounces. So that's how much it is for a lethal dose. She has 70 times the lethal amount of poison in her body, and she's fine. Don't tell me this, Triggs. You are stupid. Hey, Triggs, read the manga.
Stop going to AI.
She experiments with wisteria flowers so much. Her sword is coated in it. Her sheath is coated in it. Don't tell me this, Triggered. She eats wisteria for breakfast. Yeah, so let's not forget. And that would make sense if she was so weak because she was ingesting it. Mm-hmm. But we don't have that information to say that.
Yep.
Front of your law that you're suggesting. Don't tell someone to quit their job without weighing the positives and negatives of some random motherfucker planting a poisonous tree in the front of your lawn. Talking about it's going to keep you safe from the demons. Nigga, you're going to shoot them.
Yes, because I don't know what demons are, but if the government was part of it.
Shinobu drinking that wisteria juice.
Yeah, that boy.
But again, if you're outside of the village and you plant them, and
they don't know what this is.
No,
you wouldn't be like, this is poison. You wouldn't be like, this is for demons. You'd be like, this plant is for good luck and prosperous village crops.
Demons aren't just casually walking around like Grand Theft Auto NPCs. They're treated like...
There technically are, because in an entertainment district, there were at least 2 of them just kind of walking around.
They technically are, because in order to defeat a Hashira, you have to defeat at least 50 demons or a lower ranked moon.
To become a
Hashira. So you need to defeat 50 of them. So there are 9 Hashira. So either they all defeated 50 or some of them defeated a couple of lower ones. But at least 150 demons were killed by simply the pillars. And this is just this generation of pillars. We know that the Daki and Gyutaro have killed at least 20 of them. So there are so many of them. So there are a lot of demons out there.
If the Wisteria is poisonous, then why isn't Shinobu dead?
That's a great question. It's almost like AI shouldn't be trusted. Huh?
like urban legends in the series, which means that the majority of people don't think they're real. Shit, even Tanjiro didn't think they were.
If the government knew that they were real and they informed the people that they were real, the people would know that they were real and wouldn't have to worry about people planting poisonous flowers and shooting them.
Muzan just casually walking around and turning someone into a demon in the middle of a busy street.
Shouldn't happen.
But no, he's talking about demons are casually walking around.
Oh yeah. Yes, he was casually walking around.
With a kid.
Because again, there's a demon doctor and her demon sidekick.
Casually.
There are humanoid demons. There are your dumb, and I'm a horrible spider person, but there are humanoid demons that can fit into society. And Muzan can shapeshift?
At one point. This is another reason why the government will most likely not believe or help the Demon Slayer Corp, is because they'll be asking the government to assist them on something that they don't see regularly, if at all. Another criticism.
And we can keep those numbers even. Oh, we're done with Wisteria.
Yeah, no.
And we're going to Gun, which I believe was also.
Yes, we also said that.
Peak. We're done with Wisteria. Nah, it's poisonous. And he didn't talk about the rarity. He didn't try to excuse, hey, maybe it wouldn't bloom year round.
A little kid wrapped it around his neck and went down the mountain.
And was fine.
Was fine.
Again.
Yeah, and before the problem was the rarity of the plant. But once we disprove that, I guess the argument moves.
Yes. 80 pounds of Wisteria being ingested for over a year. Highly concentrated, her own words, enough to kill a rank 2 for a year. Her whole body down to her fingertips are poison. She says nothing about it affecting her. It just says you couldn't kind of do this because it would take a year to get to this state.
The government can hire people to plant and tend to Wisteria plants. That could be their entire job.
But Triggered is stupid, and he just didn't read the manga like he talked about people not doing. Funny how that works.
Chat PT, write me a script about Demon Slayer.
Legit. Teddy, do you know why sun breathing is the strongest form is the vitamin D, which is also in oranges? You know what you make it with oranges, Teddy? Juice!
Y'all don't even understand why that's funny.
Manga is not for us.
Also, keep in mind,
Triggered literally said manga is not for us. We're not going to understand some things.
So we're going into Gun now. He's rapid firing these boys, so we're definitely going to get
I wonder if he re-listened to our debate.
I wonder.
See, that's the thing. You don't see, like I said, also, keep in mind,
So we're definitely getting Ghosts.
No, we can't get
We're definitely getting Ghosts.
Unless his thing is, I was wrong, there's no reason to get the Ghost.
The argument is going to shift to that Rock. Because that's his current
why
argument.
don't more Demon Slayers use guns? Because, nigga, they're clearly more comfortable with using the sword.
They've been trained in sword.
Yes.
But you can longer range in gun, just boom.
You can have the gun for safety. You can have the sword, but also the gun.
You can have both. There are a lot of people that have both.
Hey, that dude has the gun, but he also has a sword. He has both.
Hey, you know why they're more comfortable with the sword? Because they trained in it. Train them in a gun.
The gun was not an option.
Rocketeer says, Tanny's sun breathing is effective because of vitamin D. Do you know what this means, Tanny? The will of D is real. The One Piece is real.
That is a lot of memes wrapped into what?
Also, it's tradition.
Horrible point. They're more comfortable with swords. Also, so he's done with the more comfortable with swords.
Because nigga, they're clearly more comfortable with using the sword. Also, it's traditional for Demon Slayers to fight with a sword ever since the Demon Slayer Corp was first created.
Yeah, it's traditional. It's traditional, but we see that the technology has moved on to us having guns.
Also, keep in mind, the rock breather, he has an axe and a big spike ball. Sword?
I think Tengen had like 2 sickles.
Yeah. Sword? So you can, Mitsuri has a whip sword. So it doesn't have to be just a normal katana. You can do other things with this.
So it makes sense why we haven't seen any gun wielders besides Genya, who only used a gun.
Genya is a special case because he only became a demon slayer to get respect from his brother, even if it meant using a gun to compensate for his lack of sword skills or eating demons. Genya was willing to do anything for this bit of respect.
Why couldn't Shinobu use guns to compensate for her lack of strength and the ability to cut off a demon's head?
Why can't he eat demons?
Why can't he? We're not talking about that right now.
Okay, cool.
Or maybe we will talk about it. Who knows?
Who knows?
But right here, yes, he's using this to. He goes, he wants a katana. So did he use a katana and it didn't work? What made him go, I want a gun, but also a sword because he also has a sword?
Because he wasn't capable of performing breathing styles. Most of the fights in Demon Slayer are close combat. So
yes, because they have swords. They would be long range if they didn't have swords.
They had arrows or lances or something.
The excuse for why this thing isn't happening is the answer can't be because it's happening this way. That's stupid. Why can't he perform breathing styles, Triggs?
It's tradition for me to do something that has a good chance to make my job worse, if not outright kill me. Can't fight tradition, even if it doing so saves lives triggered.
Who came up with the idea for a gun?
There's even a literal gun demon in one of the side stories. I think it was Rengoku or Gyu with one of them. Oh, the flame and water one.
A lot more sense for Demon Slayers to use swords over guns because a sword doesn't need to reload.
Shut up, Corey.
In close combat situations, a sword would allow you to react quicker in the fight.
Yeah, okay. All these things are absolutely true. You fire the gun once, and then you pull out your sword.
Yes.
You pull out your sword, and then you pull out your gun and fire it. There are many options.
I was able to stop an upper moon for a bit.
Yes, it was. You shoot the gun long range. You see, oh, this demon is fast. I now see how fast this demon reacts. That's just a test. And you're going short range, it wouldn't work. Okay, long range, it would work.
Hey, Tanjiro was fighting Daki. She's throwing all that in sash at him, and he's just swiping upwards, getting close to her. What happens if he pulls out a gun and shoots her instead?
And then I pull out my gun.
How about that?
He got that thing going on.
He got that motherfucking thing. You don't want to see his hair where his hip be at.
Don't.
And it will help you flow better in the fight. You know, like get into a rhythm and shit. And
yes, but when the rhythm is broken, when you take a step back and analyze the situation, you can take pot shots.
Tengen uses bombs.
A gun can be a side weapon instead of a finisher, and then the sword can do the rest. You can use this logic for a bow and arrow wielder. But no.
Whether the sword is broken or chipped, it can easily be repaired, and even in some cases...
No, they needed new ones.
Yes, they need to wait for it to be repaired.
As shown in the series, you can still use a chipped or broken sword to be effective.
Not to get out of water, though.
There's no way.
You can't use a chipped sword to get out of water, though.
Yeah.
Unless you can, because he did.
Yep.
You can't, but you can.
Probably don't want to look at the screen.
Ah, yes. Our good friend, AI. Ah, yes.
No, bullets cannot be repaired. What is this dumb this dumb piece of course that we know how bullets work, you dumb! You dumb, my God! He's so dumb!
After that game of Among Us, I'll never trust EA with that thing on his hip ever again.
You still hung up on Among Us, Mom? This was 3 years ago!
We need to run back some Among Us.
That's fun.
Cannot do that with a gun because you cannot reforge bullets.
Yeah, bullets are meant to be expended once.
Yes.
They're meant to be used once.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
But they can repair the blades with the nitri ore, but they cannot simply give more nitri ore bullets for some reason. This is what you're saying? They have enough ore for new swords,
and it would be
but
easier
not enough
to
for
create bullets than a sword. So even
easier, quicker. The ore that falls off of the blade or imperfect ore, use it for the bullets. What point is he trying to make with the bullets at this point? They wouldn't work.
Is Dad gonna listen to the new Will Smith album?
Ew, he has a new album?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's cursing it and everything. He got some artists where I was just like, how did you get them? You're Will Smith. Why do you have like Joyner Lucas on it?
Corey? No, I will not.
You want to pistol whip a demon or some shit? I don't know.
You want to shoot a demon?
Yeah.
As Genya has done in the series. Davis, this is not a fictional theory of bullets and guns. No. We've seen a mother do it.
Yes.
I know is that if you was to try to get into a fight with a demon and you were trying to use a gun.
We need to watch some One Piece knot theory after this to cool down.
We're almost 6 hours in.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Why do you? No.
You said 4 hours.
I said 4 to 5 hours.
You're still wrong.
I was off by an hour. You said 4 hours.
4 now.
You said 4 hours, and we went like 11.
Are you talking about Harry Potter?
Yeah, I'm talking about.
You can't use that.
Yeah,
you said 5 hours.
It was closer than you.
Time, Corey.
Fam, you finna have a long ass day. That demon finna be tanking the shit out them shots. He finna be dodging the fuck.
Is that what happened in the series? Trigger?
It did not happen in the series.
Oh, then you can't really say that's what would happen when we have empirical evidence that that's not what does happen.
Got them bullets. Like, even with Nitrin bullets, you ain't gonna do that much damage. Like, it's just not...
Pause.
Slow them down.
And he has no evidence for it not doing damage. So all he can say is...
Well, we have evidence of it doing damage.
So all he can say is it wouldn't do damage, and that's my point. That's why they don't use it.
Yeah, y'all can all rope.
Smart to use a gun in close combat situations. Like, you're really asking for it at that point. Even Genya couldn't get the job done against an Upper Moon demon, and he specialized...
Because it was an Upper Moon demon.
How many people could?
Who you had to cut their heads off simultaneously.
How many people could get it with an Upper Moon demon?
Come on!
This is a stupid argument.
They're all stupid arguments.
Can you pistol whip a demon using breathing technique if the gun is made of the ore? Gun breathing, pistol whipping breathing derived from love? Hard to say.
Blunt force does take off their head because that's what ball and chain does.
Yeah, but is the only thing the severance of the neck?
I think that's all you need. So if you hit them hard enough that it severs their neck with the ore.
So if you did it from like their jaw up, would that not disintegrate them?
What constitutes that?
When does it start and stop?
Who knows?
Like, can it the chest, upper chest, like shoulders, and then?
Can he get me my gun? This raccoon shooting air with his fists. He wants a 1v1 duel. Let's duel, Arthur Morgan style.
This isn't guns. Motherfucker had to eat demons just to keep up, which leads me.
Yeah, but these would be demon slayers who can breathe, so they can keep up and have a gun.
Tanjiro and a Hashira couldn't get quote unquote get the job done, as you say. So it's not like the gun, the bullets were the problem. It were these demons what were the problem.
Why would someone who is pretty much superhuman and fast waste time with the gun? You can't apply power to a gun, but you can't apply it to the sword. If it's a regular Slayer, then you have a point. It could be, again, to slow down. To
test the limits of what they're doing. Cut off their arm with the bullet.
If a demon is running outside of your sword range, let's just say 20 feet beyond you, and just kind of circling and flashing in and out of areas. If you try to shoot, you might be able to hit them, but you cannot swing your sword at that point and hit them.
Shinkai, are you telling me that there's no situation where a gun would be advantageous?
Where having a gun would be an advantage versus not having a gun.
Are you telling me that there are 0 situations that you can think of where a gun would be good?
Again, I just noted that Tanjiro was flying up against Daki, trying to slash her sash to get to her. But if he had shot at her, because it's not like she's bobbing and weaving, she's just kind of going up. If he had shot at her, it might deter her for a second, and allow him to get closer.
When the drum demon is doing his drums, you can shoot him to stop the drumming for at least a second, so you can get your footing.
The drums,
to get your footing. Come on, don't tell me that a gun would not be useful.
Now, we're not saying every situation is gun-toting bam bam, but to just say,
take this, Mozart, plow!
Axel Gray says, explosion.
But to just
if there's
be like
one situation where having a gun would be an advantage, there is no reason they shouldn't all have a gun.
At all times. Simply. And it's silly to say there is no situation where a gun would not be useful. You can't say that. We're not saying Tanjiro going up against a little baby demon that he knows he can take the head off. No, I don't know what this demon's abilities are. Let me take a pot shot to see how they react. I don't need to get close. I don't need to get in their range. I can stay back here and pew. Oh, they put up a shield? This demon has a shield. I now know that without putting myself in danger. Come on now, man. You gotta think about these things. I don't want to insult your intelligence, but you can't simply listen to Triggered and go, I'm not thinking about a way that a gun can be used advantageously.
0 situations.
0 situations. Come on now, dude.
Against upper moons and lower moons? No. They were in the train. Are you telling me trying to shoot areas of the train to find out where it's weak and where the flesh couldn't be advantageous? Are you telling me when they're fighting Daki and they're basically face to face, they can't shoot and jump away?
Could you go back
to
just one screen? The gun shot.
Sman Slayer says, DA thoughts on Kyoka Kurigane from Ultimate Exorcist Kyoshi?
I'll get to that. The gun cut off that demon's head. The only thing is you needed to cut off all of their heads simultaneously. So the gun worked.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, he cut it off with the There was another situation where the gun cut off their head.
Yeah.
But it wasn't this one. But it did cut off their head in a situation. So it did work, but it didn't work for these upper moon demons because it had to be done simultaneously. And again, you're going against an upper or a lower moon. No, it wouldn't work. But against a normal demon, where let's say that a demon slayer...
I wouldn't even say it wouldn't work. It's like...
No, let's just go on their level. A normal demon slayer that gets caught off guard, their leg is hurt. The demon is advancing on them. They have a gun, they can shoot. Done. That's better than having nothing because you don't have your footing to get up and cut off their head.
Yeah, what happens if a demon slices your ankle so you can't get your footing for sword techniques? Would a gun not be good there in order to shoot at the demon?
And again, why wouldn't it work at a lower demon? You can't just say that it wouldn't work. Yeah, it wouldn't work. Why wouldn't it work? When it's shown that it works here on an upper, but it doesn't work because it needs special circumstances.
To the next criticism I keep hearing about. Why is Genya the only character that can eat demons and get powers?
Ooh.
This is actually a good question I asked myself when reading the story. But it all comes down to Genya being a sick-ass dude. We learned from...
he's him! That's my answer!
That's Batman!
He got the sauce! Moving on!
Aura! Your argument is aura!
This dude is pathetic. He can't answer the question.
from Kokoshibo that there was another swordsman.
Sources that I made it the fuck
up.
Comes down to Genya being a sick ass dude. We learned from Kokoshibo that there was another swordsman who ate demons just
Real
like
Luster
Genya.
says, Aura sauce juice swage skibbity.
This month is skibbity. Can we all agree?
So this does confirm that other people in the series are capable of getting powers from eating demons.
Yes, but that doesn't explain
300
how.
years ago, somebody was like you.
This month who's been alive for that long has seen one person in 300 years. So we know that other people can, but we don't know how this happened. Because his brother can't, and he can. But this dude can. How? Why? Let's hear it, Triggs.
It's just, who the fuck wants to eat a demon? Why would that idea even come to mind? You're basically asking the person to commit cannibalism.
Pause. This dude did. Why did he do it? What situation was he put in or he had to resort to that?
And now he can.
Is your argument that there could be hundreds of people, but it's so icky that they wouldn't do that?
Hey.
Well, this is just your assumption, and you're not. There's nothing in the series that says that.
Hey, there could be 100 demons that can walk in the sun. It's just that nobody's done it.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I like them. There's basically nobody that I feel any kind of to in Kyoshi. I think it's a very, very good series with a lot of good characters.
Ass idea, and expecting people to casually do it is fucking insane.
So we need to understand the situation in which he did it. Was he so desperate for strength?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make sense. Was he so frustrated that he couldn't breathe that he just chomped down on a demon? Was he fighting a demon and his mouth was open and it went into his mouth?
Was he starving somewhere and the only thing around was a demon?
Did he think that he was eating cow, but it was actually a people?
Also, dipping the bullets
By
in
sources that I made it the
Poisoning
fuck
enemy
up.
and making them weaker before getting close to them is how it does
Yes, and I like how the dude just is not answering the questions here.
Yeah,
He just dropped his, well, it wouldn't work upper or lower, and then you bounce.
But then we see the upper moon get hit with wisteria and it freezes them. So bullets that are made of the sun crystal dipped in wisteria
You gotta think about this, dude.
would work. It would be situations where this would work.
You gotta think about this. And I'm calling you out because you calling us out. We're
I
giving
think
all...
he's just asking questions.
Sure.
Because he's been asking questions the whole time.
But the thing of it wouldn't work. You got and then,
it wouldn't work is the problem.
yes.
I don't there's a potential it wouldn't work with the upper moons because they're too strong, they're too fast, blah 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 blah. Because he does say that the lower moons, or the weaker ones, it probably would work. Even with lower demon slayers, it would help them. Which again, Tanjiro faced like 3 or 4 of those lower demons before he went to those people, so he could have used that in the help. And those 50 forest demons probably could have used a little bit of pow in their life. Who knows? Who knows?
Because he didn't.
Now, the one criticism I somewhat agree with is why don't more demon slayers use wisteria?
I'm sorry. We're done.
Yeah, no, we're cut.
with him.
Oh yeah, the terrible ranking system.
Yes.
That doesn't matter.
Now, the one criticism I somewhat agree with is why don't more demon slayers use...
Do you remember why you didn't agree with this before, Triggered? It was because they're rare plants or some.
Boy, he was fighting us when we made that point.
Yes, that's the thing. So many of the points he's making now, he
Macathon
argued
says,
vehemently against us with it.
I don't have a
Us.
chest, but I'm not out of options.
Yeah, like he argued tooth and nail
To us.
to us about these things that we just pointed out to him. Oh, what? No, and now here we are, years later. Yeah, something I kind of agree with is, come on, bud. You want to talk about, you don't think we have good critical thinking? We don't read source material? When we ask you these questions, you're asking yourself 2 years later?
Or you give completely contradictory information from what you gave 2 years ago.
Or you're just wrong?
Or you're just wrong and stupid.
wisteria to fight. The demon slayers incorporating wisteria into their arsenal would definitely make their jobs a lot
Boy, he
easier.
argued this against Just Stop. He argued this against us. But now all of a sudden,
Maybe even Captain Mac.
But I can understand why some demon slayers wouldn't want to use it. For one, they're trying to kill the demons, not scare them away.
Shinobu kills demons with it.
does she?
What are you talking about?
So it can be used to kill demons. demons.
We've seen that it freezes demons. So even if you just cut at their stomach, it would freeze them a second and allow you to cut their heads off.
Yeah, that would work.
What do you think this poison does?
That poison is a
No. We're talking about the wisteria planting around. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the poison and the weaponry and dipping it in the swords and all of this extra.
He's always serious.
Wisteria is known to scare away demons, and carrying around Wisteria would make the Demon Slayer's job harder in killing them. You will also have to take egos into account, as some swordsmen would feel like they're strong enough to not need the assistance of...
Hey, yeah, okay, and they get killed. Who cares? Shinobu was casually talking to a girl while she had the poison with her. A demon. Just like, hey, but there's like 50 dead over there. What's going on there, buddy? The girl wasn't like, is that wisteria? What the... No.
Of Wisteria. Wisteria does not completely destroy or kill demons instantly.
But it
causes
freezes them.
pain and slows them down,
Yes.
but it's not
Leo
necessarily a
Luster
quick or decisive
Poketo
weapon.
no
and
coin. Sorto, you wanna be my friend? We are on a cruise.
it causes pain and slows them down, but it's not necessarily a quick or decisive weapon in direct combat.
But it can be used to get an advantage because
Yes.
they used it against an upper moon to get an advantage.
It would slow them down, as you said. And are you telling me there aren't 100% of situations where it would be better if they were able to slow down a demon by slashing a part of their body?
Freeze them for just a second.
You're telling me there isn't 100 out of 100 use cases for this?
There is no situation where this would not be good.
Demon Slayers generally rely on more powerful techniques like their breathing styles and
guy is
swordsmanship to
dumb.
deal significant damage to demons.
This guy is
Wisteria,
dumb.
while useful, is more of a deterrent or supportive tool rather than the primary means of attack.
There's a Hashira that uses it, so it can be used as an attack.
As a
Why
means
don't
of
more
attack.
people use it as an attack?
Because with Rui, if Tandro had some Wisteria, you could at least freeze him and try some stuff, but he had nothing.
That's the main reason why I can understand Demon Slayers not using Wisteria often.
No,
is because it
you're
just
dumb.
gets to a point where the shit doesn't work.
You're
This should be
dumb.
common knowledge if you read the story.
Hey, but when doesn't it work? When
Yeah.
doesn't the poison work? There's one dude in the entire history that we see where that did not work at all.
So by the time it doesn't work, either you're dead or they're dead.
And who cares if it doesn't work if it's on your sword? You're still using your techniques and everything. It just so happened, oh no, they're immune to being slowed down, so I just have to keep fighting regularly anyway.
Racketeer says, why is Triggered so apprehensive against anything that would give the Demon Slayers advantage that would objectively make a difference even if it's minuscule?
Because he's dumb and he likes the series and he needs to defend it.
But the more powerful a demon is, the less they are affected by Wisteria. Just look at Doma versus Shinobu.
The one time I was able to decompose your poison. Yeah, so if you're something 8 rank going up against the number 5, yeah, okay, you're probably cooked.
The poison is not going to work. That's fine. You're up against the number 2 muff. I don't expect the poison to work like this. But if you're talking about a rank and file, I'm just a demon slayer trying to get my 50 so I can rank up to become
Even a
Hashira.
lower moon.
Something. It would give you an advantage.
Shinobu was the best Wisteria poison user in the series, and Doma was eating all those poison mixtures like it wasn't shit. He was even trolling her about the poisons, asking her to use the next dose to see if it'll work.
Yes, the number 2 dude. And guess what? Guess what killed Muzan? Guess what killed Doma? It was the poison.
It was the poison.
So yeah, on one hand, Demon Slayers could use Wisteria more as it would objectively make their jobs easier, but when you consider all 3 of my reasons for why Demon Slayers might hesitate to use Wisteria
I like
more
the slashes on
frequently,
the
it becomes
ground.
clear why they don't rely on it as often.
No, it doesn't.
No, they don't rely on it. They don't use it.
Yeah.
They don't have it.
No, it's not an option that a Demon Slayer has. It's not like they were injured at the end of the Rui fight, and it was just like, you're going on missions, but you're still weakened, so take some Wisteria with you, just in case.
You broke your leg, but we're sending you out on a mission, or you might encounter a demon, so here's some Wisteria.
He's the 3rd strongest demon in
Racketeer
existence, you
Treating it
moron.
like it's nothing. Shows a panel of him.
Objectively makes their job easier.
In all, this isn't really that big of an issue in the story. And anyone
Ghost,
who actually tries to use this criticism as a way to discredit the entire series are just desperately grasping for straws.
No, it is
Who's
not a
trying
way.
to do it for the entire series.
It's
They don't use Wisteria. Whole series bad. Who's like that?
It is a domino that's falling over. That's all this is. And if enough dominoes fall over, that's where the problem starts to come in. It's enough small problems where it's just like all of this is broken.
That point. Now, I do want to touch
It's
on
close.
the world
It's
building
close,
for a
Leo.
bit because it would
World
be kind of
building?
weird if I didn't. The world building in Demon Slayer is pretty solid for the most part. The series does explore a lot of areas and flesh them out pretty well.
How does it flesh out the entertainment district? That is an entertainment district. How did it flesh out the city they were in? That some dude had a ramen cart. What are of these cities are fleshed out? Oh, he's about to tell us, I guess.
Such as the final selection location, in which we know the significance of that place and how it operates.
Yes.
Same with the entertainment district, the Demon Slayer
No,
course, and
no,
even the Swordsmith village.
no.
The series beautifully captures the aesthetics of various towns and villagers.
Oh no,
while showing-
we're done. The world building is good and it's pretty.
showcasing diverse elements of Japanese culture. It truly invokes the atmosphere of the Taisho era. So while the world building might not be as crazy or adventurous as One Piece or Hunter x Hunter's world building, the series still offers a satisfying and immersive experience.
Frankie got that whole thing out.
I don't agree.
And now lastly, this whole scene of ghost shit.
Oh, he's so annoyed by it. Listen to his words. Listen to his words.
Satisfying and
Jay
immersive
says,
experience.
Also keep in mind, also in Drum Demon arc, the kids were given Wisteria pouch to
Yep,
repel demons.
no problems, and it worked. Super strong demon blood dude.
Here, listen to how annoyed he is with this.
What, Corey? I swear, Corey.
Hunter x Hunter's world building, the series still offers a satisfying and immersive experience. And now lastly, this whole scene of ghost shit. Look, I personally don't judge series that incorporate ghosts or spirits because it usually has some ties to a religious belief.
Pause. Irrelevant.
Not for us.
That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about them affecting the plot. We're talking about them being corporeal. Too big of a word for them. We're talking about them being tangible.
Too big.
Too big.
Solid.
Solid. We're talking about them being solid. You know, the thing that's icy is when you put it in the ice too big. Yeah. 3 letters. That's 3. Yeah, we're good.
Me being someone who believes in spirits and the idea that our loved ones watch over us after death, I have no problems with Tanjiro's family watching over Tanjiro and Nezuko and supporting them. It serves as a reminder of what—
Bro, this is not anybody's argument.
This is 0% people's
This was
argument.
not what you believed a year and a half ago. And the ghost caused problem. And he criticizes the Mary talk because he did criticize it as well. When in the stream he did recently where he went off on us for like 10 minutes and then go, "You're not gonna talk about ghosts when you got that ship," and blah blah blah.
What they're fighting for and why it matters. It's a sequence that likely resonates with many people as a lot of people share these beliefs. When it comes to Tanjiro seeing the 2 spirits and fighting Sabito, I thought it was a cool way to utilize the spirits as well as have Tanjiro progress as a character.
No, you thought they were hallucinations,
Yes.
you lying, disingenuous piece of crap.
Because such and such exists, therefore it is justified for this to exist, and it doesn't matter if it affects the plot when I care.
For the people wondering why they showed up, it was because of that big ass boulder with the rope tied around it.
No f***ing way.
Yes, in way. Look at it. Look at this AI summary, baby.
No f***ing way.
Look at it.
Then why did they show up when he wasn't around with all the other kids and just had a conversation?
Lingering spirits. Now, if you remember my Naruto point, there were theories, there was all these things, but at a certain point, there is a definitive answer. This dumb muff is giving a different answer because the answer is not in the series. You said they were hallucinations. You thought that they were hallucinations. You said
made
that
fun
to
of us for saying that you said they were hallucinations.
You said it to us multiple times in the Discord and in debates. You said this in comments. You said this to Just Stop multiple times. You said this over and over. You were so sure.
And
why
Captain
were
Mac.
you so sure about that before? What evidence did you have that's proven wrong? And what evidence do you have now that may not be proven wrong? Because again, never forget, this is all your assumptions. It's not in the series, and that's what the problem is. I don't care if you can make an answer. The answer is not in the series. So your answer might be different from somebody else's answer. Somebody else could still believe that they're hallucinations based on your words, and this rock stuff isn't rocking with them.
Is it really that far-fetched for them to be hallucinations?
100% it is.
That was his word.
Oh, yeah. 100% it was. Okay, again.
I'm so glad that you keep missing the TTS. Eesh.
Again, after the rock is cut, they're having a conversation.
They are commenting on Tanjiro. Don't lose focus.
His parents appear and his siblings appear in his head.
Oh,
going,
no.
Breathe, brother.
I'm so sorry. I wrote down all the instances of ghosts.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, woo, wow, woo, wow.
I am not structured.
Of course.
So maybe vamp with the peeps for... Oh, okay, got it. Shinobu's ghost sister appears in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
Shinobu appears in front of the number 2 when she's dead, and she's taunting him, going, the poison, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Zenitsu's master appears in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Could you go to chapter 185, please?
I don't think 185 is the chapter we should be going to,
I think we should.
What could possibly be in, of all chapters, 185?
Such an innocuous chapter, but there's important things that's happening in this
I
chapter.
certainly hope so. Why did that
That's
happen?
the number 2 twice. That is what I requested.
That's weird.
Keep on going down, baby, down. Right there. Up.
Jay says, 1.
Up.
In One Piece 2, 1C at Piece 3,
Up.
the rope linking all men.
Right there. Go up. He goes, we must go after her. Go after her, and then the daddy goes, let Nezuko do as she pleases. It's all right. He recognizes the words and the touch, and then he changes his mind because go down. My father said, let her do what he... This dude is awake. This dude is aware. He's under stress. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. But that doesn't cause hallucination. Sorry.
So, this is another instance of a corporeal ghost giving advice. What is this, Triggs? What is this?
Yeah, no rocks.
No rocks.
No rocks.
What is this?
So you have to understand at a certain point.
You're stupid. And you don't have an answer. And you're going to keep trying to have an answer until either you have no more answers and finally settles on one that still doesn't make sense, or you just throw your hands up and just go, it was all wrong this whole time.
I don't think he can do that part. Because even the ones where he's just like, I agree with these things that I argue with in the past, there's still caveats. There's still little things of why I was, quote unquote, right.
In Japan, they call it a shiminawa. It's a type of sacred rope in
Racketeer
Japanese
says,
Shinto.
Why didn't the students holler at their teacher? Those petty little shits.
Legitimately. He got them special demon ghost paper on his
that's
head.
what the answer's gonna be.
Tradition, when it's placed on objects like trees and stones, is said to attract spirits in that specific area. But to wrap up this segment quick, the spirit stuff doesn't bother me at all. I think it's a cool way to utilize spirits.
No, but what about all the other spirits that are there?
That could do things.
This doesn't say that the rock makes them more solid. It doesn't say it makes them more corporeal. It doesn't say it make them have autonomy. It doesn't say any. It just says it attracts spirits.
Oh my god, that is so cap.
And we understand that it attracts spirits. We understand that they're spirits. But what about all the other spirits that are there? And what about the spirits that aren't there, but they should be there?
Think otherwise, then we'll just have to agree to disagree. But with that
Oh,
being
we're done with the ghost.
Yeah, agree to disagree.
It was the rock, and if you don't believe me, whatever. Keep it rocking.
How about I evidence why it's not the rock?
How about all these things that don't make sense when you include the rock?
I think I said everything I wanted to say about Demon Slayer. I've addressed the good, the bad, and even some of the major criticisms.
What's the rating?
7.5.
I was thinking 7.5. I'm gonna go 7. Yeah.
The community had about the series.
7.5
For
is
those
safe.
who wanted to know my opinion on the ending, it was cool. It has some implied incest shit in there that was.
Gay, aka Beak Sleeper, says, "Don't forget about the tangible ghosts."
Never forget.
He's not bringing up the hallucinations because he knows he will get cooked. Because he was wrong. He was just wrong about it.
No, and it was stupid, and it was always stupid, and all the defending that he did was pathetic.
And it's such an obvious. I see an 8. I see a 7.25. It's such an obvious change of mind. He can't even just go, "Hey, I originally thought they were hallucinations. I was incorrect. They're actually spirits, but here's why I think they're spirits, blah, blah, blah." No, it just doesn't exist.
This is one of the things that the series could have explained better, and I can understand why people are confused about this. I was confused until I did research on it. This isn't a thing that you should have to do research on. This should be explained in a series, but there is an explanation if you think about it.
3.1515, no. 7.5, 8, 4.5. It's not.
7. It's 7.5.
It's not going below a 7.
Not.
That's my heart of hearts.
No.
It's impossible to.
Weird, but other than that, it was a wholesome, funny chapter. As for the final arc, it was really dope. I know some people had an issue.
I read all of Demon Slayer in one sitting, so my experience may be different from someone who's read this on a weekly basis.
With the pacing being too fast, but me personally, I love the story getting straight to the shit. There were some moments of bad plot armor and plot conveniences, but there was also some...
The Arthur also did a great job having every character contribute to Muzan and Upper Moon's defeat. It really felt like a collaborative effort instead of a typical MC saves everyone trope. And then the MC kind of saves everyone.
Yep.
Good moments of the characters strategizing and the
7.5,
story making
7.5.
every fight meaningful. The final battle with Muzan was crazy. I know people hated that he used the same moves over and over, but if those same moves are getting the job done, why stop using them? Also, Tomeo's poison had a lot to do with Muzan not going full power.
But the poison doesn't work, so why would they use it?
Why would they use it?
Why would they use the Wisteria poison? It doesn't work.
These two people synthesized the poison strong enough to defeat the number 1 and the number 2. Don't you think that if more people had the ability to do this, more smarter people, I was going to say more
Scientists.
smarter people, more smarter people,
Yeah.
but I didn't want people to be like,
Yeah.
more smarter people had the ability to do that, they would make even stronger poisons?
Muzan used Vine Whip. It was super effective. Yes, he was wrong. Every time me and Salik argue with him about it, he kept saying the same thing. I don't know why he's so sure it was a hallucination to this day.
Because that's the only answer that makes it logical why the ghosts don't show up again and help people physically.
And he's also super stubborn in that, hey, this was my point. I believe it, and my mind cannot be changed. That's why he's going to do this soft shoe bullshit around the issue, as opposed to actually addressing the issue.
Setting up Muzan at the start of the arc and continuously weakening him with the poison she created, it was really good writing on the Arthur's part
Shinkai
because it
Yarn
didn't
says,
put the character
"Don't get me started with the dream nonsense."
Dude, the dreams were
in a situation where it will be
8.
impossible to beat Muzan. And it's good to see that all the blood collecting Tanjiro did for Tomeo paid off. As for Muzan taking over Tanjiro's body, it was a really dope emotional moment that showed just how many people Tanjiro had
It's all
impacted
dope.
on
It's
his
so
journey.
dope.
I do think he should have died, but hey, it is what it is.
You can't say that after slagging off all these series for being
For not
afraid to
having
kill
The
characters.
consequences.
But now it's just, it is what it is.
Yep.
You know who killed off the main character? JoJo's. You know who killed off the main character? Samurai. It ain't.
Hey, Pale didn't die. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Sorry.
Not what triggered
Byakuya didn't die. It is what it is.
So when your own argument gets used against you when a character should die but they didn't, you have to realize that it was not a very good argument, is it?
It is what it is. Anytime Trigger complains about a character that should have died that didn't die, just go, it is what it is.
And link him this part.
Like, what can he do?
Still a solid arc in my opinion, and a solid story overall. If I had to give it a score, I would give it a 7.5.
I'm not proud
out
of that
10.
because it's
the
very
series
obvious.
does have some horrible moments of
Themes are fleshed out really well.
No, they're not.
Disagree.
They are
Most
just
of the
simply
characters
done.
progress really well and are very impactful. Progress very well. No, but they are impactful. Story executes tension, stakes, and the consequences really well. I don't think so.
Because
there's
you
only
literally
one.
just said one that should have happened.
Pacing is good. That's irrelevant to me.
You've barely mentioned pacing other than the fact that it's good. You haven't explained what it is or why it's good.
Story and power system is easy to follow.
You didn't mention half the
Raptor
power
says,
systems.
Main.
We know deep down he wants to give it a 9, but
he can't because of the Seaman Slayer stuff.
Yeah. Story lacks creativity and it's kind of basic. Villains can be hit or miss. That's every series. Nezuko's abilities could have been explained better at times, all the time. Plot or armor and power scaling can be ridiculous at times, specifically the Entertainment District arc.
Corey, you pieces. If you work for 10 minutes, you'll have enough money to buy a membership.
If he follows the auction stream and sees his video while at work, he's worked long enough to spend the dollar for the
man.
And nobody gives membership. Nobody. He doesn't deserve it. Spend that dollar, Corey.
Plot armor and plot conveniences, and they also could have done a better job at fleshing out certain characters and mysteries throughout the story. But when it comes to the handling of the characters and themes, as well as the series' ability to build tension and create hype and emotional moments, on top of having real stakes and consequences and having an amazing anime adaptation, it's completely understandable why Demon Slayer became a global success. But that's all I have to say. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. I'll very much appreciate it. It's your boy Triggered Senpai, and I catch y'all next time.
That don't worry, I got a big chunky commission coming for you.
Yeah, there's a couple coming your way, buddy.
Coming for that ass. I got commissions for that ass. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Nami to go. Good. Thank you, High, for gifting a membership to Nami to go. Get in there, Nami the GOAT. You got it. Truly the GOAT.
Biggest up. Well deserved. No one deserves it more than you, Nami the GOAT.
Congrats, Nami the GOAT. Video fair, DS.
Demon Slayer is simple. Nothing about the video. Big ups. Love to see it. Video was fair. Okay, talking about the video.
Mm-hmm. I consider nope. This is
nope. We have switched over to just talking about your opinions. Not talking about the videos. Big ups.
Big the ups. Very good.
Is gay, aka Beak Sleeper, says, "How would you rate the video?"
Anomaly always, but
it's not as bad as his Just Stop.
Not even close.
Yeah,
like 10. I wouldn't even call it a Hall of Fame. I didn't. No, it would be a Hall of Fame. No, it's not in GOAT contention.
This would be high Hall of Fame.
Yeah, if we did tiers of Hall of Fame, which we never will. People are saying Demon Slayer is overrated, but yet hype up. Both can be bad. That means nothing.
Nothing about
simplicity
the video.
and straightforward nature.
Nothing about the video. Big ups.
I haven't watched Demon Slayer.
Nothing about the video. Why are you here? Whatever. Big ups.
Demon Slayer and became because there's
nothing about the video. Big ups.
Please don't quit. Nothing about the video. I hate the narrative that people hate for simple straightforward.
Nothing about the video. Big ups. Mm-hmm. Don't do it, Jay. Crap! He was the first one.
I'm not even thanking you, Jay. You're big ups to the people that did get the memberships, except
Peanut. Peanut. That never gets a gifted membership. Could you time out, Corey?
Oh yeah,
so he doesn't get to use it.
Sure. Big ups.
That never gets one.
There's no Peanut W. I cannot believe.
That's so unfortunate.
Thank you, Jay, for the membership. The
that
5
sucks.
gifted. That sucks for that.
Sucks.
Always.
That sucks for Corey.
Joe, you don't get. That doesn't get. Nami, I think he's gotten one like every other one. Anytime somebody drops a bomb, he's like one of the people. That was a video addressed some stupid. Okay, there you go. There's somebody addressing it.
I would like definitive points of bam, 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 instead of just this overarching. Yeah, good job. Yeah, this was fair.
Yeah. All right. We are basically.
Leo Luster says,
we did it.
Crazy how he mentioned the show twice and it looking good, but not specific quality to the manga.
And then we ain't got time for reading. Teki Atsume.
We did it, y'all.
Shove off. Yeah. All right. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your Saturdays. I will. Don't do that, babe.
Let's see. Roll the dice, Det. Roll them bones.
Let's see who DA gets the subs.
Gift?
Jam. Piku. Zaz.
Who's Zaz?
Mizzy.
Who are you?
Guy with 2 names.
What the? Who
with 2 names. Big up Mizzy. Big up Zaz.
How are you people? They might be Triggs people. Do we check the free membership things? Do we still get those?
I gave you
It was at the money thing.
Is it? Membership gifting? Nope.
That's crazy. What happened? We used to have it.
Dang.
Racketeer says, literally the Patrick. Who are you people?
Who's that? Could you check the points?
Dude.
Could you check the points to see who's ass if they fit here? And Mom gonna have 10 points.
And a membership.
Oh my goodness.
Mom don't even appear. There's no way.
Who is Zaz?
Who is Zaz? Okay,
Zaz is not on the list of people.
For currency, he might be on the list of people that have tuned in at some point to our video.
Police looking for Zaz. What a star-studded evening.
He's not even here.
Zaz.
Who the f is Zaz? Okay, let me look. Zaz. Bro, who's Zaz? Who's Mizzy? Who's Zaz? Maybe their name changed from what it was before, and the system hasn't updated it.
It needs Zaz. I mean, I'm right to say that,
No,
right?
you're right to say that. It's just, you can stand it, Zaz it up a
No
little bit
offense,
more.
Squisker, but I gotta say, this whole thing, it lacks Zaz.
There you go.
Like Zaz.
I guess so. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Let's roll the dice one more.
Roll them bones.
Let's roll
them.
One more again.
Racketeer says, what are y'all's top 3 Persona games from worst to best? I know it's redundant, but I didn't catch earlier.
This is offensive. This is offensive. They don't like him. They just don't like that.
Sorry. No. DDT Shinedown.
Who are these people?
Who's Nebel?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Flimsy Phalangus.
We tried.
We dropped 15 for y'all. At some point, it's out of our hands.
It just ain't happening.
Mine was Persona 4 Golden, Persona 3 FES, and then Persona 5 Royal.
Mine is Golden. Mine is 5 Royal. Mine is 4 Dancing. I love that dancing game. It's so fun.
Oh no, Flimsy is here and he got it!
They've been a member before because they have 2 trash bags.
There you go. Maybe they got gifted before too. Big ups, Flimsy.
What is
Big
this?
ups.
The randomization is terrible.
Yeah, no.
We need to just. Can we make a private stream for that and just invite him?
Jeremiah Bullfrog. Big ups. Thank you, Jay, for the gifted
Just
membership.
him. He types 50 times in chat and then it'll go to Comp Bros. For that, put the fries in the bag, man.
No, there are 22 gifted memberships for this stream.
Nuts.
And there is no debt on
Big ups NPCs.
I cannot believe that. Oh, dude.
Like I said, Dad, you got a chunky one coming from me, so you're gonna get a bit in your pocket.
All right. Oh my God. Okay. We tried. We tried, dude. We're not gonna drop 100 on y'all.
Yeah, not to get we can only do so much. We're not like Core. We're not actively making money. Well, I guess we're putting it back into the system of us, but still,
we only get a chunk of that. F's in the chat for debt.
F's
big
in
time.
the chat for your boy Debt. He going down in flames.
Jay is gay. Dunzo. Oh yeah, I'll check later. Dude, yeah, God,
Yeah, we tried.
All right, enjoy the rest of y'all bumless Saturday.
Yeah, that was a good one. That
Yeah.
was a fun one. It's always fun with Triggs.
Yeah.
We await the One Piece. If he does something for that because reasons, do we do something? Because this is gonna be out of date information and not entirely
Leo
full.
Luster
So I don't
says,
think that.
Happy to be here.
Come on, proceed right back at him. Zaz, congrats, bro.
Thank you, Jay, for another gifted sub.
This is crazy.
Big up, Ralph.
This
Big
is
ups, Ralph.
insane.
That's Ralph. Yeah, big
Someone
ups.
who is not here and presumably has not been here for weeks.
Yeah, I think the last time
We'll
was
stay
like,
at a 9:30 for 2 more minutes in case somebody wants to. We're not going give us money. We're going give Dad a chance.
Get back, Jay. You can't come in after the gifted. Demon Slayer fans saying the show is overhated and insane. People are gonna glaze it the next season. Also, read I can't choose a childhood friend. Oh yeah, give me that. Big up Light is Leaf.
My goodness.
Big up Hope for the membership. Light is Leaf. Big up for the membership. Congrats, bro.
Bronco Vika's ass is killing.
Thank you, Jay.
Come on, roll the bone.
Joe got it. Joe got it.
Roll the bone.
Jay is gay. Leo, piece
Leo.
of steak. What? Thank you, Jay, for the sub. Thank you, Hope, for the sub. Let's go. 30 sub. 0 debt. Yo.
What, Smart? What are you doing here? Well, ain't say nothing all chat and like, yo, I got mine.
What the Dad, what's wrong with you? Dad, pack it up.
Put the fries in the bag, little bro.
Big ups to people that got it.
Thank you for the
Hope,
gifts.
Hope.
Neil,
Big ups,
was
Neil.
here.
Thank you, Hope, for the for the gifted sub. We're out. That's
We're out.
9:30.
Curtain down. Sorry, Depp. Maybe next time.
Yo. Yeah, this is artism. I'm sorry, little one.
I earned this.
Rakator says, the only one who can draw got done up.
I earned this. Oh my goodness.
Alright, enjoy the rest of y'all day. For real this time. For years I've never gotten a membership. 2025 is my lucky year. I can't stop winning.
Who is Zaz and I earned it?
No, at Zaz, congrats, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Yeah, oh boy.
See y'all.